Here you go. Here's
That's,
my conditional acceptance.
that's
Yeah,
the kind of understanding that I have as on a basic level.
right. X, Y, and Z is what you're going to ask me to do. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, wonderful. Well, A, B, C are what I'm going to require of you before I can do X, Y, Z.
Yeah, that's that. I understand that aspect of things. I'm with you on that. That's where I'm at though. I'm just scratching the surface. I'm not
Right.
that far in.
In this spot that you're in where you have to travel, you have things you've got to get done. That's a quicker thing because everything else, every other solution would take time. It would take learning. I mean, hell, dude, I figured after 14 years, I would have like hit a decent plateau where I could enjoy like, at least a decade, but no, 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 no. I'm still learning.
Yeah, it's like, okay, surely I've learned most of it. The hill can't be that steep, and then you look over the edge.
Well, then you look at what you thought was an edge, and it's just a plateau with another peak.
Yeah, it's
It's just a plateau with another peak off in the distance, but you couldn't see it because you weren't up there yet.
so many levels to it. Every time you feel like you understand it, you don't.
But see, that's the thing. Like dealing with the airport and the airport staff, whatever, like Delta or American Airlines.
Yeah, because it's two parties, right? I have to deal with the airport itself, and then I have to deal with the airline, right?
Right. The airport is separate from the airlines. The airport is the venue. The airlines are like the bands.
It might even be three. Is the security separate part of the airport? TSA?
They're under a third party contract, so yeah, you've got layers.
Yeah, now this sounds like a letter I would have to send to multiple people.
Well, you could send it to like the head of the TSA at the damn airport, or their main hub. You could do it to the airline.
Airline for sure, yeah.
But see, like a lot of these things, once you start solving stuff, you don't. All this goes through their system. Your name is in that system as a trustee already.
So that's the source.
Every time you give your name and they run it through the system, period. Your paperwork is the only thing they have to go off of for who the fuck you are, what you are, and what your rights are. Basically.
Yeah, because I see this going one of two ways. Either I get what I want, I guess three ways. I kind of get denied and forced into this thing, or it goes disastrous and I get put on a no-fly list.
Yeah.
And I really don't want to be on a no-fly list for refusing an unlicensed medical advice from an unlicensed airline.
I don't know if we can get a law room, even if it were, say, like named Cuddles Law Room, so that nobody else has to take the hit. I'll take all of the brunt. I don't give a shit. Call it Cuddles Law Room. Make it all about Cuddles. That way, if somebody comes in, oh, you're doing this. No, we're not. Cuddles is. I'll take the fire. I don't give a shit. What are they going to do to me?
It's always weird how they need those disclaimers.
Well, the way things are is people have been duped and there's fraud. I mean, hell, if you want to try that shit, well, sir, we have to have this. Look, that's fraud. Well, sir, we have to do this. Look, that's fraud. What part of what I'm telling you don't you understand? What you're telling me to do is fraud. I cannot participate in fraud. It is against the law. They may not understand it. Oh, well, this is the law. Wonderful. But
Yeah, like I'm playing through exactly what I think would happen, right? As soon as you go in, you want to check in your bag or get through security. So you're going to end up talking to somebody. They're going to end up giving you medical advice right out the gate. Maybe I would say, yeah, sure. What's your medical background? Do you have a license to practice? They would, obviously go, no, everyone does this, then who's everyone? And like, I could just see this going absolutely horrible unless I do something prior with this letter. But even then, there's certainly never enough communication, even with the letter, for this to end up going well. It's always going to be a conflict somewhere. Because no one's talking to the front desk saying, hey, there's a guy coming. He's got this paperwork. Let him through.
Right. Well, there is in some people's lives. There is. However, they're the ones that are doing all of this shit and handling their own diplomacy.
That's the kind of thing I want. It's like, hey, whoa, we got a guy coming. Don't touch him. Let him be. I want to be that guy. I don't want to be this slave to a system.
Look, I want to be able to take my guns on my hip anywhere I fly without anybody saying anything stupid to me.
A gun on a plane.
People in the 60s, 70s, 80s, and even into the 90s had guns carried on the fucking plane loaded. People. Yes.
Dang. See, I wasn't around then, so I didn't really. I've never heard about it.
Around. I was alive in the 80s, but I was little. The stories from my uncles, from my aunts, from friends, from extended family, from extended friends, people used to carry the guns on the planes all over.
So how do you get your way into that?
That's what I'm saying. It's the whole thing is a process. No, you have privileges because your documentation says you're trustee.
We got some new people. Any of the new people have any questions about the flat Earth? Any topics? Paradise, Semeki. You've been unmuted. If you want to open your mic. Do you have any questions?
No questions. I'm just listening.
Oh, I was at Gems a little bit ago. I was trying to get them to understand how ridiculous it is for stories like Aristophanes to be prompted up as like the go-to. And I was running it through with them. And we were talking about how a man was trained to walk equal length steps. And they were like, yeah, it's kind of ridiculous. And then this other guy found a story where it's like, no, it's better than that. They didn't actually train a man to walk equal length steps. They actually took the average speed of a camel this whole way. And I said, oh, great. So you're saying this is better? Based off how much energy this camel had is the measurement of that day? Oh, they
accurate.
Yeah, they tried. They what they did was they put more I don't know, validity and the average speed of a camel than they did of counting a man's footsteps. And I had people in the room laughing at them. Oh, it's great.
I'm curious, how did they synchronize themselves between Alexandria and Syene, 500 kilometers apart?
Yeah,
They use email. They use email.
But the smoke signal communication wasn't invented yet, you know. I mean, the Apache Indians had to invent it.
Stupid.
Or the Cherokees. which one. Yeah, funny. It's a dodgy method. Dodgy story.
And in the end, I never got them to fully realize that Erstassi is not a good idea to prop up as the number one guy. But only one person said, okay, he may not have been accurate, but it's just a point to prove that they'd known it for a long time. And I was like, yeah, that's about the only purpose it tried to serve.
It was a crazy belief then. And yeah, today it has to be real.
I mean, if you break that down, somebody who has, no idea that this kind of discussion even exists, you say, hey, this is an experiment that happened, they'd probably look at you and think you're a moron.
Yeah, because they knew there was round thousands of years ago, right? They calculated from Alexandria to Zain. You're saying 500 kilometers?
Yeah. 500. And they synchronized themselves. They didn't have the hand watch,
Oh, yeah. They also said GMO, like going into a plant and introducing new DNA in a lab setting, is the same as grafting a plant. There's no difference. They said they're both GMO.
I don't know much about that.
Yeah, what I don't understand is one of them will have an opinion and they hive mind behind the one guy. No one can disagree in the room with the guy who's against what I said.
I mean, but you're a flat
GMO.
earther. You're just wrong because you're a flat earther.
And when you point out the hive mind, they get all stirred up like crazy. Like you hit the hive, and they're all buzzing around.
You guys don't believe the pictures from space. Yeah, they were making images back in the days, all sorts of icons, sculptures, and stuff. And people refused to worship them because it was obvious they were man-made. So they were calling them icons, like items of worship, which by law they were forbidden to worship. Powerless gods, man-made. But today, digital artistry has such a power that it's beyond controlling your mind.
Yeah, imagine if you told an artist that 1,000 years ago, saying, "Hey, if you created something today, you wouldn't believe what it could do now."
Yeah.
Tamaki, what brings you to the Flutter Discord?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Welcome to the server. What brings you to the Flutter Discord?
I've been in the server for a little bit. It's late where I am right now. It's 12:30. So I thought I'd join up, have a listen, see what's going on. Join something
Alright.
you guys were talking about. I think documentation or something for flights.
Yeah, how to get around wearing a diaper on your face.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I know a lot of people want to do it. They just have no means of knowing how to do it.
What, wearing a diaper around your face?
Well, they don't want to, right? But they don't want to deal with the backlash, so they don't do it because the idea of dealing with the backlash is way worse than just putting a diaper on your face.
I'm probably just really tired because I didn't I didn't catch that.
People would rather not go through the process of not having to wear a mask. They'd rather just put it on. Because they're
Oh, yeah.
thinking, oh, it's just a flight. I don't really care. I just want to get there.
Yeah,
And I
of
think
course.
if more of those people just knew what to do, they would probably grow the balls to do something, but they don't really know what they're doing or care enough, really.
Yeah, I guess that's like the common mindset these days. You know, you can sort of relate to it, I guess.
Yeah,
Sometimes it is easier.
that's where they get you.
Yeah. Got to keep your guard up.
Yeah, that's why it's so easy to believe in a ball.
I know, right, man.
Who'd want to disagree with that? That'd be horrible, wouldn't it? With all the backlash you gotta face.
when they show you the news about the emergency going on, they show you the ball, they show you the sphere Earth, and then they show you these little ball things moving around the cartoon Earth. There's a new one on this cartoon Earth. There's a new ball that might go inside your nose if you breathe air.
A little spiky ball.
Those spiky balls, be careful. They're evolving, mutating. Now they have a new one that comes from South Africa. There's a new one.
Another one?
Yeah.
No, I thought they would have given it more time before they released the next one.
Oh, there's a new one. Well,
They
yeah,
probably have to introduce
they
it
show
earlier.
you the cartoon Earth with the cartoon spiky balls. Talk to you about wear your diapers in your faces and take your experimental shots, please. Thank you.
Hey, B. Carl, check your
All
notification.
based on cartoon.
Mm. Now, I think that kind of, when you talk about law, I think that's way more censored than any other topic, to be honest.
Well, right, because of what's been done, what's transpired. It's all fear-based. Oh, don't talk about this because you could be seen as giving legal advice. Okay, well, what does legal mean? And they don't know. They have no idea what it is. Exactly. I'm not giving legal advice. I'm giving advice man to man.
It's crazy how they do that with the two most important things, law and health. Oh, you can't give health advice. You don't have this. Oh, you can't give law advice. You don't have this.
You can't, but the guy standing there with the mace and the taser at the TSA stand, he can, even though he doesn't have any of the shit that you're supposed to have in order to do that for other people. Different standards for different folks, bro. That's not law.
Rules for thee, but not for me.
Right. That's what they say. And hey, look, under these conditions. I actually had that one out with somebody in the store, one of the employees, when all this crap started. Holding up one of those masks, dancing with it, trying to act like, it was something that I'd want.
Yeah, they're like the guys in the street corners flipping the signs.
Yeah. And I was like, I'm sorry, but I can't. Unless you're willing to sign a waiver, assuming the liability for any harm that thing will cause me, I cannot take your offer. I can't even take it from you. And dude, she's standing there dancing with it. Like, I wouldn't even be using the one you're touching if I gave a shit.
Yeah. It's like handing you a sample of food, but not putting it in a little tray first. Giving it to you by hand.
Right. He's like, hands are all over it. Like,
yeah, use
wow. To wear it.
Yeah, the next time I get asked that, I just want to point out on the box and I say, hey, can you read the box for me really quick? Oh, it doesn't do these things?
Yeah, well, remember, you want friends that aren't going to ask you, what do you read for?
Yeah, there's forget what the quote was. It was about surrounding yourself by people that are always older, wiser, and smarter than you. Don't remember it. But it's along those lines. You grow up to be the people around you and do what the people around you do.
Is that like hanging out at the ICU?
That would suck.
They say that, though, hang out with people more intelligent, more this, and generally age would have gone with that. But the far back as I can see, all those old people did a bunch of stupid shit.
The younger people seem more logical nowadays than anybody older than, like, I don't know, 20.
Which is funny. It's really funny.
I think that quote comes from a time when old people weren't so deceived and indoctrinated.
Yeah, but I can barely find a time where that was the truth. That was the mainstream. I find a few moments in history, very few. Before we got invaded here on Turtle Island. That was one of them. There's the Macedonian Empire.
Well, the Greeks had it good, didn't they?
The Greeks had it good. The slaves that they took from the wars that they wrought didn't.
Yeah, everything I seem to read about what the Greeks, like your average Greek, knew is insane compared to today's standard.
Well, yeah, they spoke at least 5 different languages and. So 5 different languages, understood mechanics and engineering, leverage, density, buoyancy, shipbuilding, farming, crop rotation.
Imagine if you had a whole population like that today.
Dude, most of the problems, if tomorrow I woke up and people actually knew all of that, just minus the languages, just the rest of the information, shit would change. But see, that's the problem. Everyone says, oh, the Bible this, the Bible that, and they have bad things to say. But here's the thing. You can't show me one thing in there where it's doing something bad for you. At all. Can't do it. Because it shows you the tricks. It shows you the tricks that they will try over and over and over again. Even warned them about the tricks that were coming to take away their freedom and their dominion. Warned them ahead of time. Still messed up. Still got tricked. So who else wants to talk?
I have to find Iggs. I want that document.
Yeah, I'd like a copy of it myself. However, I'm pretty sure, I think I already know how to write that one myself. All of this boils down to you doing for yourself. Even if it's your own paperwork, at least you're doing it so nobody else can confuse what's said.
Yeah, that's the other half. Understanding what the heck you're even writing.
Well, dude, some stores I went in and Walmart, I just walked through the door and say HIPAA, and the lady would put down that stupid box of masks. All I had to say was HIPAA. HIPAA. Somebody stupid is going to be, what do you mean by HIPAA? I have a condition. That's all I can legally tell you without fucking suing you. Because if you ask me for any additional information, I have every right to sue you because you're breaching HIPAA. It's private. It's none of your fucking business.
One I like is I have a disability. You don't discriminate against people with disabilities, do you? Discrimination? And they stumble. We don't discriminate. Well, my disability, I can't wear that.
That's why I like the conditional acceptance. And just some people are so stupid. Like there are stores that I will never buy from ever again. Even if I had $100 trillion, I'd never shop at that store ever again. I'd drive by their store and wave at their manager and, hey, look, I got all these at your competition because you guys are stupid.
I just want the businesses to burn that try to do these things. I have people try and say, well, they just had good intentions. They just had this. They just had that. It's like, Mm, no.
Yes,
They know what they're doing.
The highway to hell is paved with good intentions.
Just like the Nazis. Well, I'm sure they had good intentions. I'm sure they meant well.
Right. Well, you've got the German army, and then you have a splinter cell. The German people weren't wrong. The Stasi and all that other crap, they were. And the messed up shit they were doing. The Germans were being sold rotten food and cheap metals when they paid for, steel, iron, ore. They were getting rusted crap. They were buying fresh apples and getting rotten potatoes. But I encourage people to read because I changed my mind on literally all the lies I was told about all of the wars and everything in between.
Oh, what did I see? I saw one that's went over the bombings of the airstrikes. Well, anyways, you wouldn't call them airstrikes, but the bombings that London or the UK did to Germany, and how more people died, more German civilians died than any British civilians or any other civilian. It's all German deaths from German women and children.
Well, the war the war was started before shots were fired, before tanks were rolling. The war was already started. The embargoes, landlocking Germany by treaties with other countries.
I don't even know what they expected when they did all that.
War. They provoked Germany to war.
Well, of course, but I don't know why other people just didn't expect anything to happen. They just sat around thinking everything would go well.
Because they probably didn't know that they were aiding and abetting people who were committing crimes.
Well, that's what we see today, isn't it? With Afghanistan and everything else, we're doing the same exact thing.
Yep. If you people down in Puerto Rico don't do what we say, we're going to send the naval fleet down there. We're going to shut down your port, and we're going to stop people from being able to deliver goods to you.
It's a death sentence. Might as well put a bullet to their head. Or a gun to their head and pull the trigger.
Forgive me if I'm wrong, but my medical conditions are private. Is that correct? Well, sir, we have to ask. Wonderful, but correct me if I'm wrong, but my medical condition is a private matter between me and my private doctor. Is that correct?
They say it's not a medical decision.
Wonderful. Then you have absolutely nothing to offer me that is going to affect my health. Well, sir, we have this. Well, then you do have something that is going to affect my health, in which case this is a medical examination. Can I see that contract? And your medical license while we're at it. But, I mean, there's different ways as you start crawling out of that pit to handle these things, so... But yeah, I sent you something, so enjoy that. There's a whole series. I would suggest watching all of it.
I'm good at that.
because it's going to explain literally like everything even me and Indio were talking about.
You get all the answers for your basic questions, just to double the amount of questions you have with no answers again. Until the next time, right?
Well, you get answers to what's going on, and now you have to reshape your entire existence around the solutions. It's the same as being a Globie. I was designing spaceships. I was designing, landing equipment, landing pads, finding new ways to fuse different types of engines together to get more thrust and yada, yada, yada. But then I realized it was a bunch of BS. It was all fake. So then I had to unlearn all that crap, learn new stuff.
Yeah, empty the glass. That's my favorite analogy. Glass is already full. What use is it going to be pouring more liquid into it? Just going to spill out the edges. You got to empty the glass.
Yeah, the bowl. Empty your bowl. An empty bowl is most useful. Yeah, if you think you know everything, you probably don't. And if you think you have all the answers, empty the bowl, try again. And that's most of, the process of learning. I'm just waiting for the good side of all of this.
What's that? What's the good side?
Well, all right. Going from the breach of trust to repairing the breach and going back under the trust where you belong as a beneficiary. From that point forward, I'd like to see what can be done. But I'm not quite there yet. So the questions I have are for beyond where I'm at now. Pretty much everything is already answered. You're at point A, stuck and screwed, and you got to get to point B to get unstuck and unscrewed. And then from that point, you got to get to point C, where you can actually handle situations. Then there's slightly more to learn, but it becomes less and less and less.
That's the part I like.
Well, like last night, I said in chat, I thought plasma or fire was a type of plasma. And sure, there's more chemicals and gases involved with fire than you see electricity, but like a plasma cutter, you push gases and electricity across a metal substance, and now you've got chemical reaction plus the electricity, which generally most plasma is electricity. But we couldn't even quantify how much electricity is actually being used in fire to find out even if it is electrical or not.
Uh-oh, are we going back to fire, plasma, and light?
I brought it up as an example.
Well, fire is electricity, isn't it?
That was 6 hours ago, Cuddles.
Was it? I thought it was 8.
I'm just messing with you. I think I sparked. No pun intended. Sparked that conversation by asking QE about photons. Oops.
Right, because of I'm looking in my head and seeing the explanations of how these things work. So I've got an image in my head, a GIF, if you will, and I can see what everyone is talking about. but we can't measure it in this realm.
You can't quantify the unquantifiable.
Right, because what we're seeing is fourth dimension being used in the third dimension. Fourth dimension energy, effort, work, whatever. Fourth dimensional things being made physical in our realm.
I don't like the term fourth dimension.
I do. I love it.
Maybe you got a better definition than what I've known it to be.
I just call it ethereal.
Genesis 1. There was the fourth dimension before anything else existed in the third. There was the fourth. And from the fourth came the third dimension and all that is within it, which is us.
It's like the metaphysical, right?
Yeah, the metaphysical, ethereal realm. The gateway between that is the light, right? I mean, even think about old writings or even the occult, biblical stuff. Everything holds light to the utmost high standard, right? Enlightenment. Jesus is the light of the world.
I'm on board with that. It's not the sciencey garbage that goes along with it when they try to explain fourth dimension as all this other nonsense. I try and hide all that stuff.
Like light is the manifestation into this realm of the ethereal. But really everything is a product of light, at least in my opinion. Because I know QE was saying light is energy. I didn't get a chance to necessarily press him on that.
Right. Well, that would be getting into aether, which people would call ethereal plane, or the astral dimensions, astral planes, whatever. It's all aether.
Yeah, it all boils down when you try to get to definitions and defining. It all boils down to, at some point, something you can't define or quantify.
And science never being able to say, well, I just don't know.
Well, aether is the best explanation, and with the proper definition for aether, things make sense. It's the energy that is around us, it's in and out of all things, and causes all things to flow.
Yeah, I like to think of it as like the background energy that permeates everything. But somebody could also come back and say, okay, well then prove it. But it's kind of unprovable.
Okay, and then I'm going to build a machine that's going to suck electricity, photons, right out of the sky, night or day, and it's going to power the house.
I don't think it's photons. Photons, and that was what I was trying to say last night, was photons are claimed to be a particle that's not a particle but is a particle. Because it's trying to quantify something that's unquantifiable, and when pressed on what the particle is, there's no real definitive answer. It has no atomic mass. In my opinion, particles have to have an atomic mass if you want to categorize them in that way.
Right, and that's why I say fourth dimension. Because check it, all right? This is the best example I have, and it's about one of the only ones that people will get. In the third dimension, you have to eat, you have to drink, you have to breathe, you have to pee, and you have to poop. Out of the third dimension into the fourth dimension, all of those things I just mentioned don't exist anymore.
The energy the energy itself that makes up the fourth dimension is what provides that to you without any effort, right? Any work put in.
No waste.
In the fourth dimension, you can eat, You can, most likely can. I've heard stories from an old mission in the 80s. A lot of the children were writing stories about heaven. I'd have to find the author and go back and find the books and share them because they're wonderful books. But basically, everything has changed. The rules that rule the third dimension are different than the ones that rule the fourth, but the fourth rules over all of them.
Yeah, I mean, I can kind of understand, but I think we're trying to comprehend the incomprehensible.
Well, right. Most people couldn't, fathom not having to eat or drink or poop.
Explaining color to a blind person.
Well, we wouldn't even really have the material makeup that we have now, so it would all kind of change, right?
Well, certain things would change. I mean, we would almost be like a photon. We would be a particle without being a particle, ironically. Because the existence isn't based on third-dimensional constructs or third-dimensional rules. It's based on fourth-dimensional concepts, which is energy. Energy that is. Basically living energy. And we just get little fragments of it here.
Yeah, this physical material body does not have the ability to go into that fourth dimension, right?
I've heard stories of people saying, like, I haven't had to eat or drink anything in years.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's
Okay.
breatharians and stuff like that can do.
Like, what is that?
Mind over matter.
Look, most of those guys I call bullshit.
Yeah, I kind of did too, but in another way I go, okay, well, I know the human body's capable of things that we don't really understand. Like, you know how mothers will lift a 5,000-pound car up to save their child? Like, what is that? Where did that come from?
Yeah. I think our minds are way more powerful than we have been led to believe.
Yes, I totally agree with that one. However, some of these things are quite egotistical.
The water is very muddy on that.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the guru types that like to...
Train with me. I'll teach you this.
I mean, look, I don't have to sit in a cave to ask who I am and discover more about me. I can do it on my couch. Thank you. I can do it on my couch with my teeth.
And the pool of water might help you, though.
Right, with relaxing. Those salt pools, and those salt pools that you float in, those are freaking cool.
I heard something about relating that to batteries in the body and how the body charges and how we used to bathe in salt. Like a battery.
Well, we're also supposed to ground.
Yeah, I'm not grounded right now. At all.
You can pull energy out of the aether. You can push it into the ground. You can push it back into the aether. These are things that these gurus talk about, but it all goes back to Genesis 1. Every single bit of everything goes back to Genesis 1.
And pulling the energy out of the ether, you're not creating it. you're just harnessing it. Nothing comes from nothing, right? Electricity doesn't manifest out of nothing.
Now, what happens when you get the guys that say, "Oh, color me some ether, put it in a jar. I want to see it."
Yeah, well, that's trying to quantify the unquantifiable. And I know it's a,
The question is, are you quantifiable, sir?
am I myself?
Yes, sir.
What about like a thought that you have? How do you quantify that?
You can't. And you can't quantify love. You can't quantify freedom. You can't quantify any of those things.
Isn't just love chemicals in our brains?
How do you quantify it?
If you like to think of everything on an atomistic level, sure.
Yes. But this leads me to believe in evolution or accept evolution as a fact, which I know many in this Discord.
Right,
many
but
people in
that'll
this
only get
Discord
you so
don't.
far.
Evolution? What's that?
Yeah, what's the scientific theory of evolution? Can you link it in the chat?
I mean, there is no scientific theory of it.
Ah, that's
Honestly,
a bummer.
That
That is a
What do you mean
bummer.
that's a bummer? How
So
would you
you have-
conduct experiments on something that evolves over millions of years?
Oh,
sir?
so you can't, right? It's unfalsifiable and it's a story then?
Doesn't mean it's not true.
Hey,
So
I've
you
got
don't
a
have,
purple
doesn't
human.
mean
Experiment.
it's true.
so you don't have any evidence? Just a story?
No, there's a lot of evidence. Fossil
like
records.
Like
Like
the
what?
experiments? Like the
Hip
experiments you can
bones in
do?
whales.
So the experiments you can
Dogs.
do, right?
Wolves. Humans.
Wolves? You're just saying words. You're not.
Yeah.
What do these
You're not
animals do?
providing any evidence that this supports any type of
Vic-
macroevolution.
MZ, go ahead.
Fans. No, he's saying
But-
words. I'm also saying words.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Windows.
So
I
cool.
think he's honest. I think he knows there's no evidence of evolution.
Right. So cool.
There's evidence.
Welcome.
But you
to
don't
the
see
server.
it as evidence.
No.
You told me millions of years. How do you know something over millions of years?
Well, you have seen how fossil records.
You
sir.
test something that's a million years old. Come on, man.
Can't, but there's fossil records, sir.
No, you
Yeah.
can't. You can just speculate and say, "Oh, it's a million years old." There it is. I did
Well,
it.
But if you believe in microevolution, isn't it logical to also believe in macroevolution? I mean,
No.
Mike,
So-
what's that?
we change over time.
So cool. Those experiments, right?
Yeah.
You have them for us showing that?
No.
Amazing that the
Wow.
monkeys are still here, but yet we change over time. Fucking
mean?
idiots.
So cool.
Well,
welcome
Can I
to the
explain why
server.
monkeys still exist first?
No, I don't
No,
need your
no,
stories.
Give a fuck. Please do
So-
not start talking about evolution here. Thank you.
Okay. I just
So
want to.
cool. Welcome to
clear-
the server. Yeah.
Thank you,
welcome
sir.
welcome to the server. You just joined?
No, I've been here for a few weeks, I think.
Okay. Have you looked into the topic called
About the Earth.
about the Earth? Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
I have.
And what
oh.
what have you
I'm
found?
sure not as much as you, but yes.
What have you found, Cole?
I happen to believe that the Earth is a globe,
Okay.
I
which
believe.
is not abnormal to believe, right? But
nobody said anything about abnormality, right? So the question is then, so you believe, right? You believe it's on a globe. So can I ask you a few questions about this belief you have?
yeah, sure.
Okay. So for it to be a ball, right, there needs to be curvature. Can you point us to the measurement and how it has
No.
been done?
No,
to
but I'm
show
sure
and
someone
validate?
smarter than me could.
Okay, so no. So okay, that's pretty awesome that you're honest and you say, well, I don't know. Well, that's okay. That's a pretty perfect. That's a good answer, right? So the second question I would like to ask you. So they tell us, right? They tell us that the Earth is spinning on its axis,
Yes.
1,000 miles per hour around the equator, right? So do you have any measurements, or do you have the measurement, and how has the measurement been done so we can validate the measurement of the Earth actually spinning 1,000 miles per hour?
I don't know. I do not know, sir.
Okay, well, awesome. So the next question will be, they tell us, right, the Earth is hurtling through an infinite vacuum that they call outer space, shooting through our galaxy, and our galaxy is shooting in the universe, right? So all these different vectors and hurtling with amazing speeds, right? But
Yeah.
so they tell us we have a gas pressure system here on Earth next to this infinite, ever expanding vacuum of outer space. So this claim needs to be validated. Do you know any demonstration where we can have gas pressure without a container? Or a gas pressure next to an infinite vacuum or a vacuum, right, here on Earth?
I don't know. I do not know
Okay.
if any such
Okay.
experiments have been done.
Well, that's cool. Honest, right? We like honesty here. So yeah, to wrap it up, right? Your globe belief is actually a belief, Colt. You agree to this?
I don't think it's a belief. I just accept it as a fact, but like you might consider it a belief, but to me, it's I see it as a fact.
Okay, so belief, right? Do you know the difference between belief and knowing?
Yeah, I think so.
So then your belief in their presented facts would still be a belief then, because you haven't
but
done
then everything would be a belief. Everything would be.
No, because I was hungry the other day, right? And I went to my kitchen and I made myself a sandwich with peanut butter, and I ate the sandwich, and it filled my stomach, right? So I know that I made this sandwich, and I know I ate it, and I know that it filled my stomach, and I didn't feel any I wasn't hungry anymore. So no, that wouldn't be a belief anymore, Cole.
But with that analogy, I would have to go to space to see it for myself.
So you don't have the knowledge and you just believe it then?
Well, all right. Yeah, I believe it then.
Okay. Oh, well, that's perfectly honest, right? And that is what we encounter for the most part, right? So that people come here and they tell us, well, I know for 100% that it is a ball. And then we go deeper into it and we ask them, well, what do you actually know? And you conceded that, well, yeah, actually it's a belief, right? I don't know for certain, because everybody on Earth, right, that has ever been alive has experienced the Earth as a flat, non-rotating Earth. This is how the Earth presents itself to you, to me, to everybody here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's say it is a globe. Let's just for sake of argument say let's say it is a globe. It would still appear, because it's so huge, it would visually seem like flat.
Yeah, and then we have
right.
And then we have this problem because they gave us the dimensions, right? The radius, do you know it?
I have known it actually, but I don't have it.
3959 or 6,371 kilometers. And they gave us this dimension. So if the Earth was too big to see curvature, surely we could measure it then. Can we not?
Probably, but it would be difficult.
How would it be difficult? They gave us the dimensions, right? Over 10
But-
miles, 66 feet
Can I
of
ask one
curvature drop.
question?
66 feet of curvature drop in 10 miles.
Yes, but can I
Okay.
ask one question? You keep mentioning they. Who are they? Is this a bunch of people? Is this every
anyone
government on
claiming-
Earth? Every scientist? Is it every?
No, not every
astronaut?
scientist called, right? So when you look into the history of when the heliocentric model came about, right? Copernicus, Kepler, these are the guys that made and built the model, right? And it's the people that support the model. That would be they, right? They believe it, just like you believe.
I like to
So
think of they as the consensus, right? So the consensus that has been come to is the current model. Now, what Roger is saying is what basis does the consensus have to come to this consensus? Sorry, Roger, didn't mean to interject.
It's perfectly fine. It's so yeah, cool. That it's a problem, right? Because nobody has ever measured any curvature. Whilst they gave us the dimension, 66 feet of curvature drop over 10 miles. Do you think that's impossible to measure?
No, I don't think it is.
Right.
I
So-
think it has been measured, probably.
By who? And what was the method?
Physicists. I don't know. I'm not an expert in this field.
Well,
so.
Cole, just know that if you say, hey, it has been measured, we're just going to ask you, okay, who and when. So if you're not sure, don't say probably, just say, hey, I don't know if it's been measured or not.
All right.
Okay, we've been
Okay.
investigating this for a while. Sorry, Roger. Go ahead.
Yeah, don't be sorry. Everybody can interject, but yeah, when we actually go out, right, and try to measure the surface of Earth over large bodies of water, salt flats, whatever piece of Earth we take, right, it always measures flat. It doesn't matter where you are; it measures flat. So. The water especially, right? Because water, the way you have only experienced water is that it always seeks its level. It's always flat at the surface. This is how we experience water. When you look at your glass of water or a pool or a small lake, big lake, sea, or an ocean, you will always experience the water as flat and level when it is in rest. So when we go out and measure the surface of the water over large bodies of water like lakes or frozen lakes, and we shoot lasers over these bodies of water, then the surface does not show convexity. The water does not conform to the ball of a radius of 3959, right? They showed you all kinds of images, compositive images, CGI of this ball flying through space with the water sticking on the side and the bottom, right? And yet when you go out into reality, right? Because these images come to you from your television screen or your telephone or your computer screen, right? You've never experienced the Earth as such. But when you go out actually in reality and go measure the surface of Earth, it doesn't curve away. It's just all flat. So all these images they show you cannot be reality then, right?
But what about the hundreds of people who have went to space? Do you
Yeah,
think
so
they never went to space, or do you think they're lying? Or
500 people, Cole. It's 500 people. So
Yeah.
you think 500 people could lie to you?
Yeah, I know
Is that
hundreds
a
of people
hard-
that claim to have been
thing. No,
abducted by
I
aliens.
don't think so.
Okay.
Hundreds
so
of people
no,
say they've been abducted by aliens.
But
Hundreds.
tens of
It's
thousands
the
people.
same thing.
It's
Yeah.
the same thing, right? Tens
Someone
of thousands.
claiming they were abducted by aliens is not the same thing as sending someone to space, which we
why
have
is it
like
not
we
the
can
same
see these rockets. People have seen them go up in the air, right?
Rockets
Sure, they go
are
up in the air,
dependent on a
like-
flat Earth. Rockets work on a flat Earth.
Right.
The
so,
problem that you have is the place that you
Yes.
claim
But
you're
you're,
going.
but they did
It's
go to space, so you're saying
It's
they're
not-
lying.
This
No,
this
Cole.
outer space place is the problem that you're having. it's a violation of natural law.
It starts with the radius code. You need a radius for escape velocity. Okay. Then the second point is this tin can you are claiming is falling around a spinning Earth. You need to validate that the Earth is actually spinning. And then we have the gas pressure.
Day and night, sir. Day and night.
That is you seeing the sun moving away, moving over your head. How did you measure the Earth turning?
So you're saying the sun is moving and not the Earth.
What do you see? What do you see, Colt, when you see the sun?
What do your senses tell you when you look up?
See light.
I've never seen the Earth move. Have you?
No, I've never seen the Earth move either. When I look up, I see the sun moving.
Well,
Yeah, when I look up, I see the sun moving.
So are you guys saying if you haven't seen something
feel the-
with your
the ground
own eyes, it
motion.
never happened?
No,
Because
that's
then-
just
so,
No.
So the Second World War never happened. The First World War never happened
Well,
because you
try
haven't
and
seen
say
it.
that, buddy.
Non
So
sequitur.
You could do better.
A non
in a-
sequitur.
Oh, you
But
can
that's
answer
what
this
you're
question. No, you can answer
No
this
one's
question. You've
saying
been really honest so far. When you look up in the sky, what do you observe?
Well, right now I don't know, but I see the sun sometimes. I see clouds. I
Do
see
you see
Hey.
it moving or no? That's the question, Cole. Don't play stupid.
if what is moving.
The sun. That's what we're talking about. Do you see
You
the
look
sun
in the
moving
sky.
in the sky?
Yeah, you see the sun. What's it doing? It's in
Well,
the
it
sky.
appears to be moving, but it could be
Okay.
us
There you go.
moving too.
There you go.
Obviously,
Let's
like
still,
I don't know if
let's
it's
get down to
it's
that.
the Earth or the sun moving.
Okay,
But this
let's
doesn't prove.
figure that
true.
out, Cole. Why don't we try to
Yeah.
figure that out? Because you and I are standing shoulder to shoulder looking up at the sky, and I say, hey, I see the sun moving. And you turn to me and say, no, it's actually the Earth moving. So you would have to back that up, wouldn't you?
Well,
Okay, well, Cold, I'm
I mean,
actually the same. I'm actually the
if
same
you think
thing
about
backwards.
it logically, it could
Hold on,
be
hold
both
on.
ways.
Cold, I'm actually the same thing backwards you asked us. So you're saying, like you asked us, if you don't see something happening, so therefore it didn't happen. So if you see something happening, therefore it didn't happen?
No.
Because you're saying,
Well,
no? What?
I don't see the sun moving. I see it
So when
appearing.
you look up in the
said.
sky,
Yeah.
when you look up in the sky, when you see, so in other words, let me ask you like this. So if you see a plane in the sky going from east to the west, is it the plane moving or you moving?
It's a plane.
All right. So when you see the sun moving, traversing the sky,
Mhm.
do you see the sun moving or you
Well,
moving?
the sun is so far away, so it could be both.
Wait, how do you know that? How do you know
I
how
do
far
not
away
know.
it is? Okay, well, just don't say that. You know it's very far away.
Well, okay,
just
but I think the Earth is moving and not the sun.
okay.
That's-
Can you back that
Okay.
up?
Personally, I haven't conducted any such experiments, but I'm sure a lot of people have,
Well, let's try and figure
Oh,
out.
that's
who
a
did it.
belief.
because it's the consensus that the Earth is moving.
Consensus has
Among
nothing to do with
very-
reality. I mean, that doesn't. Okay.
People have devoted their lives to this, and they're all in
Yeah.
agreement.
So, well, check this out. The Mickelson, is it Mickelson Morrison? I forget the
Mixon
name of-
Morley, the
Morley. Aries failure. All those points is saying that the Earth does not move.
Right, his appeal to his consensus. Can I address that really quick?
Sure, that's definitely a fallacy.
Yeah, so you're appealing to consensus. If I said everyone agrees this is a safe cliff to jump off of, it's 500 feet tall. I promise there's something at the bottom. Everyone agrees it's safe. Do you still agree with everyone else? It's a safe cliff you can jump?
I don't
And-
think everyone would say that.
Well, you're the
No,
one.
I'm
appealing
asking
to the
you.
whole
No,
everyone.
listen.
say-
I'm asking you. Everyone agrees it's a safe cliff to jump off of.
Of course.
Would you
not.
look at that cliff?
Yes.
Yeah, so your
The
appeal to
consensus
doesn't
could be
work.
wrong, but people have devoted their lives to this, to
Yeah,
studying.
I'm an
this
expert
very
cliff
thing.
jumper. I'm an
What
expert
if-
cliff jumper. I devote my whole life. I graduated from the cliff jumping school. It's a safe cliff. Go ahead and jump. Trust
Yeah,
me,
cool.
jump.
Yeah. So
Now what?
and then right. So you have your claim is people have devoted their lives to it. So how could they be wrong, right? So let's say we have an astrophysicist who studied it for 30 years now, and he comes to the conclusion that wait a minute, how could it be moving? Because I have this and this evidence now. Do you think that? So so this guy has his paycheck and his house and his kids he needs to feed and his car and its mortgage. Do you think that if he finds something out that he would then go to his boss and say, well, look at this earth, the earth is flat, man. Look at this, I proved it. Do you think that would be a wise step for him to take at that moment?
Well, if he could back it up, he could become very prominent. If he,
You think? You think? Yeah. So the consensus says, no, flat earthers are batshit crazy. They're stupid. This science denies. That is what the consensus say. And then you have this astrophysicist coming along and tells his boss that the earth is flat. What would his boss tell him?
You're fired.
If he can substantiate and prove that the earth is flat, which I doubt he can, which I very doubt he can, then yes, I think he would become very famous for that.
Cold, we can do that right here and now with you. What do you think about that? What if we can prove it to you right here and now?
I don't think you can, but you can. We can try.
Elbow was getting into that. I was just addressing your appeal to consensus. You agreed with me. You can't always appeal to consensus. You doing it in this case doesn't work.
I agree. Hey, Cold.
Yeah.
Are you by any chance from Sweden?
Almost.
Norwegian, then?
Yes.
I see.
Norway has massive coastlines where you can check out if the earth is actually curving, Cold. You can do this yourself. That's the beauty of it, right? There are tons of servers where they talk about conspiracies. It's all hard to prove, right? But this specific thing, right, about reality, observable reality, you can prove to yourself that the earth is not a spinning ball hurtling through space.
But if the earth is flat, and if the weather is clear, if you go up on a mountain, wouldn't you see infinitely far? Wouldn't you see to the end of the earth from Mount Everest?
No.
Why not?
So when I go down,
Superman vision, you don't just, when you realize that the earth isn't curving, you don't just gain superhero vision and start seeing
what about telescopes or cameras?
Here's the thing. You're bringing up telescopes because you think that with the telescope you can see millions and millions and millions of miles away up in the sky. And then you think, well, if I point it across the ocean, now I can see millions and millions. No, it doesn't work like that. You can't see through bad weather in your own town with your own eyes.
Yeah, but if the weather is clear.
If you grab a telescope, that doesn't mean you can just start seeing through bad weather, through cities, buildings.
If the weather is clear, why can we only see a certain distance? Because the earth
visibility rating on your weather.
Because of angular resolution, man.
But listen, Cold, do you agree that the further away an object gets, the smaller it gets until it's almost pixelated?
Yeah, but then again, with a telescope, you could zoom that up.
No.
Because of angular resolution, man.
And again,
can you see the brick? Can you see can you see the brick on 10 meters? Can you see the brick on 10 meters?
The brick?
A brick.
Oh, yeah.
Can you see on 100 meters?
Yeah, I think so.
Back to 100
Can you see on 1 mile?
Would be difficult, but with a telescope or something, I could.
Well, if I put the brick on the ground on 1 mile, you will see with your telescope. Are you saying?
With binoculars or a telescope, yeah. If the weather is clear.
Let's say that your height is 6 feet.
Yeah.
Okay, let's move now that 5 mile. The brick. You are 6 feet. You have whatever you want of technology.
Mm-hmm.
You will not see that object, that brick.
Are you sure?
You know why? Yeah, you know why?
Why?
Because of angular resolution. You cannot get that object.
Sounds convenient.
You need to be more high. You need to go more high to see that object again.
Not just
You don't
convenient.
see in straight lines.
But if I go to Mount Everest, shouldn't I be able to see like the ends of the Earth with a binocular?
Dude. No, if it's poor weather, you can't even see your own hand in front of your face.
But if it's good weather,
okay. So if it's good weather in your town, does that mean it's good weather across the entire world now?
No.
So what are you talking about?
No, but if you stand there every day for a year, you should be. There should be good weather the whole way to the end of the Earth.
No. Let me ask you this. All right. Let me ask you something. So when you look down to the ocean, right, and the ocean's about, let's say, 300 feet, 500 feet. Can you see all the way down?
No.
Why not?
But there are tools to see further.
Why? No. Why not?
Limited vision of human eye.
But see,
is that only? No. Hold on. Is that the only thing?
And light.
Why not? What happens to the light?
Absorbed by the water.
By the water, because it gets denser, right? The further it goes, the more water it is, and less lights travel. Do you think there's any water on Earth, on the atmosphere, on the atmos?
Yeah.
Right. So the further you look down, further. I mean, we could see further than 100 feet, right? So we could see miles. But the more you try to see, the denser it gets. There's more water in the air. There's more atmosphere you have to see through. There's more, not only the atmosphere, there's also particulates in the sky, dust, fog. There's all kinds of stuff. So it gets denser. Not only that, another thing they've been telling you is the rest. Everything gets smaller the farther you see. So your eyes cannot make up. No matter there's not a telescope in the world that can actually see as far as, let's say, Britain from. I mean, there's not even a telescope in the world that can see from here to Puerto Rico, from Texas to Puerto Rico. This will be. You need an enormous telescope, which is not invented. Angular resolution, atmosphere, all kinds of things it's your own vision. It's an issue.
He's basically saying that there's a lot of variables that block your vicinity, basically.
Your question relies on a hypothetical idea that you somehow sucked out anything between you and the object you're looking at, assuming you could even see that object without angular resolution.
Yeah, the object would be too small, right? Telescopes doesn't it doesn't make you it magnifies, right?
But you can give them a little bit of I don't know what you'd call it, but I guess leniency. They have taken pictures where they can kind of eliminate some of those variables. They can cut through them with infrared.
Infrared, yes, infrared.
And those pictures are hundreds of miles.
Right.
Yeah, so Tolan got one.
But you can't see to the end of the Earth, can you? Because
what gives you any idea that you could do that, though? Cold, give us an example of when you would try to do that.
You would use technology from a mountain or from a high standpoint and try to see as far as possible. But you can't see really that far because I think the Earth is, in fact, round. And
well, unfortunately, there's photos from mountains. I think the world record is like 274 miles.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull it up.
And that's not even a flat earther. That's an actual glober just taking a picture. He does. I'm pretty sure he's not a flat earther. It's just a person taking a picture, just trying to set a record. Listen to Guinness World Records.
Cold. I mean, I don't know. Just you understand that you can have nice weather where you are, and then just in the town or city over, it could be hailing and rain.
So yes, but I think if you do this every day for a year, it's going to be a clear path.
So what are
in some direction?
Oh my God, dude! Listen,
listen. He posted something. He posted the picture about 270 miles. There is a mountain. Now tell the guy how much drop should to be that we can see that or not see that mountain or whatever island, whatever. And maybe we'll understand because we see now. We don't see 1,000 miles, but we see 270 miles.
Yeah, those mountains should be 3 miles below the horizon. Okay.
Just a quick question, Cold. Are you saying that there's a day when the whole world has perfect weather?
No.
You would wait.
But I'm saying,
so what are you talking about?
But if the Earth was flat, I'm saying there would be a day where you could stand on a mountain, and there would be a clear path in some direction where you could see.
Sorry,
stop right there.
That idea though, because
No, give that to him.
Or whatever.
Wait a second. No, give it to him, Creation. Wait, give it to him. So we're on this mountain. Me and you are on this mountain. We see another mountain 273 miles away. Now what?
I mean, you have to be on a higher mountain.
No, we're on this mountain, right? We're taking a photograph. We see a mountain 273 miles away. We're on a clear day. We took a picture of this other mountain. Now what?
That's not enough.
Well, how far do I got to see for this to be true? I'm seeing something 273 miles away. Now what?
Well, if the Earth was flat, you should be able to see to the ends of the Earth.
No, look at this picture.
No. Why we see 273 miles?
Look at this picture.
Take it from our perspective, as if just try to put yourself in our shoes. The Earth is flat, right? No one here thinks that you can see, quote unquote, the end of the world, except for you.
Yeah, are you saying it's a way bigger ball then, Cold? Are you saying then? Well, okay, so we see this mountain at 274. It's still a ball, but way bigger.
Shouldn't you be able to see this ends of the Earth from some place?
No,
Cold. Listen this. Is it possible on the ball to see 270 miles?
I don't know. No.
Actually, Cold, not only that.
You don't know.
Hold on. Not only that, he's saying the ends of the Earth. Where is the ends of the Earth?
I don't know if you believe this, but what I've heard is that many flat earthers believe there is an ice wall.
Did you hear that?
Right now, Cold.
I mean, but hold on. I mean,
I don't know if you believe that.
But do you understand that there is an ice shelf, an ice wall, as you call it, on a globe?
Well, yeah.
Well, okay, then. So why are you strawmanning us, saying, "Well, you should be able to see the ice wall"? Well,
okay, I don't believe in an ice wall. I believe in Antarctica, which is a continent covered in ice. But I don't believe there's an ice wall.
How tall is that ice?
Yeah, what's the average height?
I don't know. Maybe it's very tall. But I don't believe there's
about
wall
200
around
feet
the
high.
whole Earth. I don't believe it's just a continent.
Wait a minute, guys. We seem to be getting away from the main point of. I think Sasha was trying to bring us back onto the main point of. Has anyone took this guy through the measurements of the Earth?
He wanted the entire Earth to see flat. Okay, we cannot see that. We see 270 miles. How that work on the globe?
Yeah, Sasha, take him through the measurements if he's never been taken through the measurements. And guys, try one at a time because it's a bit of a rabble now. We're talking about ice walls at the end of places.
Well,
we only need to show this guy the proof that we don't live in a bowl. So please,
breaking down the wall, he has a misconception about seeing the ends of the Earth. So I'm trying to get to the point of his misconception.
Yeah, but guess what? We don't even need to go any further than the radius and the circumference, and that we see too far. You've given him the 273-mile photo. Bring him back to the. Has he heard of the Black Swan?
I don't even think he knows what the radius is for the Earth.
Yeah, so let's bring it back on point, guys. Doing a great job. Bring it back on point and show him that we cannot live in a bowl. We've got proof. Give him the proof. Come on, guys.
I also have another thing. Like, what about airplanes? You can fly.
Cold. Can I tell only one sentence?
Yeah, we're not jumping points. That's gish galloping, bro. You just want to jump from point to point.
That mountains. You can speak about airplanes, but listen, this mountain, it's 277 miles. You wanted the entire Earth flat, but this is Guinness record. That means we cannot see more than that. And there need to be drop about 3 miles. Where is that drop? Why we see that mountain?
Well, I'm not familiar with the source you posted. I can't really answer that question. I'm sure someone.
Okay, so now that we've dismissed the
you think that now it's
cold, now
fake?
we need to
It's
address
it's fake now.
model that you're told you live on. So now we need to compare the model, right? How far you should be able to see on the model, your model. So that's why we're bringing up this mountain photo, 270 miles.
Yes.
That doesn't match up with your model. So let's try and focus on that.
Well, I'm not familiar with the photo, so I don't know if it's fake. I don't know if it's.
So let's get familiar with your model then. Do you know the radius of the Earth that you claim to live on?
Give me a second. It's 6,371 kilometers.
Yeah, we know that. We were just trying to find out if you know that. So do you know how that's measured by any chance?
No.
Okay. All right. Someone else want to take it?
I just want to reverse what he said. So he's trying to straw man, well, I should be able to see forever. All right. Now, Earth the ball. Now I shouldn't ever be able to see something past a certain number, past a certain distance by whatever radius or measurement of this Earth. We just happen to have that number, right? So because Earth the ball, I can't see past a certain distance because the Earth curves, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I can't see mountains 273 miles away, right?
I don't know if that's the exact distance. I haven't done any calculations.
So
I don't know how far you should be able to see.
I know you just Googled the Earth radius. Why don't you open a new tab, Google Earth curve calculator. Okay? Go to any website.
But how do I know that picture is real? Like it's just a picture and it says
first you need to understand your model. Okay, then we can start talking about whether the evidence that we're presenting is quote unquote fake or not. Okay, so first you need to understand your model.
Then they will show you. Then they will show you video without photo. You know, all video. Okay.
I'm glad you have some skepticism about the evidence. I hope you apply that same skepticism to the quote unquote pictures from space and that type of thing. I hope you're that skeptical equally. But yeah, go. You got that calculator ready?
No, my hands are actually kind of messy right now. I've been eating, so I don't really want to smash my keyboard too much.
So you're scared of the truth, right?
No.
Yeah, you are. When we asked you for the radius, you quickly went to Google and looked for the radius of the Earth. But when we asked you to look for the calculator of Earth, a globe Earth calculator, the curve calculator, you don't want to smash on your keyboard now.
Yeah, let me clean my hands and I'll smash it for you.
You got Cheeto fingers, Doritos. What you munching on?
I was eating tacos.
That is pretty messy.
Yeah.
And then speak after.
You got two hands. You eating a taco with both hands?
Okay, let's see now.
Basement
distance to the object. How many miles was it? It was 273 miles.
Correct.
This calculator is. Well, I need to know the eyesight level and stuff.
9,251 feet.
251 feet.
Yep,
9,000.
Yeah, 9,251.
Okay.
And your height of the object you're looking at? Well, there's what's the tallest one there? 443 kilometers or 3,867? Heck, you could probably round that off at like 4,000 and it still wouldn't add up.
Horizon distance 117 miles.
Where's that?
Okay. Yeah, there should be curvature according to this calculator if it's 273 miles.
So what's the problem here then?
My guess, what I think this picture is inaccurate. It doesn't look that far, and it's just a text saying 273 miles away. I could write 10,000 and use the same picture.
That's
no
fair.
problem. Does he know that this photo's not from flat earthers or anything? This is just dude trying to get long.
He's got a fair point. I could just add words on a picture and say this is true.
Okay. Tell him now video about Black Swan and 10 miles only, not so long, and Horizon.
Yeah, so that's just one image. There's way more than one.
I have a video of a guy that is in a beach where you can see two platforms. You can actually calculate the distance between the beach and the platforms. You can do the calculation yourself, and you can see that these platforms should actually sink behind the curvature, but they don't. There is video evidence of this, and you can actually look it up in Google it yourself.
And the best part of all that is you can go there yourself or make your own observation somewhere close to you, replicating the same thing.
Okay. Well, I see your point about this and your reasoning. Can I move on, over to a different part about airplanes?
I mean, what does airplane have to do with flat Earth?
Because, like, you can fly from Europe to the United States in two different ways. You can fly over the ocean, and you can fly over Asia, and you end up in California.
Hold on. Airplanes are designed to be practically used on a flat, motionless plane. The operators of the airplane, the pilots, never take into account any curvature or any movement of the
gravity.
Airplane. And the people on the ground trying to shoot down the airplane never take into account any curvature or any movement of the ground.
Because of gravity.
Because of who?
Gravity.
Why do rockets go up then?
Yeah, who's gravity?
Why do rockets? Because the force is stronger than the gravity. The force of gravity. The force
isn't the plane stronger than the force of gravity?
It's not projecting it upwards. It's projecting it sideward. Like the airplane
sideways gravity.
Yeah. No, the plane is flying sideways. It's not flying straight up.
Advice, Cold. I will give you advice. Do not start with this because you don't know anything. How I can see, and you are starting to bullshitting. Really, really, honestly.
Good point.
But my point isn't even about airplanes, forces here and there. It's just that you can fly to the United States, you can fly over the ocean, or you can fly the other way over Asia and end up in the West Coast.
You're missing the point. You're missing the point. The airplane is just dependent on a flat, motionless plane.
But that doesn't have anything to do with my point. I'm just saying you can
I'll
travel.
Make it easier. Yeah, I'll make it easier. I go to the grocery store. I go to the grocery store. I go to Walmart, and then I come home. Now what?
Okay.
What did I prove? What does that do for me?
What do you mean? What I'm saying is...
I drove in a circle. I went to a few different stores. I stopped there, and then I drove home. Now what?
Could someone send a picture? What do you think the Earth looks like a map?
Well, I'm telling you, I drove to certain places, just like you said, you fly to certain places. Now, what does this do for anybody? What does this mean?
No, what I'm saying is, because I think, I accept that the Earth is a globe, I think you can fly around it, is what I'm saying.
Or you can't fly around something else that has a different shape? What's flying around an object have to do with anything?
Send me a map of the world. Let me take a second and look at what.
Have you mapped this out yourself, the whole world?
No, but I
believe
in the globe model. I believe in it.
Right. So you're still basing yourself on a belief that you haven't confirm for yourself, though. I mean, all airplanes do is fly from point A to point B.
Yes.
Right. So, how would that be different? How can you tell the shape of something flying from point A to point B?
No, what I'm saying is you can fly around the planet.
Again, you're making the question, but you could definitely fly around the Earth.
Yeah, you can fly around.
All they do is traverse. They never go from north to south back north. They don't circumnavigate that way. They circumnavigate from east to west or west to east, which that is possible on a flat surface as well.
You're always correcting, adjusting according to the north. So you're spinning in a circle.
I think he thinks if you fly in one direction, like off the coast of America, there's no continents. You just go off into a void of nothing. I think he's got a strange idea, something like that.
Yeah, that's what I thought you would believe, that if you go off the coast,
and
the west coast, or you reach the end of the earth, or the ice wall.
I don't know if you look at Trality TV just posted something about 15 minutes after the hour.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now.
Yeah, so if you go off, any of those coasts, you can just still fly around. And actually, if you look at the way planes fly, it doesn't make sense on a globe. But I digress.
I've actually seen that the emergency landings make 0 sense on the globe Earth, but they fully make sense on the flat Earth. But see,
on the globe,
but trips would take much longer on this map.
Flights.
No, the thing is, you don't understand how the planes fly. You haven't seen a flight of a plane going from, let's say, Asia to United States or UK or whatever. They fly according to them. It's called the Great Circle or what is it called?
Equator?
They fly towards the north and go back down.
Oh. Circumnavigation.
No, it's not called circumnavigation. It's I forgot what it's called.
Oh, when you fly.
Yeah.
Where is Antarctica on this map?
Antarctica is the edges of the map.
South, anywhere south.
Is Antarctica around the whole planet, you think?
Earth is a planet.
Or the whole Earth?
The whole plane. And yes, I do believe so.
We don't know.
Everywhere you go south is Antarctica. Pretty much like on the globe Earth. Anywhere you go south in the globe is Antarctica.
Actually, in reality, any direction you choose and you move forward, straight line, at some point you will end up reaching the south.
Right. You will always head south.
Yeah, even if you head towards north, you're going to cross across the north, and then you're heading towards south.
But on the plane map, wouldn't you hit it if you go west or if you go north?
Well, if you pay the planes with flight, the flights don't make sense on a ball. On a ball, when you fly from west to east, you are actually flying in a straight path, which is curved by the ball. And they say, you don't have to compensate, adjust, tilt your nose down for that curvature and all that stuff. But your north is, let's say, on the right side, because you're flying east to west. And your compass will never change its position. The north will be locked, always to your right side. And you don't need to adjust. But actually, in reality, when you fly, from east to west, you are actually going in a circular path. So you always have to correct the north position if you fly in a straight line. But if you fly in a circular path, then you're holding always the north fixed point. But if you fly in a straight line, your compass will always change the position.
Strange. But
yeah.
What about the electromagnetic field? How does that work on a flat?
How does it work on a ball with a molten core?
Well, yeah, we would love an explanation. Prove that iron nickel molten iron nickel, when you spin them, it generates a giant magnetic field and uniform overall. Like the power of attraction when you are near it is the same like when you are 100 kilometers far away from it. So, yeah.
So in a flat Earth, it will actually work way better than a globe Earth, because if you think about it, North is always in the top on a globe. So when you're in according to you, the globe southern hemisphere, how is it gonna point north if it's under the ball?
It would just point downwards, right?
Right, exactly. On a flat Earth, I mean, if it's flat, with topography or whatever, that would be no problem, because the center will be the north, and everywhere you're at, it would just point towards the center.
Good point.
Are you all religious, or is it?
No.
Religion sucks.
Religion is a man-made construct.
But most people here are religious.
Religion is a man-made construct.
I think so too.
There is definitely believe there is a creator. Somebody created this place, right? But
there could be, yeah.
Right. So
I do not know. But I don't believe in religion.
According to we don't need a religion. Like I said, it's a man-made construct to just, again, like a government, just to govern your mind in a way. But put it like this: in a globe Earth, it stands that nature created itself, and everything comes from nothing, from a singularity or whatever. And you were created from an amoeba. And so everything decided to come from that, and somehow it all came together randomly. But how can you prove that? There's no actual evidence of this. This is just a theory.
Yeah, it is just a theory.
Right. So
because obviously you can't go back that far and conduct. We can't travel back in time and see what actually happened.
Yeah, it's a lot of leap in logic.
I mean, I do believe in a creator. I do believe that the Bible is a truth. But that's what I believe.
But if everyone lies, all these governments, why wouldn't the church lie about Christianity? Why wouldn't the Bible be a lie?
They do lie.
Yeah,
they lie all the time.
So the thing is this: there's the the way there is a creator is pretty much by the genetic code, is information, right? So every genetic code has a ton of information, which your height, I mean, what color your eyes are, pretty much a bunch of the stuff. This information, for all intents and purposes, all we know is that information needs some kind of knower, right? Somehow everything, like plants, everything has to all that has information. And for information to exist, there has to be somebody that knows the information to be able to create it. Other than that, I mean, if you think that information comes by itself, like say a book is information, right? All the libraries are just information. If that means you're thinking that information, those books and all those writings, come together by itself. Have you ever have information that comes together by itself?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
you showed me.
By itself, it was made by humans.
Without information, there has to be some kind of knower, right? Somebody that knows the information to be able to make it that information be readable or understand somehow, right? So somebody has to know the information. Like, in other words, a genetic code is information. If you look this up, this is code. Information is information code, right? So for that to happen, for information to come together, there has to be some kind of knower.
He's basically giving
I disagree, but
he's giving you a parable. If you got a program in your system, it's written by code. There is code behind it, right? It's the same thing with the humans. We're a product of code. We're a product of information. Someone has designed this code. Do you understand? It just doesn't magically appear from nowhere.
Can you show me information that can come together by itself?
I'm sure there are. What do you classify as information?
What do you mean? What do you classify as information?
Yeah, like what is information to you?
Well, I mean, if you listen to the word, it has inform in it, and informer in it, and an informant carries information.
Could fire be information? Could fire be information?
Elbow, I got a question for you, man. You said earlier that you believe religion is man-made. Are you talking about the institutions such as the Vatican and stuff like that?
Yes, Catholicism, Muslims, Pentecostals, all that's religion.
Yes. I'm Catholic. I'm Buddhist.
Can I point out that when, now that I've dumped all of the religious doctrine and all of this other bullshit out of my mind, and I'm reading the Bible myself for the first time in my life, it turns out that nothing like what people think it is what it is.
I agree.
And I say that to say, whether it's real or not, like people say, so how do you know the Bible is right? Because man has used it for nefarious reasons. Well, I mean, it's pretty simple. In there, you have a God that delivers people from slavery. You have a God that instructs you on having a better life. So I don't know which one of the 10 commandments I would want to do away with. Who would I want to kill? Who would I want to sleep with that's too young in age? Who would I want to, I don't know. I don't know which one of those I would give up. Outside of that, it's just examples of how people live their lives with a couple of prophecies and revelations. I don't know how people take that to mean it's the scourge of the religious. Exactly what Alberico said. It's the churches and people's interpretations and saying you have to do. Like, for instance, how many times have I heard, if you do X, Y, Z, you're going to go to hell? Not realizing that hell is actually translated from 3 different meanings. And you can't have one word mean 3 different things, because what's that? That's a, what fallacy is that? Law of identity violation.
This is the thing. I will use the word Jesus because people don't know who Yahusha is. Jesus actually spoke against the man-made traditions which you see today in the churches. He was against it. He was against basically everything you see in the churches today.
But instead of this is exactly how it is in the Flat Earth Globe conversation. Because instead of the people questioning the authority, they question the people pointing this out. And when it comes to the Bible, people say, well, how come all of this bad is being done? They blame it on the Bible when it's actually just the people in authority that they should be looking at, especially because all they have to do is look at the information, just like in Flat Earth, and realize, oh shit, these people are lying. That's not what the information says.
Yeah, I agree.
So let me emphasize, right? We are not here because some book told us that the Earth is flat, right? We are here because the Earth is measurably flat, right? It is not a ball. So the holy books, scripture, is there to look after this, right? So you probably had this notion, or you've been told that every flat earther is a religious zealot, right? He wants to how do you say this? He wants to bring God to everyone, right? He wants to say, well, the Bible is true. This is not true, right? This is, again, another story that they told you about flat earthers, right? I will never use scripture or the Bible to prove that the earth is flat. Never. It's about the physicality of the earth, observable reality, right? We are not living on a ball. And that the Bible doesn't describe the earth as a ball, that's a big plus, right? But nobody here is a religious zealot that wants to convert you to Christianity or whatever, right? That's not the case. We are here because earth is measurably flat, okay? This is not a religious server.
You wouldn't say it the other way around either.
I would say there's both extremes, right? There's people that they follow their practices and they push it upon nobody, and then there's people that follow their practice and they try to push it upon everybody. The extreme exists. You know how many of the extremists that push it on everybody are actually in this server? I do agree. It's very few that are that pushy here.
I mean, see, this is the thing. I think truth prevails in the end. I mean, if you do your own research on the subject instead of taking what people say with faith, I mean, you take what the government and the institutions tell you and you take that with faith, I think you would do yourself a big favor if you actually research it without their biases.
And you know what? And you know what? Isn't it? It's really silly, I think, to say, well, flat earthers claim that the Bible proves that it's flat. And that may very well be true some places, but for me, when I do talk about the Bible, it's to compare the Bible's Genesis story versus the heliocentric Genesis story. That's it. So you can compare them. There's nothing wrong with that. And you're like, okay, this says this. Heliocentrism says this. Okay. So how do you go about determining which is which? Well, that's that measuring bit that we were talking about.
Exactly.
In
fact, matter of fact, there's other ways. Just by observations in astronomy alone, like none of us call that proof, aka evidence from the scientific method, after making a statement, if this, then that, and the null being if this, not that. Outside of that, you can make observations in the sky, such as the cosmic microwave background radiation, and they've said, well, shoot, looks like we're the center if you're looking at that, unless you put another ad hoc explanation on top of Einstein. It simply is just the deeper you look into it, the more you realize there's no avenue of truth there.
Yeah, I think because you told such a big lie, you have to layer the lies, right? Because some people are gonna figure it out. If you only layered like 5 lies on top of each other, a great deal of people, I believe, would figure it out. But if you layer 1,000 lies on top of each other, everybody's screaming at each other about the same lies, and no one's ever coming to come look for you, the lie teller.
Well, I have to go now. It was very interesting talking to you guys, and I don't think you are crazy. I still believe the planet is a globe, and we have differences, and I respect that. And you can back your claims up, which is great.
One more before you go. I understand you think it's a globe, right? So
Yeah.
Right. There's one of the biggest issues with the globe model is the gas pressure.
Okay.
So how do you have gas pressure without a container, my friend?
Isn't the atmosphere a container?
That is gas. It's actually an oxymoron because atmosphere has no shape or doesn't have any molecular bonds, so it cannot be a shape. Gas, the atmo.
Basically, gas can't contain gas is the argument, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm not an expert, but I gotta go now.
If when you come back and you find me some demonstration of gas containing gas or having gas pressure without a container, that would be awesome.
Probably not, but if I have time, we'll see.
Yeah, it would. You would never find it because that would be a violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
Okay. Well, nice talking to you guys. Gotta go.
See you, man. Have a good one.
Later, bud.
See ya.
He was half honest.
Yeah. He's pretty. Probably not. Yeah, of course he can't.
I mean, again, not to belabor the point, but you have the story of the Genesis story in scripture, and then you have the Genesis story in the book of Zohar or the Kabbalah, which is said to be just as old, right? 2,000 years old or whatever. I don't know. So why hasn't anyone? Because Michio Kaku says, yeah, it's crazy how this book knew what the universe was before we thought about it. Basically, he's saying that's their scripture, because it describes their universe. And I'm like, well, has anyone read that book? You think that the scripture is silly, but that scripture is totally makes sense. They don't. Whatever. Like believers don't read the Bible, and believers don't read the Book of Zohar either. Like they just don't read. No one reads anything. So it's bothersome.
But that's the point. That's why they make the book so long, Elijah. They know what they're doing.
Not only that, man. It's that they even if they read it, sir and Elijah, is that they've been shown something different, right? But the images and whatnot. So they'll take it as, there were those people who didn't have the capacity or whatever to understand what was there.
Yeah, pretty much.
I like that excuse when you tell somebody, well, so somebody dug up all these stones to make all these megalithic structures and they never found dinosaurs. They said, well, they just couldn't figure it out that they were actually dinosaurs this whole time. They kind of thought they were dragons and cyclopses. Yeah, sure.
Tall tales.
Yeah.
Have you guys asked yourself why they're lying?
Yeah,
not a long time.
Yeah,
in the beginning I did, but not anymore. I just accept liars once I figure out the lie. I'm just like, oh no, he's lying. I don't care what anyone else thinks. He's lying.
I never thought to question that, to be honest. As soon as I saw a few contradictions and I saw a bunch of lies, I knew it's pretty clear. A list of reasons of why they would lie. It didn't really cross my mind too much until other people brought it up.
Yeah, I feel you. It is what it is.
I just look at the explanation of when I don't remember if I heard it from the Twitter proofs by Eric DeBay, or it's pretty much when like when they went to Antarctica, right? And then they let's say finally or container. They couldn't go past that way. They tried to see how high it was, right? And then they also started digging. So what happens to an animal, a caged animal, when they find, like the edge or something? They try to look for the boundaries, and that's what it's. I mean, the way the whole, because when I went through the history, the way it played out, it's like, dude, like they found something in those locations, and they were like, okay, let's see how high we could go. Oh, okay, let's see how far we could go down, and they started looking for their boundaries. And why they lie? I mean, I have no idea why, but could you imagine everybody find out, okay, we can't go past this area? Everybody will try to go, well, I want to go see how far we could go.
Of course.
Well, time out. Why is anyone... Sorry, go ahead, brother.
No, go ahead.
I mean, the answer is simple for me because it's in almost every movie ever that has to do with a government or a superpower. And the point is, while they're moving forward with their plans, not only do they not want resistance, but they need bodies to put forth the energy to help their dreams be realized. That's it. That's it. Why is all of the... Yeah, well, yeah, I mean...
I think they explain it pretty good in Men in Black. And when Will Smith asks why don't they tell the people, because they people are smart, yada yada yada. And what was his answer?
But I posed myself this question. I almost wondered, would I tell people? Because I thought about like the fallout of that, right? Someone that like his mind isn't fully developed, that's going to be frustrated and violent, like guns in his hand, pitchforks, knives, fires every day. You know what I mean? Think about it for a sec. You want to tell that person the gravitas of the lie when he probably can't even reconcile the lie. Now he just be believing me. You know what I mean? Instead of believing them. But if I'm telling you like, oh yeah, they're all lying, and I'm mad, now you're mad because I'm mad. But you didn't even think for yourself to get yourself to the place where you could figure it out for yourself, which is the whole process in the first place. Because should you be able to figure it out for yourself, you kind of shed the anger part, right? You're like, all right, I figured this thing out, but I'm just glad that I'm smart enough to use my brain and figure things out. That means I can figure other things out in life. I don't got to worry about somebody else lying to me. Someone that can't figure it out, they're just going to be frustrated. And imagine not 7 billion, but let's say 6 billion frustrated people that are just angry all day. It's literally going to be hell on earth.
I mean, this is how I view it. The reason why they're lying is that they have an agenda. And what is this agenda? If you look at the things they've been pushing in pseudoscience, it relates to Genesis. They have the creation story, the Big Bang. They have the origins of humanity, evolution. They're hiding the globe Earth. So why are they doing this? Why are they pushing this narrative? They're pushing basically the same narrative that Genesis is doing, but they're excluding God in it.
Everything builds off of that idea too. Everything falls apart when you don't have a ball.
I see it as like I forgot the name of. Oh, I remember. There was this game I used to play in like 2nd grade or 3rd grade called Labyrinth, where you put like a metal ball in the beginning of the maze, and then there were 2 dials on the side. You have to like tilt it left and right, and then forward and backwards. And there were like holes across this entire intricate maze you had to get through and get to the end. And it's like, I just feel like they created a labyrinth game for all of us. And some people make it to the end, some people can't. You know what I mean? And I'm like, I didn't create the game, so I can't stop the game. You know what I mean? Like I can only observe it.
Yeah. Well, what I've observed is that they have placed thistles and thorns around the truth. And
yeah, of course.
And these elites, they have their own religion. I mean, they're worshiping the Lightbringer. And I think that is their agenda. That is where their agenda starts.
Sure.
Not only that, I think about this.
Think about the people in the server, right? Like even us, like when we come together and we debate topics, we can see who's being intellectually honest. We can see who's kind of, trying to like profess shit. You see who gets angry quickly. We see all of these things just from our own time in the server. What if what's going on here is just a bigger server and like they've all come to certain realizations that maybe I haven't come to yet or you haven't come to yet. I'm not on their side. Don't worry. I'm still fucking pissed as fuck, but I'm just trying to get my head around what the fuck is going on here,
I put myself in their shoes, government wise, right? Let's put it like this.
Mm-hmm.
You've realized, right? Okay, there's their Earth is flat, right? They go to Antarctica to realize yada yada yada, right? They say, okay, if we come out with the truth, there's gonna be a holy war, religious war. Pretty much, everybody's gonna be like fighting. Oh, the religion. This religion is true. This religion is true. Yada yada yada. Not only that, then they're gonna be like, us as government are gonna be thrown down the drain. There's gonna be more. Go ahead.
You know what's gonna happen? Like all of that's like that's us sifting through our ideas here. Right. Ultimately, what I think it is we realize we're in an enclosed area. And
I was going to say this.
Yeah, even if we were like, okay, well, my God is the God, your God is the God. Well, fuck that. We need to go. We need to go find out right now. All of us.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and not only that, I mean, that's what I'm saying. There will be a holy, like, religious war. I didn't say holy world, but world war. But it's really a religious. Catholics will be like, no, we are the church. Yada yada yada. Then there's gonna be the government is gonna be like, yeah, no, you can't govern us. You can't. We're not gonna go by what you say. We're gonna go by whatever religion wins, practically in a way. And that's pretty much. I think that was the fear, yada yada. The government's fear, like, oh, we're gonna be thrown down, we won't be able to govern, and people are gonna be blah 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 blah.
Well, I want to say this: imagine how many people would freak if they knew they were in an enclosed system. How many people would absolutely lose their mind just from thinking about that?
Oh yeah.
Dude, when my mom found out, I mean, when I brought it to her and she was already looking into it, she was, because she's claustrophobic. It's like, oh my God, all that water. We're really close. I feel like I can't breathe. she was freaking out.
Even though there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, exactly. And she's like, oh yeah, but you know what, man? God created it. Yeah, but it was funny at first when she first came onto the realization that we're enclosed.
You said it was funny?
Yeah, it was funny for me. I mean, just her going through the whole steps of realization.
Yeah, my mother still hasn't come to grips with it yet. She's definitely scratched her head enough to be like, this guy's making some good points here, but I can tell like she's just so entrenched, she's not coming out. She's like 67 now, so yeah, it's not happening.
Wait, there's a barrier there, right? So you have people that figured out, that should know, that can know, that would eventually know this. Then you have this other group of people that could never know this, should have never known this, but somehow found out about it by means that they never wanted to find out. Now those are the people that are going to absolutely lose their mind, think they're completely trapped, and absolutely just try and get out of here. They're gonna go nuts. Those are the people being protected from, in a sense.
Their chest. They're strapping C4 to their chest. They're taking out every fucking major building that exists. I don't want to be around while they're doing it.
Those people.
You know what it is that is the causal agent for someone waking up, because my mom is almost 70. When I told her, she was like, she had that bewildered look on her face, and that's the face that is thinking. Like, she's like, okay, my son is always, he's looking into. He doesn't just say shit that he doesn't. If I challenge him on anything, he'll spend 6 hours showing me evidence. So there must be something to this. And then I'm like, Mom, every chance you get, you talk to me about the Bible and how I'm supposed to, read the word and blah, blah, blah. Well, you know, the one reason that I didn't believe it, the story of Genesis, you know why? Because the school that I had to go to taught me that was BS when they taught me the heliocentric model. Both things can't be true, Ma. You can't all on one earth watch Jesus come from the sky if it's a ball.
Impossible.
And she's like, I don't understand it, but I'm with you. Fuck it. You know?
Yeah, my mother's a bit of a Bible banger as well. But like, I was never one of those kids that like spoke her ear off. Like I would just let her think whatever she wants to think, and I'd just go outside, play with my friends, and I'll talk to them about whatever topic is on my mind. So she never got used to me being extremely vocal. You know what I mean? Like that was always like for work or for play. But in my house, I was like completely stoic, completely to myself. I never said shit. When I came to her with this, she was like, "Are you okay?" I was like, for once, just listen. So imagine.
Yeah, and that's pretty much what I told Elijah. That's what I told my parents and my dad. Especially he's a pastor. He's like, look, it's the first book is wrong, and the whole thing is wrong. How can you trust it?
Your dad is a pastor.
Yeah, my dad does still. It was crazy. My dad is not together. My dad's a pastor. My mom isn't. But my mom was able to accept the truth first. My dad still has it. My dad's still struggling with it. I'm like, how do you explain deferment? Where did it go? And it's like, whoa, it was just yada yada. He tried to, and I went through Genesis. Look, this is this. I went through the whole thing, and in the end, he kind of was upset, and he, when I first saw my dad went kind of crazy. I thought he was gonna, start swinging or something.
How does he view it today? Is there any progress?
When he went to a trip to Puerto Rico, from Puerto Rico to the Dominican Republic, you could see the lights from at night from one place to the other, and that's 70 miles. And I explained to him, this is impossible, and it kind of opened him up a little bit. He still thinks I'm crazy. It's crazy. And my brother also, he actually, he as soon as I started telling him, he opened his eyes like, whoa, that's true. Yeah, and and my brother, me and him, we were speaking to him, but he still is a little bit they still believe in the images.
Yeah, I see. Honestly, I think it's pretty easy to debunk the NASA images because you can actually see that it's not only the ball which curves, it's also the objects around it.
Right. I haven't been able to sit with them. I actually tried to speak to them once, all through a Facebook chat. My dad just started, it's going off on me, and he's trying to say my house nuts and some shit. It was funny. I was like, okay, whatever. You don't want to speak about this, I won't speak to y'all again about it. I want to be, delusional. Go ahead. I pretty much gave up on them and just started tweeting to everybody else. I talked to my cousin. My cousin, first week he was like blah. Then when he started looking into, because he's this COVID code arena thing, set everybody down. So he was able to search into it, and my cousin like 3 weeks after, yo. He's been searching. He's always been sending me stuff. Actually, he saw a clip in TikTok of his Witsit with McToon. He's like, I need to find the full link, and I send him the link. He's like, thanks, bro. It's
actually
it is a lot of information, though. I try to take that into account. I try to see things in terms of like ability to like read something, understand what it's saying, and then capacity. Like, how much can you read? You know what I mean? How much can you read and digest and put it all together and hold it in your mind at the same time? Yeah. And it's like sometimes I get frustrated because of someone else's lack of capacity or ability. But I'm like, what can I do with that? I was like, I could just hope you would take the time, because I know you could if you wanted to, but if they haven't dedicated the requisite time and effort to build that capacity or ability, they're just going to make themselves frustrated. You know what I mean? So what do you do?
Honestly, man, my aunt's husband, he always used to say that all these holidays in Christianity is pagan. He also used to say that the earth is flat. We all always looked at him like he was some kind of like crazy person. But today, when I look at him, I actually see a genius.
That's rare.
Yeah, I'm going to have to chalk this up as one of the topics I shall never forget for the rest of my life. Go figure. This one's a doozy.
There's a certain jump someone has to make where they have to accept that they can't actually know the answer.
I agree.
And a lot of people, it's too uncomfortable to take that jump, so they don't bother. Because they think of solutions, and then they know that there's no answer before they've even looked into it.
And it's funny that's I think that's one of my biggest problem with my dad, right? Is because he actually like brought this up. He's like, well, scripture says that science, the knowledge of people will increase. So what are you saying? We didn't learn all these new things and yada yada. I think that's really the problem. That the lack of not wanting that, not knowing. I mean, the not knowing is his biggest problem. Like he doesn't want to say that he doesn't know. It's
the fear of not having an answer. There's got to be a phobia or a word for that.
Exactly.
They don't want to be
like
wrong.
The whole depth versus breadth thing, right? So we can focus our minds and we can get very deep on granularity of a topic and like making sure we root out all the assumptions. We can go deep on a very small part of a topic or subject matter. But someone else, because they're being handed such a wider breadth of knowledge of like, look, we have all these answers for you. They've already figured out. Like, you can shred anybody in a debate. You can have 100 things to say, but maybe that breadth isn't as good as just like the small depth. You know what I mean? Because maybe my small depth, I get to one point that's rock solid. I'm like, oh no, I'm standing on solid ground right now. But it's like, I had to let go of that breadth first. You know, I had to let go of thinking more answers is better than one good answer. One good answer is always better than a million shitty answers or what I think are good answers that I can't prove.
And we're tasked with we're not just telling people the earth is flat. They already know. Now we're tasked with undoing what they think it is. So that's why when people come in here, the first thing I do is ask them, what do you want from me? Oh, I just want to know, okay, let me let you know that there's some answers that are out of my purview. There are answers that I just don't have. Now, if you're asking me what my position is, it's not X, Y, Z, and yada, yada, yada. But this is what it is. Now, based on what I've told you, you can ask your question. So whenever they want to try to straw man, or it's like, well, if you're going to straw man me, I can't educate you on what I think. And I don't want this to turn into some devolving conversation where it's very stressful for you and I. So let's just end it. Maybe you can find answers elsewhere. And it kind of gives them pause and they're like slowed down and they're willing to listen.
You prefaced it. So you said like, hey, this is going to be a problem we're going to have in the future. But if you don't let it become a problem, it won't be a problem. And then they can almost like see it creeping up in their own head. So like where you might say, I don't know the answer to something. And they're going to say, aha, see, I knew you didn't know. But remember, I told you I would not know all the answers. So now they have to start to question, is the answer that you don't know logical for you to not know? And should they act like they know it? Because then you kind of get over that hurdle together.
I found the phobia.
Yeah,
xenophobia, I think is what it's called.
Yeah, somebody put it in the live stream voice text.
That's interesting how people... Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. It's literally a disorder.
Oh, there was this guy in here yesterday called Dolan. I don't know if you guys caught him. Did you guys meet Dolan yesterday?
No.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, he was so intelligent, I thought. But he shared the video that I posted. The moon is a reflection of a gigantic Earth. And I watched it this morning, and I was blown away.
Moon man?
Blown away. Because I've contemplated the moon quite a bit, and I never really had a good answer in my mind. And so far, this has been probably the most intriguing I've come across.
So it's like connecting the dots. The dots are there, but no one knows how to connect them. They always connect them in their own way.
Yeah. Remember, it's just one guy's interpretation, but I think he did a pretty good job. And you can tell from his voice, like he's done research. You know, I looked at his website. I mean, his YouTube page. He's got a lot on there, but you know, I've just taken a look at a couple of things so far.
You're talking about the AWAR, Anon, or whatever. Is that what you're talking
about? Yeah, that's the guy.
Can you post his channel?
I've kind of seen a couple of TikTok videos, and I haven't really paid attention to it, but it seems interesting.
It's interesting.
The crater one?
Yeah, it's a lot of speculation, but chew the meat, spit out the bones.
Have you guys seen the crater one though? The crater one's just crazy, and I don't like how many coincidences there are, but it's just as, I don't know what you'd call it. It's too many coincidences for it to be nothing.
Exactly. It's interesting, at the least.
Yeah, at the very least, it's like, wow, what am I looking at?
Mm-hmm.
But lots of times we can look at things and associate them with other things because they might be similar, but it may not be a direct correlation between the two. But it is a good thought experiment.
Yeah, and I think the thing is, like, you know, just reserve the judgment for as long as you can, and like try to just consume as many different inputs as you can, and then the one that kind of like keeps coming back up as like a point of reference, or like, you know, somebody else brings forth a point to you didn't think about as well, and like it strengthens one particular position. You know, that's where I would like dive in and do more research on that part. But in the beginning, I just kind of like just consume inputs, stay neutral, and just try to like, you know, not let my emotions lead me anywhere. Just kind of see like what is the data itself saying.
You seen the APM, the Angelic Pyramid Matrix? That one's really interesting too. I don't think it makes sense. It's really weird. So like one of the biggest like, I don't know, I guess evidence is what you would call it, somewhat in a sense. I wouldn't call it that. He said Little Diomede and Big Diomede are two little islands, you know, the one from Russia and one from America, and they're 7 miles apart from each other, but they get completely different amounts of sun. There's like a discrepancy, the time and how much sun they get, and they're only 7 miles apart, but in between them is a time, whatever it's called, the time zone line. So it's a different time zone from one island to the other, but there's a discrepancy in how much sunlight one gets over the other. And this guy is basically saying that the map that we know of is actually the way it seems, with Alaska on the far left side, Russia on the other side. And it doesn't come around to connect to the other.
What are the islands that you're talking about? Where
Little and Big Diomede, Diomede, I think is how it's spelled. There wasn't much evidence, but it was interesting what he was saying. The rest of it was, but I never heard anybody talk about these islands and the sunlight. It's the first time I've ever heard somebody talk about it.
Sounds like he's promoting kind of the Pac-Man Earth map. Is that kind of what he's going at?
I haven't heard of that one, but
kind of like where in Pac-Man, if you go through the left side portal, you come out back on the right side portal. Is that?
Oh no, he wasn't. No, not like you go out one side, you come out the other. He's saying how we say there's continents or could be land outside of what we know of. He's saying, well, that land that we don't know of is actually the others on the other side of that island that we call Russia, but it's not actually Russia. There's another land mass beyond there. And Russia's on the complete other side. It's interesting. I don't know how legit any of it is. I think it's starting from not a very good foundation at all.
So basically what he's saying is eastern Russia, if you cross from Alaska into eastern Russia and you continued to head west, you would never actually connect with the actual continent of Russia. You're actually on some other landmass.
Correct. Russia's actually on the far eastern side. They like the maps that show Alaska on the far left and Russia on the far right. He's saying like that's actually how the Earth is. That's what he says. And he shows how the flight patterns go north and then down. That's his idea of how flights work. Like, so you're going to go from North America to Russia, you'd go north over a certain area and come back down, almost like a horseshoe every time.
I feel like people have traversed from like Moscow through Siberia and over to eastern Russia and then on to Alaska to disprove this, but I'm not sure.
I think
it seems like wild speculation.
It is. I just thought it was interesting how someone could draw this much out of just the idea that these two islands have a discrepancy in data between how much sunlight they receive. Maybe I can find it. Oh, I think I found it. I'll link it.
Hello, guys. Do you remember me? I forgot one question I had. Hello?
Yeah, what's up, Cole?
So I have one last question, and how is it possible for a plane to fly around the world and end up at the same point, from point A to point A, by just flying straight?
So again, what we were talking about when the circumnavigation is always from east to west, right? They've never done it from north to south to north again. So when you
explained it, buddy. Oh, sorry, yes.
Okay. So when you're going from east to west, you're always adjusting, because your compass always points north. So you're always adjusting. So you'll I think there's can somebody post a meme? There it is. Look at what Hader put. Hyder? Sorry, I'm cleaning your name. At 51 minutes after the hour. Look at the GIF.
Yeah. But still, like, doesn't that mean the pilot has to adjust the plane?
You always adjust no matter what to north. How do you travel the earth with the compass, right? I mean, if you're flying. Usually these go from point A to point B, but you always adjust for north.
But never for curvature.
Yeah, never for the curvature of the earth.
Some long distance, he need to put nose down, who knows how much, 3 miles, 4 miles? On 270 miles, he need to put down nose for 3 miles. 1,000 miles, I don't know. A lot. And now take the fighters, not the commercial airplanes. How they have speed like 2,000 kilometers per hour, and how much they need to put nose down to not go to the space.
But I don't really buy the GIF, because that would require the pilot to adjust the plane.
Yeah, well, I mean, how far did they fly?
Which one?
I mean, how far did they fly? They don't traverse the whole Earth in one flight.
No, but I read about this plane, Rutam Voyager, who was flying around the whole planet. It has been flying. It was the first aircraft to fly around the world without stopping or refueling.
Without stopping?
And it was just flying in a straight line. And it ended up at the same place.
But what direction did it fly at? Do you know?
I think you're confusing a straight line with an east or west heading. East or west headings, if you're keeping your compass to the east or west to head in an easterly or westerly direction, you're constantly adjusting to the north.
Well, even on a ball, you never fly in a straight line.
A straight line, if you look due east or due west, and you literally walked or flew in a straight line due west, never correcting for a compass correction at all, but kept a dead heading, you would always wind up heading south, no matter where you're at.
Well, I don't think the pilot was adjusting his direction at any point of this flight.
Do they have compasses on the plane for navigation?
Hey, Cole,
if do they have compasses? Let me see.
Navigate the same.
If you look at the image that I posted now, like there you can see a straight line due east from 50 degrees north on a globe, and you basically end up crossing equator and heading south. So you have to adjust, like if you want to circumnavigate, you have to adjust for east or west, but like airplanes never like navigate by compass, they go by waypoints, so they don't really think about that because they just think about the next waypoint in their flight route, basically.
No. Okay. So you think they are adjusting based on the compass, and the compass is
No. Airplanes fly by basically GPS or by basically navigation, like by coordinates, right?
Yeah,
so they
but this
just
plane,
fly to the next.
This was already in 1986. The first aircraft to fly around
which
the
heading?
whole
Do you know
planet.
which heading? Was it going north south or was it going west east? Do you know?
I think north to south.
Yeah, because if you really look into those, all of those are really sketchy. Look at the flight routes, like basically like circumnavigating Earth east to west. Like tens of thousands of people have done it. Like it's super easy, anybody can do it. But like south north, there is only like 4 people who is alleged to have done it, and they are all kind of sketchy, and their stories are sketchy. Just look into it. Like I'm aware that they say that it has been done, but yeah, check it out for yourself.
Yeah, but I believe in
come back up.
I believe in this. I believe in this one evidence. I do.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you do.
That's 4 people circumnavigating and 1 billion people navigating east planet. That you believe.
Again, regardless of the flight, man, you don't have the container, my guy. In other words, what's containing the gas on Earth, my friend? I keep asking you this.
Yeah, the gas by particles.
Yeah, but it's
by the atmosphere.
Again, the atmosphere. Again, it's an oxymoron. Atmo is gas. Gas can contain gas.
Yeah, that's the largest problem. You're saying that the gas is containing itself. So it's basically just saying that, okay, you're the outer gas, you're going to contain the rest of us. Like, how does that work?
I'm not a specialist, but I will look into it and I will supply you with the evidence.
Yeah,
gas pressure.
Yeah, please do. Show me how the second law of thermodynamics can be violated.
Yeah, I don't think it is violated though.
It would be because if there's gas pressure on Earth, and then you're saying there's a vacuum, that's a lower pressure, right? The second law of thermodynamics dictates that the entropy will happen. The high pressure will move into lower pressure, into equalizers, meaning all the infinite vacuum you have, all the gas on Earth will definitely vanish.
Makes sense.
Do not say G.
Well, if he says G, he will have to show me scientific evidence of G.
Yeah.
You don't believe in gravity? Or
can I ask you a question after that?
Go ahead.
Sorry, please. Can I ask you a question after your question?
No. Go right ahead. Did you go ahead and he said gravity?
Can you Can you believe in something what is never proven?
Yeah. Well.
Yeah.
You can, of course.
Yeah. Okay. And that will be belief only.
Right.
Nothing else.
So, can you tell me what gravity are you talking about? What do you think gravity is? Define gravity for me.
Oh, thank you.
Hello, my headset died.
Sorry. Okay, can you define gravity for me? What gravity you believe in?
Are you saying there's different?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you didn't know that, then yeah. If you didn't know, there's 2 definitions of gravity.
Okay, well, I believe in Newton's laws.
Right. So the one that has been debunked 106 years ago by Einstein.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Einstein's pretty much destroyed
160 years ago.
106 years ago. 106 years ago.
Yeah, it doesn't apply in outer space.
It doesn't apply anywhere.
Oh my gosh.
It doesn't apply anywhere. They've been debunked. Newton mass attracting mass. The force of gravity is no longer. They're now using Einstein's gravity as a effect, not a force, and not the cause is an effect. So if you don't have a force, you're thinking that gravity is a force, but it isn't.
No, it's like bending the space.
Right. So bending it conceptual.
Bending space. Let's go. Let's go.
Ouch.
What's that?
Stupid idiots.
Yeah, trolling.
Hey, what's up, India? You want to take it from here?
Who is that? Does anyone know the name? Yeah, there he is.
Let's go.
Uwu calling the caterpillar. Uwu.
Gone.
Bye-bye.
I don't waste time. They're gone.
They sure accomplished
Do you guys own any stocks related to space flights or space?
Yeah, actually I do. Why?
Just curious.
It makes you money. Why not?
Lies are profitable.
It's profitable. Of course. But I don't condone to it.
Are you a hypocrite?
No, I'm making money. That's what I'm doing.
Are you a moron, dude? You ever heard of the company Theranos? And Elizabeth Holmes? She's on trial right now for fraud.
That's a great one. Yeah, her whole company was a fraud. Fraudulent.
Yeah, and it just took time to get caught. Then there's the company.
Sooner or later, it's going to happen, Cole.
Yeah, I am saying that. They're frauds.
So you're saying that
always come out.
eventually people will find out the truth. Eventually.
Yes, 100%.
Eventually everyone will be aware that the planet is... Or
They're
the
aware
Earth
now.
is flat.
Oh, no, there's
They're
a lot
aware
of
now.
people aware now. They just don't do anything about it because they can't. It's so
they're aware
solidified
now.
right now.
What has everybody experienced, dude? They're aware now. They just they just believe something else. I mean, people believe a lot of things contrary to what their personal experience is all the time. They believe they have a girlfriend, but they actually don't. She's boning everybody on the block.
Cold. I understand.
Like 80,000 of them.
I understood from the last sentence that bending of space-time, stopping the gas to go into the vacuum. Is that true?
Yeah, there you go.
No. Or yeah.
No or
yes.
yeah?
Yes, it's due to gravity. Yes. Which is a result of bending of space, which is Einstein's work.
Oh, here's another fucking evangelist. Why are you here? Because I got an evangelist. You know, you guys remember Burning Man. He's been in my inbox since yesterday, since I showed him the Black Swan, showed him the Sexton, and we went through the second law with him. And he's like, admittedly, I don't know much about those things. Gravity too, by the way. I don't know about those things, but I do know that I've worked with satellites for 10 years. I'm like, congratulations. You're no different than the space, the Hubble director. Congrats. I don't care. Why are you telling me?
Yeah, Elijah, but he has questions. But he actually also has legitimate questions. But of course, he's going to defend what he thinks he knows. But,
I don't believe that. I don't believe that. Time out. I don't believe that. Because if he's here to tell us what we already know, no, thank you. But if he wants information from us, we can do that.
Yeah.
So are you telling me that you want to talk to someone who doesn't want information?
No, well,
we've gone through this conversation.
The thing is, Elijah. Well, I mean, we've gone with everybody else. We haven't gone through it with him. So
I've gone through it with you guys before.
I understand that, but I'd rather speak to somebody, a Glober, here and let the audience hear the information again, over and over again, than just speaking to us. You know,
was my question invalid? So you didn't. Why is he here? Is my question.
I like that.
What exactly it is.
First, unless you missed it, he came in with a question about circumnavigating.
Okay.
And we answered the question, and then I told him regarding circumnavigation, the issue you have still with the globe is the gas pressure without a container, and then he went into gravity. So
you're offering up information that he doesn't want.
Right.
Guys, it's his answer. Remember, he said Newtonian, and then he changed it to Einsteinian, so he doesn't know his own answer.
Exactly, because I was going to point that out. Thank you. Because he said he thought it was Newtonian, and then when we told him that's debunked, now he changed it to Einsteinian. He thinks this is bending in space-time, but then he said due to gravity.
So why is he here then if he doesn't even know his own answers? I like Elijah's question.
That's fine. We all were there one time or another. We didn't know the answer. We spoke out.
Bullshit.
Bullshit my ass.
I didn't say. Well, I didn't fight it. Okay. Did you fight it?
Well, yeah, I did. I mean, where everybody would fight.
What specifically did you fight? Give me a bit of information someone gave to you concisely that you could understand that you were like, no. Tell me that someone told you you can have gas pressure without a container and you were like, fuck that. Tell me that.
I said, well, gravity. When I didn't know that gravity couldn't contain gas. That when I thought gravity was a force.
Because no one told you yet. But when they did, then what?
We just explained it to him. I mean, and he's still, of course, going to fight it because he's not going to take our word at hand because nobody actually gave him where is the scientific method.
No, he did take our word, though. When we said it's been debunked, he went straight to Einstein. Like a
we pointed out. Well, he didn't even know there was two different definitions of gravity when I asked him.
Yeah, he flipped like a light switch.
Well, yeah, because we told him there's Einstein, so now he thinks it's Einstein.
Yeah, I never did that.
So then, okay, so fine. Continue.
I feel like I'm back in high school again.
You know what? Last time we had maybe 2-3 times. Remember when I was showing you guys the sun observations? It happened around that time. I remember because I was on a train. I was on the one train at 72nd Street, and I was saying the same shit. And then 30 minutes later, I came back, and you guys said, "Yeah, you were right." So I'm gonna sit back and wait up 40 minutes where other actual people who actually want to actually reach us, I'm gonna watch them come and go as you guys are talking to this guy, and I hope I'm wrong 30 minutes from now.
I mean, if there's somebody else here that you think that you could definitely interrupt.
No. You said you wanted to talk to this guy.
You want me to leave, sir?
Or no, I don't. I want you to continue your conversation. I want to be proven wrong today.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't know why you changed your answer so fast when you didn't even know it to begin with.
About Einstein?
No, I don't know why you changed it, though. Why, when you were told that it was Newtonian, was debunked, why you instantly flipped like a light
I forgot about Einstein. That guy is old and dead, you know. So is Newton.
Newton was old before Einstein.
Of course, he died a virgin.
Well, if you say so.
Yeah.
Nice story.
You guys have something in common.
Anyway, back to the subject of Earth.
Do you have anything other than concepts? Do you have any demonstrations? Experiments?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, you do? So you have gas pressure without a container experiment?
Due to gravity, yes.
An experiment, I said something other than concepts. That's a concept.
Oh, people in space, 500 plus people in space have been to space.
Okay,
Are they all lying? Are they all lying?
Concept. Somebody, I don't know, are they?
Can you validate this?
We're going to determine, this is how we're going to determine whether they're lying. This is how we're going to determine whether, they're lying. They're going to make a claim, and we're going to test that claim against reality. Okay?
Right.
So can we have gas pressure without a container?
Yes.
So if they said they walked on the surface of the sun, are they lying? Are they all lying? Use your head. We know you can't walk on, it's supposed to be 1,000,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Shit.
They aren't saying
they'd be lying, right?
They aren't saying that. Are they?
They're claiming something just as preposterous. Gas pressure out of the container is just as preposterous.
Why? Gravity.
Because that's an idea. So prove it with an experiment.
I'm sure someone much smarter than me could.
I always say that.
Huh?
You keep saying that every time you're backed into a corner. You don't actually ever have an answer.
Well, do you expect me to conduct this experiment right here in front of you?
No, Cold. You can post it. The person
Hold on, Sasha. Yeah, keep interrupting India.
Yeah.
Cold. Please have a conversation.
So we can actually do the experiment to show that it's not possible. Right? So gas is supposed to be held from the vacuum to the surface of the Earth because of gravity. So if I get a vacuum tube and I insert gas into it, it should all settle to the bottom, right?
Can you repeat that?
Grabbing is holding it down away from the vacuum, right?
Holding what down? What did you say?
The gas. The air.
Yeah. But some gas is lighter than other gas, of course.
Well, I'll just use regular gas. I'll get a scuba tank I'll get a cylinder. I'll evacuate all the gas. I'll insert a little bit of the air from the scuba tank into this vacuum chamber. The Earth is going to hold the gas to the bottom of the vacuum chamber against.
No. There's something called entropy.
Yes, and
yeah, the molecules will move inside this container.
Yes, and they will fill the available volume, so they reach thermodynamic equilibrium, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So you're saying that doesn't happen now. Which one is it? Does it happen or does it not happen? Because we're saying this is what happens.
The Earth is a lot heavier.
We're using the Earth because we have a vacuum. We have a vacuum chamber on Earth.
No.
the Goldberg standard. No. Listen, we can disprove this with an experiment. Okay.
I think you guys are spending too much time on this.
Now you're going to talk
matter.
Did you seriously just say no?
That's an ad hominem. Please refrain. Excuse me, just a point of moderation. That was an ad hominem.
You guys
please chill out.
Here's what it was, Elijah. It's still this. It's the same thing, man. You had a concept. You don't have the experiment. Show the experiment that falsifies your concept. So now you want to talk about us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Proved Elijah right.
No.
Yeah, he fucking did.
Cold. That table's 48 by 48. Oh, no, it ain't. Carpenter's a jerk. Or can't be.
Well, can I ask a question?
Ask me a question.
Well, my bad. It's going to be a question, and then it's going to probably be one follow-up. So it's the Earth's mass. It's the Earth's physicality. I know you went to Einstein. I know you don't believe that. But you think that it's the Earth's massiveness of it, that allows the air to be contained here and not just shift off into space, right?
Yeah.
And we have 14.7 here, right? Pounds per square inch. That's the pressure here.
Mm-hmm.
Here at the surface, anyway. Yeah. Radiant, blah 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 blah. I get it. Okay. Well, what about when there's not a physical body? What if when it's just gas? Do you need a container for the pressure?
Yes.
Okay, my bad. Third follow-up. The Earth's sun, the sun is 340 billion times the pressure of the Earth. What's going on there?
There is a lot of gas there.
Yeah, but what's going on there?
What do you mean?
With the pressure that doesn't have an Earth or anything like that. It's just gas. Well, what's going on there? How does it maintain all that gas and all that pressure in a vacuum?
In a vacuum? There's no vacuum in the sun.
Yo, Alberiqua, I want a box. Because I want a box.
but going back to experiments, have you been to the sun? Can you prove any of this?
Hold on. They claim the sun is in the vacuum. They claim the sun is in the vacuum.
Guys, we have to be intellectually honest here. We need to prove things through experiments, right? You said that yourself. Have you been to the sun? Can you prove anything of what you said? Because you said we see with our eyes that the planet is flat. You said that.
He's talking about the globe.
You have to see things with your eyes for them to be true.
No,
that's my takeaway.
You're ignorant. You're ignorant, dude.
I'm
like
sorry.
Seriously. So when I see railroad tracks converge in the distance, I think they come together. Because I saw them with my eyes, and that's what they appeared to be.
I mean, according to your standards, yeah.
No, that wasn't the standard. Standard is you're saying something causes something else, and cause and effect relationships are determined by experiment.
Yeah, but someone
what something is or isn't is not a cause and effect relationship.
Okay.
It's not a phenomenon. whether it is or isn't, right? So we don't experiment to determine whether my table is 48 inches by 48 inches. That's not an experiment. It's just a measurement, right?
I measure my... Anyway.
So sophistry don't work here. We know all you guys is, all these little tricks. They just don't work.
I have no tricks. I'm new here. I'm a new guy. I'm just trying to learn.
They're debate tricks. They're sophistry tricks.
Right. But when I was here earlier, someone said, when you look at the sun, you see it moving. Therefore, it is moving and not the Earth. Like, what? That's not an argument.
So when you see a car move in front of you, is the car moving or you are?
Depends. I mean, I could be moving, and if I'm moving and the car is standing still, it would appear as moving.
So let's say you're sitting down on a chair, and you see a plane fly over your head. Are you moving or the plane is?
My conclusion would be that the plane is moving because airplanes move.
So if that thing is let's say 10,000 times further away, will you still come to the same conclusion that you're moving or the plane is?
Depends.
Depends? Are you still sitting down in your chair?
Plane. Yeah.
Are you still sitting down in your chair?
No, right now I'm jogging. I'm taking.
No. What I'm asking you, when I gave you the analogy, I was telling you you were sitting down in the chair.
Okay. Yeah.
Watching a plane moving. Is the plane moving or you are?
Probably the plane. That would be my conclusion.
Right. So if it's 10,000 times further, is the plane moving or you are?
The plane would be my conclusion.
Right. But it still looks a lot slower, right? So the same thing with the sun. Is the sun moving or you are? Because all you see is it's traverse the sky from east to west, right? So, and you're sitting down in your chair. You're not moving. So
based on the knowledge I have, I know that the Earth is.
How? How do you have knowledge that the Earth is moving? Who has ever detected? Give me a second. Who has ever detected the movement of the Earth?
Astronauts, for example.
That's a belief.
But they're lying, I guess.
And before astronauts, who was the please? Who was before astronauts?
But if I see the sun moving, it could be either the sun or it could be the Earth.
Who was before astronauts, please?
Who was before astronauts?
60 years, and Earth is rotating like for 4.5 billion years. Let's say who is before astronaut?
Who is before astronaut?
No, who knew this before an astronaut?
Before astronaut.
Some physicist, probably.
Who?
I don't know their name. I haven't met them.
Don't you hear yourself?
No.
Don't you hear yourself? This is completely faith-based. This is craziness. You
I'm
think
the
there's
crazy
some
one.
astronauts somewhere that have made a claim, right?
I told you 1 hour ago.
Can you please stop fucking interrupting me, dude? Yeah, so, listen. You said that you have knowledge that
I have knowledge.
The Earth is rotating. You have no knowledge of that. You have zero knowledge of that. You have a belief of that. You have a belief of that.
No, not a belief. I'm accepting the studies of others conducted.
Okay,
I haven't done any studies myself, but I could if I wanted to, probably.
Tell us one of them. The studies that were conducted.
No, can I tell you about the astronauts that have been to space? Some 500
That's a belief, dude. That is a belief.
Believing
complete strangers told you a story. Literally, complete strangers said they went to a place with fantastic properties, and you believe it.
You don't think they went up in space?
Of course not. It's a fantastic claim. And as Carl Sagan said, extraordinary claims require extraordinary proof.
Yeah. But
so where they say they go is an extraordinary place.
So where do you think they went? Do you agree that they went up in rockets in the sky?
Am I obligated to believe the claims of strangers if they're fantastic?
No. I've never said that. But can I ask you a question?
But that's what you're asking me.
Do you think they went up in rockets at least? Because people have seen that. You can go to the launch site and see
I know.
rockets.
We've seen rockets go up in the air and take a parabolic arc. So what?
So where did they go then, if not to space? To Mars?
Out of sight. That's all you can empirically say is that they went out of sight.
Okay. So all the evidence they have provided, the videos, all of that's green screen, fakey stuff.
Listen, there's live streams of the Loch Ness Monster. So what? Extraordinary claims require extraordinary proof. I'm not obligated to believe the claims of strangers. They come out and said they saw you. Someone comes out and says they saw UFOs. I'm not obligated to believe it. I can require evidence.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I want evidence. Videos are not evidence because they're not falsifiable. And this is why you're even talking about astronauts.
So what kind of evidence would
their
you...
claims are not falsifiable.
Okay. What kind of evidence would you accept from an astronaut?
Space images falsifiable. Can we prove them right or wrong, me or you?
Yeah.
Okay, so tell us how. How do we prove the claims of astronauts wrong?
Wrong.
Wrong. So, because science works, listen, science works by falsification, right? The definition of pseudoscience are claims of theories which are not falsifiable, right? So,
but what kind of proof would you expect from an astronaut?
I want to be able to test their claims.
Like, what evidence do you want from them? What have they not supplied you with?
Listen, I don't have to find their evidence. I don't have to go out and find their evidence. I have to be able to, listen, you think space images are real. How do I test space images to see if they represent reality?
Not all of them, but most.
Well, whatever ones. How do I test them? Tell us the test, the scientific test, any test. How do we test them?
Experiment.
Okay, so how do I test it? So the blue marble image, how do I test that? To tell if it's a representation of reality. How do I test it? How do I test their claims, Ben? Like, imagine they're in court, right? And they made a claim and they got to prove it, right? And they have to provide evidence. Their testimony alone isn't going to be.
Yeah, a lot of the time, video evidence is sufficient. Why is it not in this case?
All right,
Listen,
so hold on.
Hold on, don't stop, because he just said video evidence is sufficient if you have a witness. Where?
Yeah, we have 500 witnesses.
That image. So
we have 500 witnesses who went to space.
India.
And they're claiming the same thing.
List all the astronauts that swore. Dude, there's a standard in the law, right? The standard is, right, sacrifice is to measure credibility. That's why we swear under the penalty of perjury, because your sacrifice will be going to jail if you lie, right? So sacrifice. And just let me finish this point, please.
Okay.
So, list the astronauts that swore under oath that they went to space. All of them. Just list them.
All of them?
None of them. There's not a single human being on Earth that swore under oath they went to space.
They went to space. Yeah, they would admit that under oath. Of course they would.
Okay, so have any of them done that? Have any of them sworn under oath?
I don't think no.
Of course not.
I don't know. That's a strange question, though.
No.
That's a strange question. Why do they have to prove it under oath?
Because
I don't think they've been in court.
Because listen, no evidence gets in court without a witness. Like if I have a photograph,
is not court. This is no court, is it? Science is not a court.
Jesus Christ. Okay, yeah, science is not a court, right?
Yeah.
But you said you're appealing to images.
He said video evidence,
India. Make it into court. Images only make it into court if there's a witness to say, I took this image.
Okay.
So they have to swear under oath that they took that image.
In court, yes. But yes, they're saying, if you ask them, did you take this image? They're going to say yes. That's the same thing.
Okay, but this isn't court, this is science. So I'm going to ask you again. What is the scientific test for images?
For images?
What is the scientific test for images? We're going to take
I don't
whether
believe
they
there is.
represent reality.
I don't believe there is one.
Okay, so it's just a naked claim that someone made that can't be tested, can't be falsified. You can either believe it or not believe it.
They have other types of evidence, of course. Like they don't only have video evidence.
Such as? Okay, so do they have the telemetry data, like the data of like the path they took to the moon, the Apollo? Do they have that?
They probably have a picture of you from space when you're masturbating in your
your
bedroom.
Dude. Surely you can do better than this.
No, honestly, that wouldn't surprise me. Like, what about satellite images? You don't believe in those either?
I'm not.
Are they
testable?
Yeah, Elijah.
No, but did someone go in Microsoft Paint
pinned,
and
you're pinned to the floor, kicking, screaming because you know that you just have a religious belief. That's all
I'm
you have. Is a
religious.
religious belief because you have no evidence that any of it's true. You have no physical evidence any of it's true.
But all of these satellite images, did someone make them in Paint or something?
Actually,
Like
yes,
Photoshop?
Actually, yes, it did. There's
billions of images,
you can
probably.
go to the listen. You can actually.
And they made it with accuracy. Like they painted my car
How do you
outside
know
my
they're
house.
accurate? How would you tell they're not accurate or are accurate?
I mean, they got the color right of my car outside my house.
How do you know?
So, how
They
I
got
know the
color
color of
right
my
your
car?
You think?
Yeah.
Listen, do you really think Google Maps takes images from space of your fucking car?
Yeah.
Yo.
Did you read the caption at the bottom where it says it's like an airplane, like USGS?
No,
You don't
it's
read that
not.
shit?
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not, Indio. Fam, you've never seen the fucking Google trucks drive around taking images of the block, fam? That's why you have a street view, fam?
No, I think he's talking about the aerial. I think he's talking about the aerial view. The aerial
I'm talking about the aerial view.
The bird's eye view.
All right,
Yeah,
fine.
sure.
Plain then. Bam. Oh my, like, yo. What's happening here?
We're talking about the Earth.
And earlier he said he would accept the video images. I was trying to point him to 20 minutes after the hour. I have video images of Bigfoot, by the way. But you
do.
That's that. Yeah, 20 minutes after the hour. Since you accept video images, that's your So anyways, back to
images.
I've seen Bigfoot.
And by the way, okay now. So by the way, Robert Simmons tells you that it is Photoshop because it has to be. That's a direct quote.
Who's Robert?
The one that gave you the blue marble.
Oh, that guy.
The link has been posted.
He's kind of hot when I think about it.
Yeah, I bet you do. You're about to be server muted because now you're just.
I'm sorry.
Just spiraling.
I apologize.
27 minutes after the hour, they posted the link of Robert Simmons, a data visualizer, which grabs data and created a Photoshop image of the globe called the Blue Marble, which was on everybody's iPhone. And what was it, 2007?
Yeah. Because they wanted an aesthetically pleasing picture.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's nice.
Matter of fact, Epic says all it uses is a radio photometer. I forgot what it was, but it's not an actual photo. It's not a photograph. It's actually something that just reads red, bright, and blue colors.
I'm not familiar with this picture.
Yeah, I know.
So I can't really comment.
Yeah, all quote unquote satellites. All they give you is I forgot the name of it. What is the retro? Give me a sec.
But do you think other planets are globes, or do you think
other planets? You haven't even proven that Earth is. You haven't even proven that Earth is a planet to start with.
Okay. But do you think the other bodies in our solar system, such as
There's
Mars,
no solar system.
That thing you saw, infinite vacuum of space, doesn't exist.
But
all you see are lights in the skies. You haven't gone there. Nobody has ever gone there. So how can you tell me what it is?
We have been to the moon. We have sent.
Have you?
No.
So that's a claim. Can you back this up?
We have sent droids to Mars.
Have you?
No.
CGI.
More stories.
Okay,
CGI,
so again, another story.
Listen,
Yeah.
they sent a tinfoil box to the moon.
I have a question, guys. Sorry. You said we sent droid to Mars. Can you demonstrate to me a drone flying in 1% of the atmosphere pressure that we breathe?
What do you mean? How it can be moving?
Mars.
Yeah.
The air on Mars, the air pressure is 1% of what we breathe.
Allegedly.
On
Allegedly.
Yeah, you're entertaining a story.
You're giving me Narnia.
Yeah. Can you show me a drone capable of flying in such a low pressure? Air pressure.
Yes, it has been done.
Really?
In a vacuum chamber.
Speaking of experiments.
Show me.
Yeah.
Zero.
Sure, I'll show you.
That means, you know how much it means. It means 0.14 psi.
Yeah.
0.14 psi. Can you show me that a drone is capable to fly in such air pressure?
It has been done to Mars. That's what.
No, I can show you. I can show you flies, insects.
Okay, so all the pictures from Mars are fake too. Are
Listen. I can show you video with flies in a vacuum chamber.
Video, like the guy said, the videos can be fake.
You didn't let me finish.
Well,
this is an experiment.
He's just being sophist now because he. Hold on. He literally just said, "I don't trust videos," and not half a minute ago he was invoking the Mars rover. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's doing the same thing you're doing. You are using videos as evidence of your claims.
Dude,
videos are apparent.
Everybody calm down. Everybody calm down. Calm down.
My videos are CGI, apparently.
Albericua.
Want a box?
Albericua. You know why this is a problem?
No. Enlighten me.
Because you didn't ask him what the fuck he wanted from you.
He came in with a question.
Can I follow that up?
He came in with a question about traversing planes.
Yeah, but
you didn't address that. We did. But you started a conversation with someone who isn't interested, and this is the result. I keep telling you.
Can I
I see. This is the point. Elijah's question. The first thing was why you are here. Now it's the point to ask again.
Well, can I expand on this really quick? Why?
That's the only point.
Let me ask this: why are you giving us answers that you're making up?
Yeah.
Me?
On the spot, yes. You're making up an answer on the spot to explain something to us. Us knowing that the answer you're giving us is made up.
Give one example of me doing this. Do you have an example of me doing this?
Yeah, your gravity was really easily spotted.
Oh. Well,
really easily spotted right away.
Mantra words, but
I go with the flow. What can I say?
Huh?
Yeah, so he makes shit up on the fly.
No, I'm just saying, what's the purpose of giving us this answer that you've just made up? Knowing that we also know that you just made up that answer.
The question is this. Actually, let's not know that. Why would you lie?
Why are you gay? No, I'm sorry.
No, why would you lie? Why would you lie?
Why would I?
Do you get paid for it?
Hold on, Why would you lie?
Go ahead.
I'm not lying, but
You're not lying. You just lie like 20 different times.
What I find confusing is you say video evidence won't cut it, that it's not sufficient, but yet you yourselves use video evidence as a source of your claims.
You know what's the difference? Do you know what's the difference between our video images, our video references, compared
if he
to?
Did, he's going to pretend he doesn't for 20 minutes.
Elijah. You know what's the difference between our video references compared to the NASA's and their Mars?
That they are controlled by the world government and you're not?
No, not at all. The difference is that what we showed you, you can replicate here on Earth. And what they show you cannot go yourself and do it yourself.
Well, he already admitted that, though. Remember when he showed him that picture of the mountain? He said, I can't trust this image.
10 minutes ago.
Hold on. Did you understand that? Do you understand that code?
What experiments have you conducted?
So again, like
flat.
Well, the thing is that Earth being flat isn't a science question; it's a measurement question.
Shall we speak again about that Guinness picture? About that's not.
But again, my question: do you see? Before that, I still want to understand. Do you understand that you could replicate whatever we show you with the atmosphere and compared with the fly and what we get with or Sasha was trying to show you a minute ago?
I was willing to say
this
that
experiment yourself?
I can if I want to.
The flies,
You can.
the flies
if you
at
want to.
20%
Isn't that
of the
convenient?
No.
vacuum
The
chamber,
thing is, you
in a
could grab a vacuum chamber.
Get.
Sorry. Go ahead, guys.
You could grab a vacuum chamber yourself, put a fly there, suck up all the air out, and see if he flies.
And that means that the Earth is flat?
That means that what they're trying to tell you that the drone is flying at cannot happen.
Yeah. Can I point something out?
Sure.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Again, same argument from months ago. Eastern Standard Time, prime time, real people come and go while we are distracted by the trolls. Stick win for the globe again.
Well, again, we could definitely move on if we see somebody else new.
Well, it's too late because it's going on 2 o'clock. People going back to work.
There's other people here. I mean, there's.
I didn't mean to steal the show. Well, I mean,
you're not. You're not.
Here's the thing: we don't bother you.
Oh my God, I'm so sexy, man. I steal the show.
Here's the thing: we don't care. We don't care to talk to people or talk to anybody. It's us knowing that you're making up answers on the spot and thinking it's a good conversation.
Yeah,
I have a problem with that. You see the problem there? We know you're making up answers on the spot because you contradict yourself within 2 sentences.
But I think you contradict yourselves too, especially with the video evidence.
What you are doing is actually what fanatic believers, blind believers do by default. They deny everything. And they make positive claims, but they never prove, they never back up, nor do they ever come with this academic, scientific explanation.
All right, we could stop wasting time with him. Yeah. We could get to the new guys, and then if we have time, we could go back to speaking to him if he actually wants to have an actual conversation. We have Sniff. Hey, Sniff.
Oh. Hello.
Welcome to the server, my friend. What brings you here?
Well, just find out what flat earthers think, really.
He's rickrolled me.
Yeah, sorry about that. I did a bet with a friend and I had to put it in there. But I was just really here to listen to you guys. Well, I do have one question.
Yes.
So I looked at the video about the seasons, and my question is, how does the sun speed up and slow down during the seasons?
Whose video of the seasons?
If you go on the seasons, there's one of the mods posted a video.
All right, fine, fair enough. Well, you know that the you know of Kepler's Analemma?
No, I don't.
Yeah, that observation kind of details how we accelerate and then slow down through the course of the year. So you guys have the same explanation as we do, whatever that may be, whatever people's explanation is on flat Earth. Your globe Earth has the same exact answer, except it's not the sun doing it; it's the Earth doing it. So why are you asking?
Well, I'm asking why the sun speeds up and slows down.
In your model, the Earth is speeding up and slowing down. How is that?
Well, from what I remember from that, it's because we go around the sun, we get close to it, we speed up, then we shoot off, and then we slow down, get pulled back, and then we get pulled back to it. We speed up again.
Right. And we don't feel any of that. AKA, even with sensitive devices, there's no detection of this movement whatsoever. Why is that?
I don't know. But
I mean,
my question is, how does
at the very least, I don't know, bro. I'm sorry. I don't know. It's just what it appears to do. I don't know what the speed of the sun is. If I had, no, I don't know. Are you okay with that answer?
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
Yeah, you have two things you cannot prove: acceleration and deceleration. You cannot measure them. Yet, when we fly with a hypersonic airplane, yeah, we can feel and we can measure acceleration and deceleration, and we can measure it very precisely.
But wouldn't that be because it's more of a sort of more instantaneous acceleration?
What instantaneous? Earth spinning around the sun is not instantaneous. It takes 1 year to circle the sun.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So
Yeah.
It takes the Earth a long time to orbit around the sun. So then it would take longer for it to accelerate. And then decelerate.
Yes, but this acceleration, it's split in the seasons. You have spring and summer, yeah?
Yeah.
It's far away from the sun, yeah, so it moves slower. And in winter, it gets closer to the sun. It moves faster. 6 months, autumn and winter. And you don't detect it.
I just point out, I like the part where the sun's closer in the winter. Or we're closer to the sun in the winter. That's my favorite bit.
Very weird.
It makes sense, right?
The further away you're from the heat sink, the warmer it is, right?
Right.
And the closer you get to the heat sink, is going to be colder. Yeah. It makes sense. Everything they tell us is opposite to what we actually experience.
Isn't that called like reverse engineering or something?
Good is bad and bad is good. That's where we are. Yeah, they have these airplanes simulating microgravity, stuff like that. Yeah, they show us people floating while they are in almost a free fall. Yeah, but if that airplane actually, it can accelerate much faster downwards, and then what will happen is all those people will not be floating in the airplane, but they will be pushed to the tail of the airplane, because the airplane is actually accelerating faster than they naturally would be falling. So the airplane will be dragging them along on that trajectory.
Right. Still, how does the sun speed up and slow down? Because if it's a massive body, as NASA says it is, then that will need a lot of force to then speed up and then also slow itself down.
Well, it's not. It is not 93 million miles. You have no empirical proof for that distance.
Then what is the sun? How big is it?
Well,
no one knows,
obviously
bro.
not that big. It's local.
No one has ever figured out what the sun is. No one on Earth knows what the source of the sun's energy is, where it is, what size it is, what it's made of, its composition. Nobody knows any of these.
What about fusion reactions?
How do they know that?
No, they're not.
Nuclear fusion, perpetual nuclear fusion has not been physically demonstrated. It does not exist. We try to achieve it. We have multi-billion-dollar project, Tokamak accelerator, and it's a failed project.
Yeah,
it's a total failure.
Yeah, the magnets weren't strong enough for it. Have you heard of the Sorry, you go.
I was just going to ask you this really quick. If I'm shining a flashlight at your eyes, are you going to be able to tell me what kind of batteries are inside of it? What kind of metal the flashlight's made out of?
Yeah, of course I will.
Yeah.
You can't do any of that, right? It's crazy. So how are they making all these claims about the sun and they know what it does on the inside?
Yeah.
All this other nonsense.
Sneff, I want to ask you, how many presuppositions did you have to make in order to get into orbit?
Well, myself?
Yeah, you're the one doing it, not me.
Yeah, it took me about 16.
16 presuppositions. Starting with no curvature measurement.
And I've never been to orbit.
Into all what? You're saying you're a sphere in space. Yeah, let's identify the sphere first, and we'll go from there. How's that sound?
Well, how the Earth is a sphere.
Seems yeah, so where's the official measurement of the curvature then?
Well, you could either Google it and get about 8, I think it's 8 inches per mile.
Yeah, can you tell me where they identified that exact amount of drop and verified it by measurement?
They probably would have done it with the angles.
They probably would have. It's not an answer of how. I asked you how they did it. Where's the measurement? I need the empirical data of an actual direct measurement.
Well, I can't do it because I haven't done the experiment.
I didn't ask you to do it. I asked, where is the evidence that it was ever done?
History.
So you don't know. Okay. Concede that you don't know when the Earth was measured to be curved.
All right.
That's a concession. Thanks.
Yeah, you remember that last guy just came in and just started spewing answers. He didn't even know what they were, and then got corrected on, and then agreed with the corrected answer.
No, I didn't expect to be talking. I should just sit and listen to you guys. See what you have to say.
Well, you're going to have a conversation, let's be honest.
It is very important to be correct when you give an answer. That's what natural science is all about, and academic science. You know, everybody can look at the stars, the tiny lights in the stars, and make fortune telling. That's exactly like palm reading. It's wild speculation.
So you don't know of any time in history that Earth's curvature was measured from ancient times to right before the space age. Is that correct?
No, I do know of a time when it was.
Okay, tell us about it.
I can't remember the guy's name.
long
you
said
ago.
You knew. You said you knew. Bro, this is what we're talking about.
He knows of his story. He just doesn't remember his name.
So listen, this is what the purpose of this question is, man. We're not trying to I'm not trying to bash you, honestly. Listen, you don't know of a curvature of Earth, so what you have in your mind is secondhand information that we were all told here, every one of us, most of us here, we're all taught the same thing, that Earth is a ball. You just have a belief in your mind that Earth is a ball. No matter how bad you want it to be true, it is still only a belief in your mind. So that's only on curvature. So you don't have a sphere because you couldn't tell us when it was validated. So what about axial rotation? Do you know when that was detected and the method used?
No, it wasn't.
Okay. So that's number 2. Curvature, you have no curvature, no rotation. And do you have a practical demonstration from anywhere, anytime, any source, a demonstration of gas pressure without a container?
Of gas pressure without a container?
Yeah.
Well, there can't be a pressure if there's no container.
Thank you. That's what we're saying. Earth is a stationary, flat terrestrial plane that is contained. We have gas pressure.
Yeah. That was epic.
And the funny thing, gas pressure in containers, it has gradient also.
So
in small containers, we have a very small gradient, but there is.
Yeah, I just want to wrap this up with a nice little bow. So the three questions, you had beliefs about all three of those three claims of actual curvature, axial rotation, and the vacuum of space of its existence or being a place that anyone could travel to as a medium. So all three were only beliefs in your mind. You don't have any data to back up any of those three claims. So the next time you're trying to talk about what the sun is, you need to go back to the basis of you're making claims about things that are in the sky when you haven't identified what the ground is yet.
No, but can I go back to what my question was? My question was, how does the sun speed up and slow down?
We don't know.
With no external force.
Who knows what source? Nobody knows about the source.
When you have spinning objects rotating, you have a radius, and if it has, it has to circle above the world every 24 hours. In winter, its circular path is a wider diameter, and in summer, it's a smaller circle diameter. So, there has to be, whenever you reduce the radius, you will be increasing the RPM to match the tangential velocity. Simple.
Mm-hmm. Asking a question like why the sun moves in the sky is it's like asking why humans have thoughts or like unanswerable questions.
And the sun's rotation in the sky is actually a cyclical motion, repeating cycles. So it's not a simple thing, it just spins. No. This is a complex kind of motion, like a very complex mechanism. Do that. It's a clock.
Right.
Very precisely clock.
Mm-hmm.
We can tell that because it's obvious by the observations we make, but according to the observations we make, we cannot accept the story of Earth spinning around the sun without being able to detect motion when we have so many devices which measure motion in electric and magnetic fields. Just like we exist in such fields, we are governed by these electric and magnetic field. So every moving object, every particle that moves, it's moving through a magnetic field, and that is measurable and detectable. When we sit in place in the electric field, when we don't move, we can detect that. We have such devices, co-magnetometers, 6-axis inertially suspended rubidium atoms devices, very, very complicated stuff. And they detect the slightest motions. But empirically, physically, we don't detect the Earth moving, except when, there is a shock wave, like an earthquake, and then when people feel the Earth moving a little bit, they jump, they run out from their buildings and they shout earthquake.
Yeah.
So
I kind of wanted you to expand on just what your thoughts were on seasons and how they're explained on the globe. Being winter, you're closer to the sun, and in summer, you're further away from the sun.
Well,
I'm not trying to say one thing's one way or another. I just want to know what you think when hearing something like that.
Well, first time I heard it, I was thinking there was a load of rubbish. Because I agree with you guys, how could it be closer yet colder and further away yet hotter? So I agree with you guys on that
one.
one.
You know, that's the same thing that the sun is like, right? You know, the sun's. I don't even know how they can have a difference between the air and the air, but whatever, or the gas and the gas. But you know, the sun gets hotter the further away you get from its core, according to them. Like, I mean, if that's not there to confuse you and pervert reality, I don't know what it's for.
But you know, it's even worse than that, right? Because the moon is only what 200 degrees and negative 200 degrees, but it's 240,000 miles closer to the sun, and yet they're saying a small tilt's going to affect us by entire seasons, and the moon's is only going to get 200 degrees. Does that make sense?
Oh no, man.
Wouldn't the moon get exponentially hotter because it's way closer to the sun?
Yeah, and also one small thing you mentioned previously, a little earlier, was about that sun is supposed to be a plasma. So then you would need to provide another demonstration of plasma burning in a vacuum. Thanks.
Well,
as well as, actually, wait a minute, aerodynamics in a vacuum, that's another one, and helicopters in a vacuum. We need all of that.
What helicopters were tested in a vacuum?
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I've never heard of
Do you
this.
have that?
All right. No, it's
I'm
even
asking
easier
you.
than that.
Yeah,
No, it's even Sonny. It's even easier than that. They have a picture of the blade not spinning in the air. You can see the shadow of the blade on the ground on this Mars picture. How's that possible? How's it possible you can see a full helicopter blade shadow on the ground as it's spinning?
Do you have a picture of that?
NASA has a picture of that.
I want to
pass it off as proof. How's that possible?
I want to see the demonstration you mentioned, Snefsef, of something working in a vacuum. A helicopter working in a vacuum. I
Well,
want
a
to see
helicopter
that.
can't work in a vacuum because there's no force for it to. Well, there's
Oh,
nothing
okay,
for it to
okay.
push.
Okay, good. We're on the same.
So that picture I said makes a whole lot more sense then, right? If someone's trying to pass off a legit image of a helicopter's.
But when did they put a helicopter in a vacuum?
I don't know. They put it on Mars, right? But it's
Right. Oh, with the very low air pressure.
Yeah, so it couldn't fly at all. But I'm saying it's even worse than that because they try and pass off a real picture of this supposed helicopter on Mars, but you can see the blade in the shadow not moving. Like if you understand, if the blade's moving, you're not going to be able to see a well-defined shadow, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so they show a well-defined shadow on the surface of Mars from this helicopter.
Right. And where's that picture? Do you have it? Or
That'd be a great meme.
Yeah.
So that's how they do it. The blades aren't moving at all. It's just floating. floating above a crane in a big, huge studio. The observation with goggles. What's the independent variable? The goggles?
Here's one of them. In this image, they say it's hovering. And you can see the blades.
Oh my gosh.
Should not be able to see a blade.
It's fully cartoon. When I blow this thing up, so I have a big screen. Wow.
That wasn't from NASA, but it's credited towards NASA. So
what a joke.
The exact source wasn't NASA.
Full on cartoon. Outrageous. They can't do better CGI than that.
It's not that they can't, they don't need to.
Yeah, I guess they think, I guess they feel like they don't need to, yeah.
It's just a mockery at that point.
People will believe anything.
You know, they will.
If they show it, then that's enough.
I'm sure if they really wanted to, they could perform the world's most believable CGI, but they don't need to do that.
No.
I mean, they really do not. You just need a blurry image and people will eat that shit up.
They're saving it for the really big shoe. The one coming up, the really, really big one. I think they'll probably do something like that.
You know, I did try to play devil's advocate on this helicopter blade swinging and rotating. The only thing I could come up with would be like shutter speed, but it would have to rotate at different RPMs, so that wouldn't really work.
Yeah, but did you zoom into this image? Because I can zoom it way in with my TV, 36-inch screen. I've seen cartoons with better features. I mean, if you could see like landing gear that close up, I mean that well defined, then you should be able to see some kind of features. But no, it's just a black rectangle, the center part. It's only using like grayscale. It's oh my god. Please, people.
I'm waiting for this. I want them to accidentally debunk the radius, or the claimed radius of Mars by accident. Just how ridiculous and funny that would be.
Is it me or is everybody so quiet? What happened to that
Found the
cold?
rotation speed. It's 2,400 rotations per minute on that rotor.
Wow.
And they took a still shot of the shadow.
Yeah, it's stupid. I was trying to do a inspection like on this image. See what I could find in here.
Mic check?
I hear you.
Okay, cool. So that cold guy left, or?
It just started speaking nonsense.
Oh.
Saying stupid things.
Yeah, I caught the last part where he said, well, yeah, videos aren't proof. It's funny, right? Because Globers, they want to cling onto their NASA and stuff they get from those agencies, right? And they want to cling onto it like it's reality. And then you show them actually images from Earth, right? Photographs, videos that they can do themselves. And no, that's fake, man. That's fake.
Yeah, that was the first thing you did. We showed him a picture of the mountain.
Exactly.
Goes, I don't know if this is real. It just says text on it. I said, fair. Anybody can take an image and throw text on it.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And then I posted the link from that website. Right?
It's too much work. Too much clicking.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So apparently the helicopter works with Perseverance. So it sends a signal to Perseverance, which then sends a signal there.
What's on Perseverance that would be able to beam the signal that far, especially with quality?
There's a place called Devon Island.
Right. What was the RPM again that you said the
2,400.
2,400.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's a shutter speed that can capture that without distortion. You'd almost have to use like a strobe light when it comes to photography. You'd have to use like a strobe, because I don't know if there's a shutter speed that would capture that. I'd have to look into it.
It's just ridiculous. And the blades would slow down though as it's descending, so you would have various RPM, so it doesn't even make any sense. Because I was thinking that too, just by chance. What if the shutter speed just happened to line up? But there's more than one image of it doing the exact same thing.
And do they have videos, or do they just string together snapshots?
I think there's a video. I saw Jaren bring this up. I just thought it was like a norm. I don't think a normie could fall for something like this.
I feel like it would have to be a helicopter. I feel like it would have to be, if it was taking place, it would have to be a series of snapshots that they could put together as a video. Because sending a video file would be crazy from that distance.
If they can make a phone call on the moon, they can do anything, man.
Yeah, I'm just trying to elaborate on the preposterousness.
Yeah, but light from a star can travel trillions of light years here. We can get signals from Mars. That's a cakewalk.
Yeah, I just posted 2 images, right?
the bottom one was the stuff that they promised, right? You see the lander with the rocket, and then that thing getting dropped by the wires, and then we have the images we got from NASA, where they use like invisible rockets. Where's the exhaust coming from those nozzles? What's up with that?
Oh, the video is really poor.
Yeah, I just feel like if they were using either the helicopter or Perseverance to take these pictures, they would have to have sent something up there with a predetermined shutter speed for all their images. I don't think they would have the ability to control that. Now, I mean, obviously we're entertaining frickin' Narnia here, but I don't think they would have the ability to manually adjust shutter speeds and f-stops and stuff like that remotely.
Well, they took all these beautiful pictures from the moon without a viewfinder, right? So
yeah,
of course,
NASA. On a Hasselblad with film, actual film inside of it.
So of course NASA has a shutter speed, right? How could you question that?
I know. Think about that. And good afternoon, Roger. I meant to say hi. Yeah.
So,
think about how could they consistently communicate with devices, intricate different things, you know, and be able to communicate with them without a problem. But I could, if I was driving, I could just drive like maybe 60 miles, 80 miles to the east, and there's no cell phone coverage, and it's wide open space.
Yeah.
So even just the photography, when you think about it. So I grew up, we had a dark room in my basement with a projector, and my dad and I would develop film and make our own prints in the basement. So I worked a lot with old 35 millimeter cameras and not knowing what you're getting until you're developing those photos, and even going out and trying to be as controlled as possible and account for all the settings. You make so many mistakes. It's unreal. And the fact that they came back with such crystal clear color images, nonetheless, when I was having issues with just black and white, is...
Right. Well, it's worse than that. You know, they claim
astounding.
There's cosmological whatever garbage floating around that is introduced into the film and completely destroys it. And they say that passed through some of the film, but not all of it, and destroyed parts of it.
Right.
But these ones came out pristine, right?
I guess if you don't know about it, it doesn't bother your film.
Even if you let's give them that they have the proper shielding from radiation on the lunar module. Once those cameras come out of that, film is so finicky, it's unreal. And the amount of radiation that would be penetrating those Hasselblads is through the roof. You'd have absolutely nothing. You'd have black reels.
It's NASA film. It can go positive and negative 200 degrees in a minute. It's not going to affect the film. Condensation does not exist.
So these Hasselblads were originals, right? Just painted a different color, right? And a special mount for the chest, but those were quote unquote original Hasselblads, right?
It's my understanding that there was no modification for shielding for radiation. I want to say I read it on Hasselblad's.
There isn't even a viewfinder.
Yeah, Globies will tell you. Well, they practiced, man. They practiced this. Everything, they practiced it. So
that's equivalent to shooting from the hip. like 1,000-yard shot shooting from the hip and getting it right on target every single time.
Yeah, without having to line up your scope prior to any of that.
Right, that's why I say shooting from the hip, like literally just drawing your weapon, shooting from the hip, and hitting something at 1,000 yards consistently.
It's like the James Bond with those chicks shooting. They had like a machine gun from their breast.
Yeah, to be fair, I went through these pictures from Apollo 11 to 17, and there are a few where you can say, well, yeah, that's out of focus or moved or whatever, and they have the quote-unquote orange juice film where they claim there was orange juice over that went over the canister, something like that.
Oh,
So they...
I never heard that. That's funny.
Orange, right? Orange is 33 in gematria, right? It had to be orange.
Wow.
So yeah, they had to make a couple mistakes. They had to put in a couple mistakes there. But the amount that they have that are so crystal clear and so perfectly lined up, the odds of that are ridiculous when you're basically shooting from the hip.
Wasn't there... go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to say they had to adjust manually on the device for contrast and literally every single what we take for granted on an iPhone.
Yeah, but they practiced, man. They practiced. It was...
Yeah, so how did they protect all that equipment from the dust and wind out there in the desert? Because that dune buggy is peeling out in the sand. How's that happening?
Yeah, when you read the transcripts, they tell like this dust is everywhere, but not in Hasselblad's.
It's everywhere but where you would expect it to be, which would be all over the camera lenses and the feet of the lander from the blast crater.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's so easy to pick apart now, you know?
It was strong enough to blow all the dust off, but wasn't strong enough to leave a crater, see?
Uh-huh.
That's all.
Interesting.
You ever show someone a lem but not tell them what it is? Say, hey, what's this? Or how well does this look like it's made? Or how much do you think this costs?
The funny thing is they probably look at it, have no idea what it is, but then would still claim that we went to the moon and they know for sure.
I know.
Only after you tell them that what it is. But if you say, hey, you know, how much would you pay for this? How much does this thing look like it's worth?
A lot of them wouldn't believe. A lot of them wouldn't believe you. Like if you didn't say anything, and said, "Could you tell me what this is?"
Yeah, I do that with Chicago and the World's Fair. I say, "Hey, where's this? I'll give you $20. You tell me what continent it's in."
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they never say America.
Yeah, that's amazing. All that stuff they tore down, because I've been down there by the lake. You know, by what is it called, Navy Field, and the big, huge museums with trains and freaking locomotives and submarines and all kinds of stuff sitting out.
And when you think about the amount of cities that had World's Fairs back then, there must have been crews of hundreds of thousands of people that literally just traveled from city to city, creating entire cities and tearing them down over and over and over and over and over again.
Think about that. I know. Isn't that wild?
Like how do you feed those people? How do you house those people? Where are they taking their dumps? Like, even the logistics of setting up a music festival is insane. And they're like multiplying that by 1,000, saying this is how many people were working on this all at once.
Yeah, that's right. One of my favorite topics, like the dirt roads, mud all over the place. People pull with full wagons. Like the best they had was flatbed, horse-drawn, trucks and things like that. But they have ceilings of these marble buildings that are 10 times, 30 times higher than human stature.
I like to talk about the dirt excavation. How do you excavate that much dirt? And where are you putting it? And how are you transporting all this dirt?
Yeah.
No, that's just insane.
Good question.
Well, it took them like how many months for
They said built. No, so this is the crazy part. They say that the official narrative is completely planned and built within 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
Planned.
Yeah.
I can't. No one can plan that at all in 2 years.
How many months did it take to excavate World Trade Center? A few months.
12 weeks or 16 weeks, something like that.
Right, and that was 24/7 trucks going off and on, right?
Yeah.
So
they have really good horses.
Oh,
really good horses.
Yeah, the horses.
You wouldn't believe the kind of horse and wagon they had.
Like the ones with 2 horses, right? Can carry more.
Some had 4 horses.
Oh,
Six
my!
horses.
Think about that.
Yeah, maybe 6 horses.
Might be 4 times the dirt you can pull.
Right.
But that's about all they could do, you know. So I don't know. I was doing the stone laying work because that stuff had to be precise. Because if you're off even a very small amount at the bottom, that will increase exponentially as it goes higher up. You'll have a crooked building if you don't get it right.
And they did all that, and one of them was a swamp.
Yes, actually in St. Louis too, the St. Louis World Fair, that's another one. That's another one like that.
Yeah.
St. Louis and Chicago both, like wild. If you see this place that they built, wow.
The waterways too, like
yeah,
that's even more ridiculous.
Yeah.
In St. Louis, one building does remain from that, and it's the St. Louis Art Museum now.
Yeah, they always pick 1 or 2 and they leave it up.
I've probably been all around there, but I haven't been there since I was a kid many years ago, so I just
I moved away from there about 16, 17 years ago.
I have
But
my
it's been a lot
memories.
of time.
I have my memories only, but I remember when they were like halfway through building the arch as a kid. It was
So my wife's grandfather was a glazer, and he installed the windows in the top of the arch.
Wow. Small world, huh?
Yeah. But the grounds from the World's Fair still kind of exist. They call it Forest Park, and in front of the in front of the art museum, there's a huge hill where they used to have cascading waterfalls and stuff like that. But it's just a grass hill now where everybody sleds in the winter time when it gets snow.
Yeah, that's right. It's beautiful. How far is the art museum from the opera? Isn't there a Coliseum? There's a Coliseum. My father used to take us there all the time and see all these different plays, South Pacific, like Oklahoma, like. Anyway,
I'm not sure. I know that there's the Fox Theater in St. Louis, which is extremely ornate and beautiful. If you ever look at pictures of the inside of the Fox Theater in St. Louis, I'm not sure about the opera. There's an outdoor theater. I can't remember what it's called.
Opera. Yeah, outdoor theater. That's the one. Yeah, that's where it's a big Coliseum. You know.
I think they might call it the Muni.
Interesting. Yeah.
I'll have to look.
I used to go play in the creek. I used to go play with the tadpoles and get muddy, and my dad would be pissed. Right in there, right in that area.
So we have Monkey 444 joining us. Welcome, Monkey.
Sorry to get so far off topic.
That's no problem. No.
Good discussion.
It was a great topic.
About our hometown kind of like situation.
But now there's, maybe Monkey has some questions. Wants to ask about the flat Earth, maybe?
I could come up with questions.
He's speaking to another monkey.
Monkeys.
I know. My.
See, I think they always have questions. I think no matter what they have a question, it's just whether or not they want to ask it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe you find something that goes against your beliefs, right? And then you have to engage it and put effort in it to think about it. And some people just don't want to. They want to believe, right? Go back into the matrix. But we have Nick. Nick, you are unmuted. Welcome, Nick. You have control over your mic. What's up, Nick? I see you flashing, but... Nick? Your mic is open, but we can't hear you. Maybe probably something wrong.
I feel like he's been hanging around for days.
Yeah, he was here yesterday, right? So maybe he got a bit of the that's going around, right? The conversations and what Globers say and what evidence they bring, which is none, right? Only stories. Yeah, look at that Mars rover, man. Look at it. Yeah, they showed me on TV. Looks legit, man. Robot on Mars.
That one looks way better than the other one. I'll take that over a helicopter.
Yeah, I like was it the Spirit rover? It has allegedly, right? It has solar panels, and you have these dust storms and whatever on Mars, they claim, right? So the solar panels they get dusty. They show this on the rover pictures, and then suddenly they're clean. Amazing.
Yeah, you know, Volvo's got those like self-wiping front headlights.
Well, yeah,
same deal.
Well, they call it the cleaning event. The cleaning event, and the cleaning event.
What's that?
You haven't heard of the cleaning event?
No.
Okay, let me pull it up because it's
that must be a strong windstorm that leaves no dust, right?
When did that happen on your car? So a cleaning event is a phenomenon whereby dust is removed from solar panels in context of exploration and science rovers on Mars, right? Science rovers, supposedly by action of wind. The term cleaning event is used on several NASA web pages. Cleaning events, it gets better. It gets better, man. So cleaning events were discovered in 2004 when several times power levels increased by 5%. In contrast to the expectation, they would decrease.
There's no way.
Well, I think they took it out that the source was unknown, because I bet you I read that.
I didn't think they'd be that dumb to actually say this.
Oh yeah. Oh, sorry. I missed that part. So the nature of the cleaning event is not known, but the assumption is that wind blows the dust off the panels, or it could be a guy with a brush, right? So there you go, guys. Cleaning event brought to you by NASA.
Dude, I don't even know why I wash my car with a mitt anymore. I'm gonna get the leaf blower out.
Right.
Who needs a mitt? I don't need to make contact with what I'm cleaning.
What do you guys think about Australians?
Who asked? Nick. What's up, Nick? Australians were awesome people, man. We have lots of Australians here. Yeah, very nice, friendly. They are very passionate about what's happening in their country now. So people that come here. So, but what about Australians, Nick?
I don't think Nick said it.
Oh, who said it?
See Toge?
We can go back to the live stream and check out. That's not a problem.
Oh, he left.
Yeah. Yeah. Toge, something.
The cleaning event.
My apologies, Nick. I thought it was you. But your mic is still open, Nick. So if you have any questions, right? We want to defend the cleaning event, right? Brought by you, by NASA. And that's why they now say it has a power source with it, right? Because now they don't have to make up this shit. It has an own power source, so no need for solar panels.
See, I just like how they word it. Cleaning events were discovered in 2004. How do people buy this? I want to see someone defend this.
In 2004, just in time.
Yeah, it's these gems, right?
So wait, what are they trying to say about this? Like,
well, obviously dust comes onto the solar panel, so that would screw out the whole operation, right? Because then the rover dies. But apparently they discovered the cleaning event where the solar panels get cleaned, and then the rover can continue.
What about Voyager?
Yeah, but what cleans them?
Sorry,
the cleaning event, bro.
It's just an event.
Well, you're overlooking part of it too, because they discovered the cleaning event. I mean, they didn't know, which means they sent something up there knowing it would get dusty and dirty and had no way to clean it. But thank God they had the cleaning event that they didn't know about, that they discovered.
What about Voyager? It was launched in 1977.
Oh, I get it now. Oh, that's good.
It's so stupid.
A cleaning event.
Mm-hmm.
I love this.
No, when I have a car wash, I'm just gonna say I had a cleaning event.
Yeah. When I go to the dentist once a year.
Those are some of the newer advents of this whole thing. Is the cleaning event and the magic speed.
It's better than that. I'm gonna say I got a cleaning event. I'm gonna bust out the leaf blower. I want to be out there for hours washing my car.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the cause is unknown, right? They assume it's wind. So let me assume it's a guy with a brush.
Yep. Maybe it's little miniature guys, I don't know, up there with little brooms and stuff.
Like Oompa Loompas.
Yeah, they shipped a batch of Oompa Loompas. Was hiding in the rover.
We call it dust lifting winds.
Dust lifting winds. So wait, they didn't try to say gravity had anything to the gravity's lower, so the dust during certain parts of the day floated off, while the other dust.
And how did the Oompa Loompas stay on the magic speed?
Oh man, this is so good. But still, you're gonna find globies and anti-flat earthers defending it to the death.
Yeah,
I want to go in Gem Panda's server right now and say, "Hey, what's this?
Mm-hmm.
What's this?"
Hey, that would be a good starter.
Yeah,
hey
so
guys,
I
real
think
quick, what's this?
I think what a Glober would say, but that's just being the Glober now, is that the atmosphere doesn't hold enough water to make it like stick or something.
I'll second that too. Friction.
So that would be that the wind can take it off more easily. That's a Glover answer. That is the Glover answer. But the cause is unknown. So right.
Well, okay. So what about the moon dust? Is that comparable at all in there? That stuck to everything.
Add that to the stack of presuppositions that are piling.
So how much space dust is on Mars? How much moon dust is on Mars? We need to know these things.
Wait, but the moon is in Earth's atmosphere, they will say. So.
Oh yeah.
Oh, right. I forgot about that. New development.
Maybe Mars is too now.
Right. Next step. just shifting the globe post, right?
Mm-hmm.
Next step.
I bet they're going to go to that.
It's expanding so slow that since 1969, like after 4.54 billion years, like maybe it's just now reaching the moon.
Well, they said the atmosphere leaks. Maybe just leaks real slow. We just don't really know it's building out. Right?
Yeah, 1969 when we were there, it was a vacuum, right? But now it's in Earth's atmosphere.
Mars next. Get on the train out to Mars. Now it's in the atmosphere. Yeah. And they're going to say, guess what? We ran into a wall out there.
So one of your farts could just now be hitting the moon.
That's as far as we can go.
Supposedly by the action of wind is how.
The action of wind in the vacuum of space, people.
Yeah, this is the cleaning event, right? That was the cleaning event. The cleaning event is supposedly by wind.
Does that only apply on planetoids? Supposed planetoids?
Wait, what's the difference between a planet and a planetoid?
I don't know. I'm just making a joke. Planets.
Oh, okay. Got it. Well, it might as well be a thing that they believe.
The wandering lights that they're saying people are landing on.
I think the difference is the spelling.
Yeah. Yep.
That cleaning event just sounds like Santa Claus.
I already see Oompa Loompas on strike, trying to get better wages.
We are the music makers and the dreamers of dreams. Move along, children. Move along. Pay no attention to the cleaning event.
Yeah, and they tell you it was overnight, right? So it was night in Mars, and then the cleaning event happened. Nobody saw anything. Just let's assume it was the wind, right?
What evidence are they using of this? Like that something that had been cleaned? What are they trying to say?
They have a before and after
cleaning
picture.
all their equipment. What's the point? Because
well, what about the time in between? Right, it's got all this equipment on it, senses weather, sends information back. They have this huge event, the cleaning event that comes in. They don't record anything. They just take a before and after picture.
That's what I'm saying.
So it was overnight. They tell you it was overnight.
So they're saying they couldn't.
So their sensors were asleep.
So every time this happens, it's at night. That's convenient.
You ready for the answer for the planetoid?
Wait, so are they saying the cleaning event only happens at night?
So when several times power levels increased by 5% overnight.
At night. What?
That is what it says. But Hank, go ahead. What would the baller say?
Yeah, the planetoid is an object that could be in between Mars and Jupiter, right? That place where all the asteroids are. And it could be so big that it's like a planet, but like an asteroid. So it's like the planet and asteroid mixed together. And I'm going to go ahead and go from my memory. So this is something I learned a while back. If it's not like a perfect sphere, they don't really consider it a planet. So they consider it like a planetoid because it hasn't amassed enough mass gathered enough mass to get that perfect spherical shape that we like to see. So they call those planetoids also things.
Wow, thanks for all that. Yeah.
Oh my God, this guy in the YouTube chat. Gosh, I hope they're listening. I said, where's the cleaning event that clears the dust off the cars that have been sitting in my parking lot for over a year? and this guy goes, how do you think leaf blowers work? So I said, by a human turning on and using a leaf blower.
Duh.
Oh my God. Oh no.
You ever driven a car on gravel and let it sit there and seen the buildup over months and months?
Yeah.
And then you remembered there's cleaning events. All I gotta do is turn on my leaf blower. All this will all come right off.
No wonder the Oompa Loompas are on strike. Gotta work all night.
All night.
Yeah, we can laugh, but the sad part is that people just eat it up. Yeah, sure, man. Why not? Cleaning event on Mars. Obviously.
Yeah, I mean, what else could it be than the official story? There's no other options, guys.
You just got to go along with the official story. You guys.
Why would they lie?
Why wouldn't you agree with the official story?
So I'm thinking if they claim that there's obviously less atmosphere and moisture up there, wouldn't the electrostatics or the static electricity be through the roof? Wouldn't that be sticking things to these rovers and whatnot? And it would be much harder to loosen that from an electrostatic charge attraction from wind than if it was just sitting there like in an atmosphere.
Especially if it's finer material.
Like how strong do they think the winds are?
Yeah, just the
some of them said
electrostatics. Yeah, the electrostatics itself make things, things stick to it. All that dust, yeah. Fine particulate matter, yeah.
Okay, well, let's say you give them that. It happened at night. Don't they still have equipment to measure how fast this wind is moving?
Mm-hmm.
Where's that information? They're still speculating about that. They still don't even know it's that.
Yeah, so I don't get what they're even trying to say it is or what it does. They haven't told us anything.
I saw a movie about the cleaning event. It was called Gone with the Wind.
Mm-hmm.
I love that. Was really funny. I love that.
That has a couple of connotations. Hey Nick, what you listening to, bro? Anything good? Hey Nick. Nick. Hi, Mikey. Okay, I'm just gonna have to meet. Okay, someone beat me to it. Must be a Roger.
Probably AFK.
Gone with the Wind 2, The Mars Chronicles.
I know. Think of the stories you could write. It's hilarious.
I love it.
I never knew space would be so freaking funny. Oh my gosh.
Well, it's either you take it seriously or you laugh at it. So when I was a kid, or a little over a decade ago, I was like, yeah, aliens, heck yeah, and I was taking it seriously, right? I can't wait. And now I'm just laughing at it. So it's either you take it seriously or you laugh at it.
Right.
I find it hilarious that they always come up for an answer and people just believe the answer regardless of how preposterous it is.
Right, first try. They come, the first thing they come up with to tell people, they buy it right away. And they can change their mind 100 times in a year, and it'd be the same. Yeah.
You can tell right away when someone's not when they don't have any common sense. When they're denying their senses, that's a first indication.
Yep. God, I popped on just at the right time when you guys were talking about that too. Very good.
Is the cleaning event every evening or just certain evenings? Is there a cyclical nature to the cleaning event?
Yeah, when they measure there's too much dust on the rover, it happens to be a cleaning event. Every time. It's coincidence.
Every time. It makes it look really good every time.
It never gets too dirty because there's always a cleaning event. Comes by at the right time.
Well, and there's always footprints next to the thing after a cleaning event. Look, given by these photos. I mean, these photos. Are you kidding? There's footprints all over the place.
Oompa Loompas,
so how are we supposed to believe that it's a natural event if there's footprints everywhere? Oh, because those footprints last forever. Wait, so that dust doesn't get blown around and the footprints stay, but the dust on the panels gets cleaned off by the event. Got it. Oh, it's so bad.
Those are tracks, not footprints. But maybe the Oompa Loompas.
Look,
maybe the Oompa Loompas on Mars have track feet. I don't know.
Yeah, well, no, it's not tracks. Look, it's clear footprints. And then they kind of mussed them up to make it look like tracks. It's like boot prints, big boot prints. You see them? But either way, yeah, boot prints or not, I do want to know how those tracks, whatever they are, didn't get blown around with the cleaning event wind. And it's only like a couple feet away.
The Oompa Loompas are courteous and use the rake that's provided for the sand trap, okay?
Yeah, is that like a muddy footprints or something? Is there moisture up there? What's going on with that? That didn't blow away though.
No.
Weird.
It just so the cleaning event only focuses on man-made objects placed on Mars.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It's evolution. You wouldn't get it.
Well,
yeah.
You're using the word sense kind of loosely.
Mars appears orange, Oompa Loompas are orange, ergo Oompa Loompas on Mars.
Yep.
Might as well.
Dude, if I were allowed in the real world to use Glober logic to do two things in my life, it would either go really well or really poorly.
So I checked it. So the Spirit is, it worked for 5 years, from 2004 till 2010, And then you have the Curiosity, and if I'm not mistaken, that one is still roaming around. 10 years now.
What's been going on for 10 years?
The Curiosity rover.
Oh, got it. 10 years, huh? And it's just flawless. It's just been working the whole time. No worries there.
There were cats on Mars until Curiosity arrived.
Who let the rats out? Dun, 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 dun.
Why would you need to repair it? It's in space. Space things don't need to be repaired.
They just work perfectly.
They just work the best ever. You know, things on Earth need maintenance and such, but things we send to Mars, boy, that's the best stuff we could ever hope to make.
And
no maintenance required.
The things they sent out into space, the mechanical parts are on the outside.
Mechanical devices only degrade within Earth's atmosphere. It's science.
Got it. Yeah.
Yeah, let's do oxygen levels. See that there's not enough oxygen on Mars for it to affect anything.
Friction's totally different on Mars.
Yeah, gravity too. You know the effects of bending space-time is different.
Oh yeah. There are a lot of things going on here, guys, and we're being disrespectful to the official narrative by even questioning it, okay? So, I don't know, we might want to change the subject, okay?
So how could you ever question the cleaning event? I mean, obviously,
Yeah.
right?
Well, see, the cleaning event happened twice a week when I was living with my family because we had a cleaning lady, and she would come perform the event in our house. I wonder what the cleaning lady looks like on Mars.
Natalie Portman.
What about her?
I think that's what they all look like.
So pretty, but a man? I don't want to see that.
She was in
So
Mars Attacks.
The Pathfinder.
Oh, right.
What's going on with the Pathfinder? It's been supposedly they put it on Mars in 1997. What's up with that one? The cleaning event happened on that one too.
We don't have a story about that one just yet.
I think they said it only happened to the other ones within a certain crater, but not those.
Are they still communicating with Pathfinder? Let me look at that.
Anybody who's owned a Pathfinder knows that shit's broke down by now.
Yeah, 97 Pathfinder, get out of here.
Still think Oompa Loompas is the most plausible.
I mean, that is such a quality cleaning event, man. I just keep looking at the cleaned off solar panels, and they are gorgeous, absolutely spotless after that of such a chaotic natural event.
Why haven't they driven these things to the freaking face on Mars or the pyramid or whatever they're saying was up there back in those days?
Oh, I remember that. Yeah. What? Why haven't we put like a? I'd put
pyramid
like
on Mars.
I'd put like a group of cameras watching that face, just to see what happens if anything happens there.
Yeah, why can't they do that? What's up with that?
Oh, because it was CGI. That's why.
They sent a whole bunch of crap up there already, billions and billions of dollars, okay? Right? And then they don't bring back any information, except for like rodents on Mars and stuff like that. Bring back something interesting. So then they have to do it all over again, send a bunch of junk up there again.
I've heard a rebuttal. So what we think about this? They said you're I don't know, stopping humanity from traveling to space. You're preventing humanity from traveling amongst the solar system. That's why our beliefs are dangerous. Because we're preventing it.
No, I don't get it.
But that's like when you say this to someone.
Okay.
This is the kind of rebuttal I've gotten for not going along with it.
I've heard that here before, actually. I heard someone on here say that. You guys are stopping us.
Yeah, you're stopping us from going.
Yeah, you guys are preventing us from living out our dreams.
Yeah.
Wait a second. I'm not stopping any criminal organization from taking people's money. I don't have the power to do that. Okay, and if there are any listening, I'm not trying to. Jeez, okay, let me live my life.
The only thing you're stopping is their imagination.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and that is offensive to someone who lives there all day.
Yep.
And we can't forget about the helicopter that went up there. Did the helicopter land and then like they brought it back somehow, or is it still up there?
I don't know.
The big question is, what do they pay the Oompa Loompas for the cleaning event?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Now you see that the helicopter came back all by itself. You see the propeller is so powerful it could propel itself from Mars through the vacuum of space all the way back here to Earth.
Without turning.
Let's see if I can get a response to this.
Science. Don't you understand? It's science, everybody.
That's all you got to do if you don't understand something. Just call it science and, do a couple weird rituals and it comes true. Wait a second, I have a question. Did they launch something back from Mars? They've launched stuff from Mars to here, right?
I thought they said they sent like a probe, picked up some dirt, took some pictures of it or analyzed it somehow, and then sent the data back.
Oh, okay. So they haven't tried to say that they've that they've successfully launched something in an atmosphere they've never tested, right? They haven't gone that far just yet?
Not to the best of my knowledge of their stories.
Yeah, see, I'm just trying to keep it straight because it's, well, it's sloppy. Their story's sloppy, so it's difficult to keep up with. Okay, yeah, RP2ification said only images. Okay, yeah, and that's what I thought too, just images and data.
Hey, Glat Flow.
Yes, sir.
Have you guys conversed with Monkey 444?
I have not just yet.
Shall he converse with us?
Oh, yeah. What's up, Monkey? Is that a two-headed dog in your picture? Or is that two dogs? Looks like two
Peter
dogs.
Gabriel's Shock the Monkey was a good Odie song.
Shock the monkey. Alrighty, Mr. Monkey, you are ready to talk. All you gotta do is unmute yourself and say hi.
Maybe you know something about the cleaning event on Mars that we haven't covered already.
Yep. Monkey, if you know anything about how events on Mars clean dust off of objects, let us know.
Looks like you don't want to talk. Sorry to interrupt. Y'all continue.
Oh, there's no interruption. I don't think we're just kind of spitballing to see how this story could work in reality. Any of these stories.
I'm slightly noticing a positive trend in this little microcosm server here of society. We're getting more honest people and less trolls and anti-flat earthers. Let's hope that trend continues.
It's only a matter of time. It's only a matter of time before the prisoners in the cave realize they're prisoners in a cave.
So, do you guys think that if the people on the television started, admitting that the Earth is flat and, this news on the flat Earth and all that, and just never use the word planet ever again, do you think that the people over at Gem Panda's server would still be like, oh, no, it's a globe. It doesn't matter what the television says. It's a globe.
That's a good question. I wonder.
No, they would immediately accept the television.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
I think it'd be a 50-50 split.
I believe there would be a percentage that would fight because they're just strictly anti-flat Earth. That's their whole drive. Like, I don't think they care. They're just anti-flat Earthers.
Right. They don't care either way about the shape of the Earth. They get personal satisfaction by feigning intelligence amongst us.
Even if globe believers become 1%, they'll be that 1% in the corner clutching their globe. They're not going to give it up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it'll be. I mean, unfortunately, it's kind of like one of those violent things. Like when you back a dog up into the corner, you're just trying to feed it or something, right? Or like it has something in its paw, and you want to try to remove it, but it couldn't be more violent and aggressive towards you when all you're trying to do is help it.
Yeah, I think they'd probably go back and find their old TiVos and then just play news programs and television programs from before people were admitting it's flat,
Oh, yeah.
Hey, flat friends.
Hey, girl.
Hey.
Hey.
How's it going?
It's good. How are you guys?
Excellent Carrie Underwood cover, I want to tell you.
Yeah, that was good.
Oh, thank you.
Did a great job. You need to record it. You need to record it now, though.
Yes, I will one day. My procrastination is off the roof at the moment.
That's all right.
And you and Whitsett smoke poor McClown and Carissa. I felt sorry for Carissa, but y'all go ahead.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, that poor girl. She did. She gave it a valiant effort. She did. She gave it a very valiant effort. She tried very hard. And to be honest, also, McToon was letting her, he wasn't like taking the reins from her, or interrupting her. He was letting her speak. So that was good,
Yeah. Yeah. It was just really fun. We had a lot of fun, a lot of laughs.
Yeah, McToon was letting her speak because he just allowed her to dig her own grave, and he didn't want to jump in it.
I know.
Yep.
Well, and she was getting sassy in there. I was like, okay, girl, you don't need to be upset.
Yeah. You had to call her out on the expiration of the joke.
Yeah.
It was apparent today Carissa did about 10 minutes of research on the subject, or maybe they.
Yes. Yes.
We were getting. She's been called for her dunce cap fitting. Actually, I think she's late.
Well, at least she was able to educate us on the definition of air. So we all learned something.
I'm surprised you guys didn't already know that. And
Yeah.
Thank God for her.
I would be definitely down to debate her again, 1v1. I feel like pretty much every topic we'll strongly disagree with, so maybe it'll be fun.
Yeah, you guys are a perfect team. It's really great to see you guys in action out there, man. Awesome. Really is nice.
Yeah. Yeah, it was better than just, not to say that, watching Whitsett destroy people is not one of the best things, because it is one of the best things, but then to have you both like power couple in it, oh man, it was perfect.
Oh. What's the definition of air? Gas that's around you?
Yeah, well, what's the definition of is, man?
That was so funny.
Well, they wanted the definition of air, so you could say that it's gases, but then wanted to say that the air does not adhere to the laws of gas pressure.
Yeah.
Did you notice that?
Yeah, atmospheric pressure and gas pressure is different. I'm like, well, what's atmospheric pressure made up of? He said pressure. I said, what kind? And he didn't say anything.
Yeah.
Bro, you guys had him backed into corners so many times, and he shut down.
I know. I was watching back and I asked him, how did you know the difference between causation and correlation for this observation of the eclipse? And he didn't even say anything. And I'm like, dang it, why didn't I just let him slide away? I should have gone after him. But oh well.
His face was just getting so red. Ugh, felt so bad.
Yeah.
I mean, kinda.
So, Austin, I was talking with a well-known meme maker who was sending some super chats after the debate. And he's like, bro, Austin just needs to have a beat behind him when he answers any question, because he just fires that off like it's a straight rap song. I'm like, I'll pass that along to him.
Nice. Jim Bob?
Yeah.
Yeah, he makes fire memes, bro.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
Yeah, that's what I wouldn't mind being able to slowly, coherently make the point, but they interrupt so much, that it's all right, well, I'm just going to fit it in 15 seconds to interrupt that. It's kind of I don't know. I feel like I always get backed into a corner where I just have to start. Also, did not know it was going to be McToon. I probably would have said no, make it someone else. We didn't even know.
How'd you not know that?
Because Callie and I were talking, and we were like, "Yeah, I think it'd be cool if we did a debate." So I reached out to James. I was like, "You want to set up a debate with me and a girl named Kai, 2v2?" And I said, "Preferably, of course, another guy and girl." He said, "Okay, I know Carissa will do it, and I just have to find the guy." And I was like, "Okay." And he knows I don't like McToon, so I just kind of didn't even think it would be him or Skeptic or Fight the Tight Shirt. He knows I don't like those people. But sure enough, the day before, someone's like, "So you're debating McToon?" I'm like, "What?" So it is what it is. I mean, there's no point in debating that guy, in my opinion, but what are you going to do? I didn't know.
That's awesome. So you hadn't even really been preparing to debate McToon, and you destroyed him anyway. I love it.
Yeah, we made our presentation like literally 30 minutes before this debate.
Yeah, I sent y'all a couple memes on that one.
Yeah, because you were hitting up the text chat for some of the memes that you were putting into it.
Yeah.
And they didn't present anything. Like, what's so funny is the Globers are always getting the chat or the comments and say, "I can predict what's going to happen. The flat earthers, the flurfs will bring no positive evidence." It's like that. The whole thing was positive evidence. Once we falsified that they can't prove the curve, we showed you observations. That's positive evidence, right? But like, she just talks like a mental midget, and then he shows spherical excess, assuming spherical trigonometry, repetitively saying there's no assumption here. And that was their whole thing. That was their whole presentation. And it's like, if you read the comments, you would have thought we got destroyed or something, and it was quite the opposite.
Well, the lemmings still make up the majority, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Dude, Carissa is like the poster girl for Cogdis and like appeal to
Yes.
consensus.
Yes. We use our senses, and our senses tell us we live on a ball. Just like, okay.
If she makes it condescending enough, people will believe it, right?
The funniest part to me, there's two parts. This where he's like, "It was proven in Eddington, 1915." I'm like, "Oh yeah, how do you prove space time bends and warps, bro?" And then he says, "An eclipse," and both Kai and I like in unison go, "Wow!"
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, wow.
And then she's talking to Carissa later, and Carissa just keeps interrupting, and she's like, "What are you talking about?" And Kai imitates her, goes, "What are you talking about?" It's so funny, dude. So we agree. We're just gonna try to chill, and like they're gonna try to get us mad. That's what they want to do, and so like let's just laugh. If they keep interrupting, just leave it up to the audience to see that clearly they're interrupting, and just like have a good time,
Totally.
Yeah. Because like a lot of people, they won't even be able to really keep up with the technicality of the debate. But if some of it's just like a personality contest, honestly, for like a lot of like newbies that have no idea about the debate. Like part of it is literally just like who seems more like chill, and if your side can just play it off cool, make jokes. Maybe they'll be like, "Hey, these people don't seem like they're on drugs or anything. Like, I'll check out Flat Earth."
I love how they I think it was Carissa was describing how density works in place of gravity, and then you guys started to kind of call her on that, and then she said, "Well, no, but it is gravity, but it's density." It's like, okay,
Yes.
alrighty, yeah, keep talking, honey, keep talking, go right ahead.
Yeah, see, with like the horizon's just an apparent location. Like, yeah, Carissa, that's our argument.
Right.
And that's the big problem, and that's what I was trying to tell her at the very end. Like, a lot of the time, you're just not aware of the claims of the globe model. Once you learn them, like the horizon is a physical location in the globe model. You're like, oh, that's stupid. Because most people realize that the horizon is just apparent. So.
Yep.
Yeah. She's cool though. I mean, I don't have any bad feelings against her. Maybe we can get her in ladies' night.
She's not even close to cool, dude. Did you hear her talking about the jab? She's like, yeah, of course I did. I believe in science. Like,
She did say that a couple times. Do you believe in gravity?
Yeah, she was asking it like, do you believe in the color yellow? You don't believe in the color yellow? Oh my god.
Yeah. Yeah.
one thing you can say positive about McToon after the debate is that he didn't take the jab. You know what I'm saying? That's the only positive thing. He said that he used a word that means
ambivalent.
Yeah, meaning like I have mixed feelings.
Oh yeah.
Like he doesn't really know. He's not sure about it. He has mixed feelings. So he didn't take it. He just knows that most of the people that watch him did. So he's never going to say that he's against it. He's just going to keep this position of ambiguity, right? Like if he took it, he'd be the first one to be like, "Oh man, it's science."
Mm-hmm.
So I guess you could say when it comes down to a life or death situation, he just doesn't trust the science.
Yeah, there you go. His true colors are shown. And dude, he spiraled so hard after that. He's tagged me in like 2 Facebook posts, like just bashing me, and then he posted on his channel, Austin Whitsitt Gets It debunking the Black Swan 1,000 times, and he puts me where I'm like, I think it's the ranty debate where I'm like, you didn't even account for a fraction at all in this, where you guys always talk about it. We know that there's atmospheric conditions at play. That's what it is whenever you're looking through the atmosphere. And he loops it over and over and over 1,000 times for an hour and 20 minutes. He's put that out since the debate. So he's like freaking out, like trying to damage control.
But correct me if I'm wrong, even if you use their standard refraction model, it still does not comport to the image.
No, it extends it to 1.32 instead of 1.22. It's not even close.
So what is his argument about refraction being applied to that image?
Yeah, well, what he will say is, well, that's just standard. This is extreme refraction, and it's a coefficient of 2 or more, which is infinite refraction, which means you could see something from all the way around the globe. Literally, all the way back to you is a coefficient of 2 or more. So, yeah, I don't know. He's just dumb.
So does he have a data set for this refraction that we can use as a guide to prove whether it is or is not correct? I mean, what is he using for extreme refraction? You can just plug in whatever numbers you want to make the picture comport to it, right?
Yeah. Literally what you do is you just come up with a rate, right? So the rate that light would have to quote unquote bend around the ball. In that instant, it's extremely far. It's basically like it has to bend at the rate of infinite refraction, right? And you just come up with that rate, and then you would just try to come up with some type of mathematical equation to explain how that rate was attained. But they don't even typically do that much. They just say the rate. And actually, 99% of them don't even say that. They just say the word over and over. So because they know that once you get into the specifics of it, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, so it's almost like the equivalency of putting on a camera lens or on binoculars, the setting where it just says infinite for zoom.
Yeah.
Meaning the focal length is quote unquote infinite.
Yep. Coefficient of 2 or more. Because I debated McToon right when the Black Swan came out. And I woke up from a nap and walked over there and that's what he said. This appears to be a coefficient of 2 or more. I'm like, what? That's infinite refraction, bro. That's like if you shine a flashlight forward, it'll come and hit you in the butt.
So is it refraction is why we can't see the curvature, but we know it's there?
Yes, according to him.
Okay, I just want to make sure because I'm trying to distill it into one sentence so I can just destroy people with that one sentence.
Yeah, that's what I do. I've yet to meet a Glober that will ever answer Because it sounds so bad. You're like, so we never see the actual curvature of the Earth, then, right? And he's like, there's always modification. So we never see the actual curvature of the Earth, then, right? You just keep on saying it.
We never see the unmodified.
But so does that mean we never see the actual, And then he'll say, he said, we never see the actual anything.
Yeah, actually anything. Oh my God. Wow, so science doesn't even prove anything? Whoa, this just turned into a way different conversation, dude.
Yes.
Yeah, when people say science doesn't prove things, you say, okay, so then we can't scientifically prove the globe, right? Like, they're just little questions that just destroy them.
Yeah.
We don't actually see a unicorn, but those exist too, right?
Yeah, and they said that was a straw man. I'm like, no. She said repetitively to Kai. She's like, well, just because we don't see it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. And so I'm like, okay, I've never seen Superman, but that doesn't mean he doesn't exist. And they spiral. They're like, straw man. No, dude, that's what she just said.
Did they also try to use the example of you don't actually see the location of the fish through water? Didn't they try to do that as well?
Yeah, or a pencil in water, yeah.
Yeah, which that's two totally different mediums. That's when you're looking through the atmosphere, you only have one medium. It's not two totally different mediums. Not saying that refraction can't exist within the atmosphere, but it's completely different than equating it to atmosphere and water, like straight
Exactly.
water.
That's what you want to hone in on, right? That's Snell's law. It's about the change of perception from two media, like two different medium. So you got air and water. That's what refraction is. You really can't have the actual phenomena of refraction in the atmosphere. And if you want to get technical, right? That's why I use a differential equation of Snell's law, because it's a singular medium. That's why even Andrew Thomas Young says, well, there is no actual horizontal boundary, meaning there is not a boundary of two different medium that it switches through. So we just kind of have to breeze past that. And then we have to invoke a light ray, even though it's not real. So like what's his name? QE did a really good presentation on refraction recently. He explains that. But that's the simplest thing. Or yeah, it's not analogous. That's a change of two mediums, and the air is one medium. And they'll say, well, there's different densities in the medium. Like, okay, it's one medium. There's not a horizontal hard boundary of medium.
Yeah, because doesn't Snell's law, it relies on the angle of incidence to that hard, fast medium change, right?
Correct. The presentation is really good. It's kind of long. It's 2 hours. I was there. It's really good, though. Like, it's simple stuff. To use terrestrial refraction, they invoke the R value, 7/6R. You can't do that. That's in contention. It's not. It's a category error. The Earth isn't expanding in size, right? So if you use the R value to come with your equation, that's literally a non sequitur. That's what's in contention. In addition, it only extends to 1.32, so it'd have to be a way bigger number than 7/6. 6R. It'd have to be a way bigger number. So there's the two basic problems, and then you have the idea of refraction not having two medium in general, right? So these are the three primary things that just destroy their argument of refraction. They'll never acknowledge it. Like, Toon can acknowledge it either. I'm like, so is the actual radiation? And he's like, no. And they act like we're dumb. Like, I don't understand what he's doing. Yeah, you're coming up with the supposed rate light bends based on just fluctuating the R value for intents and purposes. So it's just theoretical. It has nothing to do with reality. You know what I'm saying? It's just really bad. The globe is so far beyond dead. It's pretty insane.
And also, Austin, they can never provide an example of the horizon being moved by refraction, as far as I know, correct? Like you were saying, the difference between the ground and the air.
Well, no, like refraction is always a phenomenon relative to the horizon, and the horizon.
Right, not the horizon itself. Right, that's what I'm saying.
Correct.
It's just stupid. They're stupid.
Yeah, I notice a lot of Globers are hung up on the whole math is reality. If the equation works, it means it's true. Like they care not for the values that are input into it and what those represent. Just as long as the equation works, then it's true. Happens a lot.
Hey, make sure you wear your NASA t-shirt when you get your 5th booster shot. That had me dying. And then when that super chat asked for McToon to define the 4th dimension, and he just said, get educated.
Yes.
We don't have time for a relativity lecture.
Yes.
That was so embarrassing for him.
That was that was Jim Bob's.
Yep. Which was so funny, right? He's like, it's not space and time, it's just space time. It's literally space and time. And you have a grid system that you use to try to map it out. That's where you get your dimensions. Right? So you have space, the idea of dimensions, right? But space itself is the idea of emptiness, of privation, what the dimensions are of. So it is literally space and time combined. So I know a bunch of flat earthers kind of back down when they say that. No, it literally is. I read it. That's what it is. It's about. That's why they say space is a vacuum, because the lights have to be so far away because they don't change, and the only way the lights can be that far away is if they're in a vacuum, and they still are too far away. So it's like, don't back down from them. No, it's space and time, two concepts. And that's literally what the theory of relativity is. You can read it.
Yeah, it perfectly follows a reification fallacy, 100%.
Can light travel through a vacuum?
Yes.
Actually, it can. Yeah, you can shoot a laser through a vacuum chamber, and it actually seems to work a little more efficiently. That's why they came up with the idea of "quote unquote" quantum foam or quantum energy, because they can't acknowledge the background medium. People call it the ether. I now call it the Hashemayim, the unseen existences. But yeah, I mean, there is a medium there because the laser goes through the vacuum chamber. You don't see it till it gets to the other side.
Still, though, I guess the divergent rays from the sun are kind of suspicious in regards to the globe model, you know? Like, is it really 93 million miles away? And then when the light hits the atmosphere, then it, you know, spreads out like that, like it's close?
Parallel, bro. Always.
Yeah, like the thing with that is, like, they say it's just a perception, right? But if you have, it's like perspective, but if you had parallel rays coming in on the Earth equally distributed, you would have parallel rays all over the sky. If it was just perception relative to an obstruction in the atmosphere, right, you'd have equally distributed parallel rays across the whole sky. So you would get the divergent ray illusion all over the sky, but we only see them converging onto the actual position of the sun, or the apparent position of the sun, right? So that's why it doesn't work. It's dumb. The whole globe Earth model is dumb, bro. It's actually dumb. I've never had anyone ever answer that question, by the way. I've never had a glober answer the question. Wouldn't there be evenly distributed divergent rays, right? Because there's parallel rays all across the whole sky. They'll just say no. What their objectively would be. They'll never explain it. It's an unanswerable question. Just like, how can you attribute physical properties to conceptual abstractions? Space-time is a concept. So how can it have physical properties? You'll never get a legitimate answer back to that. You'll never get a legitimate answer back to, well, if we never see the curvature of the Earth in actuality, how do we know it's there? You'll never get an answer to that. All right, so just hit them from the jump, like with the unanswerable questions. The debate is far beyond over.
Well, there's kiddos in the YouTube chat that still think that there's a debate going on.
Yeah, but they typically just spam ad-homs.
Yeah, that's all they're doing. So, someone in there just said, Witsit is great, but his electrostatic gravity is a load of horse shit. Ha ha ha.
Yeah. That may be a flat earther, but it's like, whatever. No one can debate me on that either. So, if all molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature, and it affects directionality, then how can you say that any phenomena of acceleration isn't related to electrostatics? You literally cannot. All molecular attractive forces are electrostatic. And I bring it up to just destroy the globe. That's why I get frustrated when the flat earthers get mad about it. I'm like, dude, this isn't arguing against you. Like, helium goes up. Yeah, I know. Electrostatics is super, super weak. That's why it destroys the globe. It destroys the globe because it's 10 to the 39th power stronger than gravity even claims to be on the smallest scale. And it does not prevent gas from dispersing omnidirectional because its elastic velocity is so much stronger, right? So it's like, this is actually just a nail in the coffin, but no one will ever debate that either. No one will ever be able to debate that. It isn't debatable. Like, I don't just run around just saying things. I've been pretty tactical about it. There is no answer. If everything that exists is electrostatic and you can't isolate and control that variable and remove it, you can never prove gravity. And you can also, on the same token for the flat earthers, you can never say that you know that the only thing at play is density if also electrostatics is there. You don't have to say that's the cause, right? You have to acknowledge it's a variable. If you don't, you're wrong. Like, I'm sorry. It is just objectively there. And then when we take the approach of, well, a real scientific experiment, scientific method, right? You need a naturally occurring observable phenomena. That's what you have with lightning and bumblebees and beetles and spiders. Those are naturally occurring electrostatic phenomena affecting directionality. You can use a Van de Graaff generator to make things go up and down by manipulating electrostatics. The Earth's electrostatic, its electrostatic potential constantly fluctuates, right? And you can never control or exclude that variable. It's just objective. You know what I'm saying?
Do you think solar cycles have an impact on that electrostatic action?
Probably.
If there are, yeah.
Yeah.
I've read a lot of Wall Thornhill stuff on the electric dipole gravity model. Who did you get like most of your knowledge from on this specific topic? Because I'm really interested in digging into it.
I gathered a lot of different stuff from. You have to take the good and leave the bad, right? But
yeah, definitely. Yeah, I know Wall's the globe.
Ken Willer isn't bad, and then it'll take you back to the fatherheads of electrical field theory. So you have like Steinmetz. Steinmetz does a pretty good job breaking it down. Even Tesla does a good job breaking it down. Oliver Heaviside. So it's like before they flooded science down with pseudoscience, the fatherheads of electrical field theory, right? And it's really specifically dielectrics. I say electrostatics because everyone knows what that is. They're interchangeable though. Now dielectrics has a misinterpretation, but I would say not everyone's up for going and reading Oliver Heaviside, but like Ken Willer does a pretty good job, honestly. A lot of people don't like him, and he's wrong about a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, you can't. Not everyone's right about everything. Like, no person has the entire picture perfectly. Like, you gotta, like you said, take the good, leave the bad. Figure it out yourself.
Well,
Exactly.
he
Calls it incoherent. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, no, I was just gonna say he recently did that moon experiment, didn't he? And he actually came to the conclusion that the moonlight was cold.
Yep. Yeah, he measured the temperature of the moonlight relative to the shadow.
Have you watched Eric Dollard's lectures on the history and theory of electricity and anti-relativity?
Yes, Eric Dollar is also a good person to look into.
Yeah, I love his lectures.
Like, this is like, if you're going to just listen to flat earthers, you're screwed, right? So, like, just go listen to the aspects that are relevant to what you're learning right then, right? There's like Dollard and Ken Willer, they're not flat earthers, but that doesn't mean that they don't know how dielectrics work.
Yeah, definitely. And like you can just tell, like the people who start getting into the electromagnetic aspects of nature and whatnot, they often have a very hard time getting funding for research. Like just how they're treated shows how desperate they are to keep this under wraps and prevent people from knowing about it.
Yeah, they say they're looking for the unified theory of everything, right? Because the theory of relativity is off by 95% dark matter, dark energy. It doesn't work at all on the quantum scale. So they're just still looking for the quote-unquote unified theory of everything. It's right in front of everyone. It's just electrics. Everything's electric. It's so simple. There is a unified theory of everything. Everything is intrinsically electrostatic. Everything. And technically magnetic, just not coherently magnetic, right? Which people think that magnetism is just coherent magnetism, but it's not. Your wood table is magnetic technically, right? Because magnetism is the dielectric field. If it's not coherent, then it's just not powerful. You're not going to know it. But that is the unifying theory, is that everything is electrostatic, electric, dielectric, whatever. Gotta be specific, right? Because electrical technically is like the hybrid of magnetism and dielectricity.
Yeah, and this also, like, studying how human physiology is influenced by these electromagnetic fields and Earth's resonance, like, that alone proves that we cannot leave. We can't go to the moon if our heart, our brain... They did military studies, I think back in the 50s. They put people in a bunker and filtered out the Schumann resonance. I think it's like 7.2 something hertz. And when they filtered it out, people instantaneously lost their alpha brainwave state. They became incredibly fatigued. They couldn't think. They got super sick. They started hallucinating. So, like, how did they survive that on the moon?
Dude, that's a very good point. And actually, that's why if you really re-examine what's going on right now with all of these injections and with all the new radiation and what that's going on, right? Let's just say that. It's pretty crazy. I think they might literally create a matrix, right? So, like, Tesla has a quote. Alpha waves in the human brain are between 6 and 8 hertz. The wave frequency of the human cavity resonates between 6 and 8 hertz. All biological systems operate in the same frequency range. The human brain's alpha waves function in this range, and the electrical resonance of the Earth is between 6 and 8 hertz. Thus, our entire biological system, the brain and the Earth itself, work on the same frequencies. If we can control that resonant system electronically, we can directly control the entire mental system of humankind. That's Nikola Tesla.
Yeah, Rudolf Steiner had some quotes about that too. He did some interviews like back in the early 1900s, late 1800s, when they were putting up power lines and people were talking about how it disconnected them from their spirituality. It severed them from God. It seems like that's the purpose, trapping people in the material.
I was watching
Wow.
I watched that CNN special you put up. Wasn't that you that put up that CNN special about different?
Yeah. They did like a 30-minute piece on it in 1985 about how they could put voices in your head and manipulate your consciousness, all kinds of stuff.
God help us.
I think that is the purpose. Like, I got this paper. We can't say the bad word because this is live stream, but I got a paper from Luxembourg that confirms that magnetic phenomenon.
Yeah, like this is why just making sure that you're humble and just like be honest with the creator because he's real is so important, right? Because like that's what protects you, right? It's not like you're not helpless. That's what they want you to think. And I would say that if your spirit is slowly corroding and you're sinking into depravity and you don't humble yourself with the creator, then maybe you are vulnerable, yeah. Right, but you're not if that's not the case. And your electromagnetic aura, which is literal, when people say you have an aura, they're literally accurate, which is why I told you to stay 6 feet away, et cetera, et cetera. Right, it's much stronger whenever you have this spiritual clarity. All right. So.
Yeah, have you heard of the Heart Math Institute? They have a bunch of stuff on like the heart torus field interactions and emotions and how people communicate through it.
I have not.
You got a link?
Yeah, look up a Heart Math Institute. They got a bunch of research on it. It's really cool.
It's so crazy to realize how little you know about your own self.
We're very, very powerful, man. That's why it takes so much to try to trap people. It takes like 18 months of propaganda and fear and manipulative frequencies from the TV and removing social interaction. Like, we're super, super powerful, bro. Literally powerful, right? Like, we actually emit
6 foot distance.
Yeah, because that's the typical average of an electromagnetic aura of a human, of like a radius.
It can get a lot bigger too. Like the HeartMath Institute showed that like feelings of fear make it smaller, like 2 to 4 feet, but feelings of love can make it go hundreds of feet.
Yep, exactly. That's what I'm saying. So it's like, they can't really mess with you if you're in the right frequency, right? Like it really comes down to just like being a good person. Even though Yeshua said no man is good, you know what I'm saying, right? Like having pure intention and being right with the Creator, and being humble and caring about others, not living in fear. Like they can't.
Yeah, just love and simple.
Sounds really simple.
You would think so.
18 months to flatten the curve.
Yeah, man, it's gonna go way longer.
Yeah, the electrophysiology stuff. It just, everything they're doing and trying to recommend that you do is so antithetical to what's healthy and what keeps you happy. Like covering your face so you can't see facial expressions. Like what 90% of communication is through nonverbal cues, and then keeping people apart so their heart field isn't interacting. It's so obviously malicious.
Yeah, and this is actually why I do what I do right now. This is on. I love to reach adults. That's cool, but it's really because of the children. But see, the children are so much more dangerous to their plans because they live in these frequencies naturally, right? Like they're trusting. They're much more empathetic. They have a lot more empathy. They have a lot more love, right? So they're super powerful. Children are super, super powerful. So that's why they're now torturing them, scaring them, masking them up. Like, how does a child learn how to read? You can't see the teacher pronouncing the words, right? They're being tortured because they want to. They really need to hit those frequencies. So you get the parents pass it down to the children. The children live in if you can get the children to live in a state of fear without comprehending it, you can lower their ability to combat the system. That's why I'm standing up around the U.S. It's for the children. It's not for the psychopathic adult that wants to run around about murdering babies. I don't care about. I do care, I guess, right? But only those that want to hear. I'm much more concerned with the children. I know that they know that they're very powerful, and this is why if you read, to not get too specific because it's morbid, but if you read their books, they're very, very like hyper specific about abusing children and under certain ages because they know the power that's there.
Yeah, I read an interesting paper on adrenochrome from the 1960s. It's kind of a weird theory, but they did an experiment with a human subject, and when they gave him adrenochrome, he described his perception of time changing. So perhaps that's another aspect to it. Like, you know how adrenaline makes time slow down? Like if you get in a car accident, you feel like time slowed down. It's kind of that same effect. So if they're abusing kids to acquire that, perhaps they're perceiving time slower as a result, which helps them be more successful or whatever else. Like it's giving them control over the perception of time, essentially.
Right. Which is a trip, bro. That's such a trip.
It's mind-blowing and terrifying.
Because like there's that movie, what is it? It's about the like really special pill this guy, Limitless, right? And what it just slows everything down for him. That's what Limitless does. Like when he reads, he just learns languages super fast, and like all of a sudden everything slows down. He's able to like read all the way through the page because time's slowing down. It's like in plain sight. They're showing you like exactly how they go about it. I don't know, and it's really morbid, but I just know they know the powers in the children, and that's why actually Yah straight up tells us to be childlike. And, you know, like not regarding like knowledge and wisdom and stuff. You attain positive things as you get older, but like spiritually, like children, it's for a reason. It's because you're powerful, bro. It's like that's why I've finally gotten to the point in my life where I literally don't fear things. People are like, you're at the White House, I thought a sniper was going to get you. I'm like, what are you talking about, dude? You know what I'm saying? Like, no, I go toe to toe with the Secret Service and they have to leave. It's fine. and now I don't have any worries, and everything is fine, and I'm like as happy as I've ever been, bro, because I know they can't mess with me.
Yeah, you can't be fearful. I know when people first start getting into conspiratorial stuff, like the initial reaction is fear and initial denial because they don't want it to be true. But after a certain point, you kind of become desensitized to it, and then it becomes like a sort of righteousness. Like you want to be on the good side. You don't want to be spreading any of that negativity, and you want to be righteous and trying to wake people up to it.
Yeah, and try and find that line where you can make sure you allow people to heed a warning or like get the message out it needs to be, but not where it has this undertone of so much fear porn, because then you're actually feeding the beast, right? It's like, and they trap truthers into it a lot. I have to always try to watch myself even, right? Because it's like, wow, are they really going to rush this down to ages 5 and up? Which they are, by the way. They definitely are. That's a positive. Mark my word. It's going down to 5 years old. And so, but like, you can't let the fear overcome you, bro, because that's when you're weak. And that's why I just say, like, you just get right with the creator, man. And it doesn't have anything to do with religion, bro. Religion sucks. In fact, modern religion is used to scare you. Scare you into obedience, right? There's only to be like, just talk to the creator, bro. Like he's your homie. Not like, dear, I'm writing a letter. I'm trying to get accepted into school. It's like, just be real. Before you say what you say, he knows. But there is a real personal creator that made everything for you. He loves you, and he just wants you to be really powerful. Yeah, and that's actually what Yeshua was saying. He's like, bro, you're super powerful, man. How long I got to be with you before you realize how powerful you are? You're not understanding. Like, if just a small percentage of us figured this out, then they would never have a chance to pull this stuff off. And that's why when I go to Flattoberfest, I love it. It's coming up at the end of October because there's so many people on that same wavelength, even though waves don't have links in our things. There, right? It's so powerful. There's just 500 people there, and it feels like that room could take down the whole system. This is why they don't want us in that frequency together, because just a small percentage is so much stronger. You have like 300 million people in this like 2-foot radius of electromagnetic aura, but you have 10 million people with the 100-foot radius of electromagnetic aura power that they have, right? It's like we still win. So I just try to stay positive and make sure people realize what they have. And sometimes you have to break through the intellectual barriers with them, which is why conversations like this is so good to say to other people. Like, I Googled that. I'm going to keep it pulled up and look at the Heart Institute thing you told me, Heart Math Institute, right? Because if you can break through their intellectual barriers where it's like, no, look, like there's a resonance field in the earth and it operates within the same frequencies as your body and your brain. And here's literally how your heart works. Here's literally effects of these emotions on your literal aura that you have. And you can show them like science. It'll just kind of get their stupid little carnal mind out of the way, right? And then maybe they'll start to realize the power they have. This whole entire thing's about taking your power away. That's why it's all around fear. All of it. It's all about fear. Fear, be in fear. Because you're basically really dumb when you're scared. And this is no disrespect to women either, of course, because I love them and I think that they're much better at things than men. But women are more emotionally inclined, you know what I'm saying? And that's why, like, in a really, really emotionally stressful situation, sometimes they'll just make like erratic decisions, even though they think it's in their best interest, right? It's like, and men do it too. Don't get me wrong, but I'm just saying, like, that's why they are actually more inclined to their power, because they're more empathic and intuitive, and they are closer to their emotional understanding. And at the same time, sometimes it overrides the logic. And if they can get you scared, dude, then you're just dumb. And in no way saying women are dumb. You see what I'm saying? Like, if they can get you scared, then you make irrational decisions. And so that's why they're scaring everyone. They're scaring everyone with the actual air. You can't escape the air, bro. There's nowhere you can go that there's not air. So they've given this omnipresent threat to put you in a state of fear. And that's why you now see people like, I'm sick because you didn't get your jab. And it's like, oh, I need another one. But mine is working. That's why I need to keep getting them. It's gotten to okay. The mainstream narrative is so illogical now. That's how you know how scared everyone is. That's kind of what I'm trying to say, right? If you want to know how scared everyone is, look at how illogical what they tell us to believe is.
Yeah, I mean, all of virology is inverted. I don't know how much, if you've dug into like the germ theory versus terrain theory and how virology started and how they quote unquote proved causality with the use of excessive adjuvants in conjunction with the quote unquote viruses, which are just exosomes and extracellular vesicles. Like, the evidence for viral causality of disease is so laughable. It's mind blowing how many people have just got sucked into it. And I think the purpose of it was to just create fear. Like, instead of it being the people at the top making your environment super toxic, pumping DDT in the atmosphere and all kinds of other toxins around you that do make you sick, they wanted to gaslight you and go, oh no, it's your fellow human. They're carrying this little microscopic particle that on its own can make you sick. Even though they're all around you, your gut is full of quote unquote pathogens. You're made of all types of like viroproteins, supposedly. So just the logic of causality, the evidence for causality, it's all just to make you fearful of your fellow people and make you want to stay away.
That's a positive that came out of this, right? Tons of truthers looked into that, and like virology is pseudoscience. But the reason they did it is really simple, right? It creates an existential threat, right? Like there's an exterior threat to you. That's a totally different ball game. So
and it's a gaslight too. Like, it just straight up gaslights, because you can look at look at polio. If you look at the DDT rates with polio, it's perfect correlation. There's evidence for DDT being a nervous system paralent. Like, for every pandemic, there is a better explanation that is an environmental toxin than the viral component itself. Every single pandemic, like the past century, you can look into every single one of them. Like the Spanish flu, that correlated with us putting radio waves up in radar and power lines, and then you can see these pandemics popping up every time something new is added to our environment. Something perhaps like wireless technology, electric fields, and all the toxins they love to pump in.
They also started to push meningitis.
It reminds me. Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good, man. Go.
I was saying at the same time as the Spanish flu ordeal, they also pushed meningitis vaccines. And they gave them to a bunch of people that were across seas in war. And they're like, okay, they all started getting sick because they kept them in super poor conditions and gave them that shot. And then they're like, oh, they're coming back over here, they'll get you sick. So then they got the American public to take it. And many studies will show that it appears that it's those people that were really getting sick, and it was those that didn't take it that were taking care of the other ones. Right, so you have like the introduction of radiation and you have that meningitis injection at the same time. That is really why that happened. Of course, the numbers are also drastically inflated. You can look at newspaper articles from back then, and the number's like 200,000. You go Google it right now, it's going to say millions and millions and millions and millions of people. So it was on the third page of newspapers back then. It wasn't even like a headline story.
Yeah, it's
what you were talking about. What you were talking about earlier, both of you guys now, reminds me of what Reagan said to the UN. Perhaps we need some outside universal threat to make us recognize this common bond. I occasionally think how quickly our differences worldwide would vanish if we were facing an alien threat from outside this world.
Exactly. Existential threats are people's logical kryptonite.
Yep.
Yeah, with the jabs too. I think part of the reason there's a Bioinitiative report. I don't know if you've read through that. It's like this big review on the effects of EMF and radio frequencies and electric fields and whatnot. But I think one of the main purposes of all these jabs that we've had throughout history is to continually increase the heavy metal load that we have, and we know those heavy metals can interact with the electromagnetic environment. So you're getting fucked from every vector essentially, and it's just driving you to fear, driving you to have reduced consciousness, reduced perception. And I know you mentioned this before, and I know we can't get too much into it because this is live stream, but the nanoparticle aspect and the way that they're delivered and what they're combined with other adjuvants, you can't see it as anything else other than malicious, with malice and forethought. It's the only way you can look at it when you look at the mechanisms of how it's delivered, how it's absorbed, where it goes.
It's just, again, though, you can look at everything two ways, right? So you look at the positive of that. They're in us from all angles: food, water, radiation, environmental toxins. And still, if in the proper state of mind, certainly spiritually, you can't be messed with because of your electromagnetic aura. So, like, they really can't. The power of humans is way too powerful. as long as you actually obtain it and keep it in the right frequency. It doesn't matter how many angles they attack you. They have to do all that just to like get the people that are brainwashed, right? So it's like there's a positive or a negative angle of all of it, and they want you to view the negative in fear, and then you're weak.
Yep, definitely. Strength of mind. I put another link in the chat, Project Bazaar. I have some PDFs too from the Soviet Union on how they were able to control people's behavior and like perception of time, their sleep rhythm, and all kinds of stuff with radio waves and various frequencies. So when they tell you, like in the modern day, that there's no evidence that radiation or EMF or anything is harmful, if you actually read the insert of if you buy a cell phone and you read the insert on the side inside of it, it says keep it away from your body at all times. 8 inches away from your body at all times. Like no equivocation on it, just straight up, don't put it close to your body. And you have all the Bioinitiative Report studies that clearly show it's heavily impactful on brainwave states. And yeah, so that's why it's more important. You don't want to be fearful of it. You want to understand it and then use the power of God within you to make sure you're not falling to that fear, and which makes you more susceptible to it too. Like just living in fear, that tanks your immune system by itself. So it's all about strength of mind. That's why you should pray, meditate, do what you got to do. Yeah, here's the other one. I'll put it in chat for you. Hang on.
Nope. I think Kyle needs to use her phone. Nice conversation though, guys. And if you have anything that's cool like that, bro, if you want to shoot me a DM, that would be dope. And I'll catch up with y'all on the flip side, like a coin toss.
See
Cool,
y'all,
brother. Hey, thanks for all your work, brother. Really appreciate that, both of you guys.
Of course, bro. Much love.
God, I love those two.
Yeah, Austin's about as big brained as it gets.
For real. He needs to do a few more raps too, man.
Anyone want these Soviet papers on how they manipulate behavior with these EM fields?
Yeah, great, man. Send them my way or just post them in the chat.
Mic check.
Checks out good.
Did I just turn up to dead air or what happened?
No, Witsit and Kai were here for a little while. So they were having a conversation with some of us.
Local celebrities, Witsit and Kai.
Yeah, there it is. So yeah, this is the it's Soviet D-class stuff. Gets into psychological phenomena and psychological weapons. Use of microwave and frequencies to induce hypnotic states.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I've read some of those. Yeah, I've checked that out, a little bit of that myself.
What do you guys think about the sleep experiment stuff?
Elaborate.
Hang on. It's like a German. It was like they gave people a bunch of meth and then had them stay up for like a while in the same room together. Hold on a sec.
Doesn't sound like a good idea.
German sleep study.
They were calling that a study back then.
Yeah.
Is that like how an orca studies a seal?
Orcas study seals?
Yeah, as they do the vivisection.
I don't know where.
Okay, so this is called the Russian sleep experiment.
Is that too subtle?
I don't know where this just went to. I'm lost. I like what we're talking about. You guys were talking about frequencies and things like that. That's very.
I have everything on that. I have like hundreds of documents on the subject. I have a lot of the Soviet D-class docs from it, early military stuff, the bunker studies that they did, the Bioinitiative report, which is like 2,000 pages of evidence review on its effects on physiology and brain.
What I do is I go out into the woods and I sit down on a tarp.
Grounding. Well, you want to make sure you're touching the earth. Like your skin should touch the earth so you get the free electrons from it.
Yeah, but I've been. I imagine that what I'm doing is I'm practicing with like listening and becoming aware of my surroundings or something. I've always wondered that about. This might sound kind of weird. Like before, I guess I would have to call myself a globe believer, but I used to believe that my spirit or something went out into mechanical devices that I was like connected to. And that I had some kind of effect on them. Now, I mean, I know that sounds a little far out. But what we're talking about earlier about your aura expanding out from us, right?
Yeah, that's in the HeartMath Institute studies.
I know.
It's definitive too. Like they've replicated these results a bunch of times. Like when people experience the positive human emotions, the love, kindness, like those kind of things, their field magnifies tremendously. And to switch an entire group of people, I don't remember how many people it was in total. I think it was like 200 something people in a room, and the 1% of the group, if they emit enough love and kindness and their field gets big enough, they can change the rest of the group with them. So it's not just like everyone has to think the same way. All it takes is like 1% to be awake and loving and kind, and it can shift everything else. That's why, I mean, with the lockdown measures, that's why I want to keep everyone away from each other and to foment fear, because all it takes is just 1% of the world population to wake up and flip that, and things change. There's also the GCP DOT. I don't know if you've heard of that. It's like the Global Consciousness Project or something, where they measure random number generators and the influence of events on it.
Right. Yeah, I have heard of that.
It's pretty cool. Obviously,
I was going to say I learned about. Oh wait a minute, what were we talking about? I just had a brain fart. The HeartMath. Yeah, I learned about the HeartMath like more than 20 years ago when I was in massage therapy school. I was reading books like the Body Mind book and all those kind of things.
Yeah, this has been described for however many years. Like this has been well known. Like it's a metaphysical concept in terms of like the description of it, supposed shape of it. It's a very, very interesting topic to dig into. I'm gonna put as many of these docs in the chat as I can. I don't want to spam too much, but I'll try to put the good ones if you guys want to dig through it.
Oh man, you can post whatever you want, dude. It's not spamming if it's, vital.
Oh, okay. There's another book by Robert Becker called The Body Electric that goes through all the electrophysiology and how they took I think it was a tadpole, and what they did is they exposed it to a dual magnetic field with like south and south on each side. So like two magnets, one at the top, one at the bottom. And when they grew the tadpole in that environment, it grew 2 heads. Like it didn't have legs, it just had a head on both sides, so that you can even influence the propagation and development of species by changing the directionality of the field when that species is growing, or when that whatever subject is growing. So it makes you look at the current environment we live in with a lot more scrutiny when you understand how it influences the development of children and everything else, and life in general. Let me find the Becker book. It's quite long, and it's pretty. It gets pretty complicated towards the end of it when he starts getting into some of the mechanistic action. But it's still it'll prove to you, like if you read that book, you'll know with 100% certainty there's no way we went to the moon. Just absolutely no way any life form could survive outside Earth's magnetic field. You can't do it.
Yeah, because if we're connected to the life stuff that gives life here on Earth, then we can't leave. You can't leave that.
Yeah, our heart is governed, like our whole circadian rhythm, our brain waves, it's our genetic expression, it's all governed by the magnetic field so if you leave that, which the moon is 120 something thousand miles away, 126,000, I think is what they say. That is far beyond any sort of Earth resonance or magnetic field.
No way, bro. That just means that the atmosphere extends all the way out there, bro.
Yeah, I think they did come out and say that too. They said that.
Yeah, well, they said, okay, yeah, and that's the thing. It's like, which one is it? You can't have it both ways.
Exactly.
Either the moon's in our atmosphere, or the moon's, 150 plus thousand miles away. One or the other, guys.
Yeah, they also said that Earth is covered with a plasma shield of killer electrons. The plasma is like 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. How do we get stuff through that to go deep into space? Supposedly, like how does any electronic survive that far out and away? Like there's no logic behind any of it. It's just believe it.
Oh, wait. That's a question that Witsit should add to his questions. Is the moon in Earth's atmosphere?
Oh, yeah.
I just thought of that.
Which account should I ping? He said he wanted me to send him stuff. Should I ping his Witsit account or Mrs. Witsit?
No, just right-click on his name here. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, you did.
I DM'd him. I still don't know if he's using another account because his Witsit account wasn't very active when I looked at it.
Probably DM him here, I would say, yeah.
Because I want to dump a ton of shit on all this electromagnetic physiology stuff. I think it would definitely help the argument against us going to the moon. Like, just explaining the physiology aspects, like, it proves unequivocally we cannot go outside of Earth's magnetic field.
Okay, the things I was thinking about when you guys were having a conversation are coming back. So, the Schumann resonance. That's right. Have you guys heard that the Schumann resonance has actually increased?
Yeah, I've been watching it for like 3 years. It has
up to 20 now or something.
Oh, it is like multiple orders of magnitude higher, and it started at the very beginning of 2020. Pre-2020, it was well average, and then the second this BS pandemic started, the Schumann resonance spiked, and it's been consistent.
So have any of you felt this increase in energy? Because I sure the hell have, man.
Yep.
I have to admit, I felt it.
There have been days where I was like, man, I feel off, and I go check the Schumann resonance, and like.
So do you think they're trying to change it? You think they're trying to change it?
Yes, most definitely. I think they're geoengineering the environment to try and manipulate the magnetic field, because they say it's dropped by like 50%. Like the strength of it has dropped by like 50% since the 1950s. So I think they're trying to artificially do something to maintain it or manipulate it. And then by manipulating the magnetic field of the Earth, you're manipulating all life within it as well.
Ridiculous. These people are trying to be gods. That's it.
Yeah. I mean, Bill Gates wants to block the sun. He wants to spray sulfuric acid and metals up there to block it.
They don't care. This philosophy is much more important to any of human life. They don't care. They don't care about you. They don't care about me. They don't care about anybody else but their little sick dream. To lie.
Hey, Sonny, just in case there's somebody out there listening that doesn't know what the Schumann resonance is, somebody give a brief description.
Yeah, that's the frequency that they say has been measured is the Earth's frequency, and it's very closely aligned with human beings' actual frequency, base frequency. Which is about what? From 5... I just looked it up. 5.83 to 7.23 or something like that.
If you're tampering with that, you are altering the way your brain functions.
Yes.
The brain waves. It directly affects.
Here we go. I'm pulling up some information on it. It's supposed to be in the spectrum of ELF, extremely low frequency. Let's see here. Well, this is just wiki, but around 7.83 hertz. No, here, I'll just put the wiki in there.
Yeah, we know what makes the alpha brainwave state. I mean, the military's done studies on this back in the 50s. When you put people in a bunker underground and filter out the Schumann resonance, they instantaneously lose their mind. They start hallucinating. They get extremely fatigued. Their heart rhythm dysregulates. Your consciousness is not independent of the environment. It is through our environment, which is the Earth and its magnetic field.
Yep.
So what did they see? If they did go to the moon, like, did they all hallucinate when they were up there? Have you guys seen the press conference for the Apollo 11? Have any of you watched that?
Yes,
It
exactly.
is so fucking weird.
That's glaring.
Their dog or something. They look so depressed.
I know. It was like someone shot their dog and forced them to get up there and talk.
Yeah, it looks like they're gonna either bust out crying or start yelling or have some kind of freaking physical convulsions or something. I don't know. Really weird looks.
Yeah, I mean, they're all Freemasons too, so.
They could hardly even look at each other too. That's what's bizarre about it.
Yeah, and they're fidgety, super fidgety the entire time.
Whether they saw stars or not. And the guy that was orbiting said he saw stars, and Neil gives him like a nudge, you know. Come on, man.
What do you think Capricorn 1 was trying to tell everybody? Like, don't fuck with them.
Yeah.
Or this is what'll happen.
Yeah, you could definitely say that wasn't three guys that just did something that no men had ever done before. Come on.
Yep, and so happy and cheerful about it.
That's what I keep saying. Resistance is not futile, but to fight back, that is futile.
Too bad we don't have a GIF about that. I'm sorry, Gab.
No problem.
Yep, I go outside. I love being able to ride anywhere I want to go. Go outside even at night. Such a beautiful sky last night. And like, I guess people are afraid of being outside. So like, it's amazing. I get to enjoy it.
Yeah, I live out in a rural area. I got dirt roads around me, a bunch of trees.
That's
Could not live in the city. Couldn't do it.
Yeah, it's kind of difficult.
The nearest cell phone tower from me is like 1.9, 2 miles away. I have a GQ EMF meter, and I have absolutely none sitting around me. A completely pristine EMF-free environment. If you live in a city, you should get out as soon as possible before shit hits the fan.
Yeah, I know I'm gonna have to.
There won't be
I've
any
been saying
life
the same thing,
outside
my friend.
cities.
I left California over a year and a half ago due to all this.
I know a lot of people who left California and said they started sleeping better as soon as they left because it just showered in radiation.
Yeah, that's okay now. You can still retreat in the wild and stuff outside the cities, but in 10 or 20 years, you can kiss bye-bye.
Yeah, probably.
Life outside the city. They will ban it.
No, I don't think that here. People are freaking bunkered in, bro, for years.
Yeah, just look at now how easy it is to travel today.
Yeah, a lot of the things we take for granted now, man. A lot of things we take for granted.
Locking down cities. Yeah, they wouldn't let you go out out of your city.
So get ready, sheep.
Yeah.
For them to tell you when it's okay to go outside.
Exactly. When the alarm sounds, everybody inside. The future is coming.
They'll have to fight me. That's the whole problem.
Oh, it's kind of funny when Trump was running and talking about the wall. I remember a lot of jokes about by the time that wall is built, they're going to be using it to keep people in. Instead, yeah. That's starting to look more and more true, isn't it?
Keep people in. Yeah, exactly.
Hey, real quick, I want to give a shout out, big ol' super respectful shout out to the new shift of truffle pigs that just entered the YouTube chat. Looks like the early evening shift is showing up, and we love you guys so much. Thank you for doing so much of our work for us.
Truffle pigs. That's interesting. Those guys know what they are doing.
Pigs only find truffles on the flat forest floor.
Right.
Pigs finding truffles on a ball? What the?
Well, at the mountain too. They find also mountain forests.
Yeah, they need to keep putting their globe arguments out there in the chat. That only helps us appreciate it.
Well, yeah, if they were even arguments, they aren't even arguments. They don't even hold up to be that. But yeah, you're right.
They're the only ones with an argument. They're arguing with themselves.
Hey, Sonny, can I still call you Roger? Yeah. Sometimes.
What'd you say?
Sonny, can I still call you Roger sometimes?
Yeah, no, I don't mind at all. I respect Roger greatly, so that's fine with me.
Yeah, I respect both of you. Yeah,
because I don't think I sound anything like Roger.
No,
I know. Yeah, you don't. But you see, when I don't hear one of you one day, and next day I hear one of you, I can't distinguish which one of you is. I don't know why that happens.
Yeah, that's okay. It's just we all have idiosyncrasies, right?
Yeah. But now I'm getting better. I remember that you're singing and all that. Yeah. So Roger, you have to start singing too.
No. I can't sing now.
I bet
it would be very, very painful for you guys.
I bet you have a wonderful voice.
Oh,
no, I know. Really, I know.
I know you're all about that karaoke, Roger.
Maybe when I'm drunk, but
Well, you're a great DJ nonetheless, and yeah.
Yes. Amen.
Yes,
Thank God. I'm going home. I'm looking at the sky, night sky. It's so dark. So many stars. I'm walking like a fool looking up at the stars.
Man, this is way off topic, but the last hour or two, I've been looking up some old fishing lures that I have. I have a small fortune in freaking old ass lures. I never
Wow,
knew I had them. Couple $100 so far.
When I look at the stars, sometimes I have the impression like it's moving, and I'm focusing then at that star, but it's still. Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah, I actually was
Something
able
with
to
the
perceive.
perspective.
I was actually able to perceive the moon moving a couple of weeks
Oh
ago.
yes, yeah.
Because there's buildings. Because there's buildings nearby, so I
Yeah.
can use the buildings as a gauge of how far. And when I
Yeah,
was close,
yeah.
and I'm like, wow, I could actually see it like inching along. But it's a really
Moving, yeah.
strange kind of motion, though. I have to
Yeah.
admit.
It's clockwork. Yeah,
Yeah, incredibly precise.
yeah.
How could something be that precise and be haphazard at the same time? It's not possible.
Right.
Well,
Let me
yeah,
see
I
if I
remember the
can-
last time I saw an explosion turn into a really well organized series of parts.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. Doesn't work.
Let me see if I can explain this a little bit better, because everybody knows that the moon goes from the east to the west, right? However, during the first light of the new moon, you'll see it in the western sky, not the eastern sky, and you'll see the last light, the last crescent of the moon before it turns to new in the east.
Yeah.
Like everybody, like before I got into a big debacle about it over by not being able to explain it properly, I guess, with Helio. Because as it's gaining light, it moves from the east to the west, even though like the position where you can start to see it. You know what I mean? Even though it's transiting the other way.
that? How do the Globies explain that?
They have no explanation.
Yeah. They just ignore it. They will act like they didn't heard you and move on. Change the subject, maybe to something terrestrial like refraction or yeah, or water. Yeah.
Yeah, I just posted a little image that plotted out all the data that was found. September 16th, 2016 at 2045 AEST. The moon was spotted in these different places, impossible on a globe.
Wow.
I don't think I'd ever be able to see a 1% sliver moon. It's gonna set.
We got so many nails in this globe coffin, we're hammering them on top of each other at this point.
Yep.
Yes, you are fake Burning Man.
Yeah, that was hilarious with Burning Man. A numpty clip of its own right there.
I know, he thinks SATCOMs are something special. Dipshit. It's just ham radio repeater. You moron.
But he never showed a curvature measure.
You can access it on a Baofeng. You can listen to it on a Baofeng. How is that possible with a handheld walkie-talkie? I thought you needed a special dipole, huh?
By the way, guys,
bring it to us from the paper. Mm-hmm.
Apparently, Brazilians in the jungle or in the rainforest, whatever you want to call it, the Amazon, that are like doing the logging and the illegal mining, they're using the SATCOMs to communicate with each other. How are they able to find the position of it, huh? It's just a radio repeater. And it was issued by the Navy, not the Marines.
Have any of you guys watched Witsit's debate with Skeptic Dank on McToon's channel? Anyone seen that? I'm like halfway through. It's like 2 hours and 50 minutes.
When was that?
It was on April 30th, 2021. I can link it. It is embarrassing. Skeptic Dank is so dumb. And you can see Austin's face. He can't take it anymore. Like halfway through, he's done. Do you guys have like a favorite debate that you think I should listen to? Like your favorite flat earth debate, the ones that get heated or fun?
Well, we like the new jokes about globies.
The super chats in the one that had Carissa, like Chris and Nick too, and they were so funny. The super chat that said, "Make sure to wear your NASA t-shirt when you get your 5th booster shot." Oh God.
It's just good to search and see how much is it that you don't know. That's the fun part of life. When you understand that this thing is valuable, then yeah, I think for the Globers, for example, it is upsetting for them to be addressed a question, and it will upset them not to provide an answer to it, to say that, well, I don't know, we don't have an answer, mankind doesn't know. They don't want to say that. They are 100% certain, sure that mankind has all the answers possible. And I literally read this, like scientific magazines and stuff, like saying that, hey, there's nothing left to discover, officially. But those claims are meant to cripple you, to obstruct you, tie you down, bound you to the heatsink. You know. I don't mind being a slave, having a chain on my neck, but that chain, I don't want it tied to anything. I am the one pulling the chain after me. Yeah. There has to be something when we look at the sky. We must see also what is below the ground. Like two opposing mirrors.
Wow, I just got a notification that scared the shit out of me. It was loud.
I have a video about melting satellites.
Yeah, I mean, they're usually made out of materials that melts at 600 degrees Fahrenheit. Wait, what does aluminum melt at? Is it 800 or 600?
No, aluminum's like 2100 or something like that, I'm pretty sure.
That's a lot lower than you think. It's aluminum oxide melts at a higher temperature. But I know they're using like Alcoa, like special alloys and shit. And then like that gold foil that they put up there, that shit's super thin. Yeah, 27. So it was Celsius. No, the melting point of aluminum is 1220 degrees Fahrenheit.
Oh, 1220.
933.47 degrees Kelvin and 660.32 degrees Celsius.
Yeah, I think I was going like titanium is at 3200 or something like that.
The 2700 is the boiling point Fahrenheit.
Yeah, I'm talking about metal melting points. It's one of the first videos I ever made. Excuse the rough nature of the video. I just went to their sources, find out what did they say the temperatures are out there. Then I went to the metallurgy sites, what the melting points of these metals are. They debunked themselves. They debunked themselves just like everything else they ever said.
Yeah, titanium is 1660.
Celsius?
Just like steel. Yeah.
What's that in Fahrenheit? Do you know? Never mind. I can find it, man.
Yeah, that's hard one. But you can have depends like which grade. Grade 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Grade 5 is a titanium alloy, which is one of the hardest.
Yeah. I just wrap them up. I just wrap them up in the highest temperature they say is up there into a nice big ball of molten metals.
Yeah.
Flying around.
Yeah. There are some military grade titanium alloys which are with cobalt, if I'm not mistaken, and yeah, those have a much higher melting point, like 200, 2,700, 3,000 almost Celsius.
Yeah, 3,000 Fahrenheit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Titanium. So everything below that is just melted.
Yeah.
Completely molten. Nothing. So no plastics, no rubbers, no silicone. Nothing can withstand any of those temperatures. No window seals, portal seals, whatever they have. Any kind of fittings that go through. Fittings that go through the hull, like nothing like that. The hull itself, all melted. Everything inside. Bye-bye.
The only thing you can use is special ceramics or tungsten. Yeah, wolfram.
Yeah, tungsten is the most refractory of all materials.
Yeah. 3,600 Celsius, and that is extremely high temperature.
Yeah, and that's Celsius, right?
Yeah, Celsius. Yeah.
So the best globe evidence I've seen today so far. Are you guys ready? It's somebody saying Earth is not flat and you guys are delusional. So
Yeah, good evidence.
there you go. Pack it up, guys.
Hey, great argument. Good one. No, we never heard that one before.
Wow.
That's a first.
I'm glad
you
I
can
never.
blame. You can blame. There's a character in the YouTube chat named Flat Brain Society that just tried to use that as globe evidence. The Earth is not flat, and you guys are delusional. Oh boy. Well, we'll go ahead and take that to heart, and yeah. Sorry, I interrupted to say that I just thought you guys might find that amusing.
Since you put it that way, go ahead and close the server down. It's over, guys. Sorry.
Yeah, we're done, guys. That was it right there. It's the evidence we've been waiting for.
I just looked out the window from my vantage point up here. There is no curving away from anywhere. Everything just keeps on going out down the street.
No, that's just the fact that your eyes are able to be tricked by magic and refraction. So, yeah.
So, yeah, those people down there are a mirage.
Refraction bending light is the explanation definition.
But it appears that they're walking perfectly outward on a plane surface.
These globies are funny and sad at the same time, aren't they?
Oh, Trelity.
How does someone get a gold without having an earth roll? I don't get it. You're also a space criminal, a valued space criminal. Who gave him these roles? Dr. One Up. Oh yeah, I remember you, bro. Yeah, that's cool. Whatever.
I think it was in the 60s they had one of these national anthems that would air across like all television sets before the broadcasting companies would go offline. And if you were to get a thing of that video and slow it down frame by frame, you will see all the subliminal messages that are hidden inside of it. And it's pretty much exactly the same GIF that you posted. Buy everything, do not question authority, believe in your God government.
Mama government.
Does Michael Cracked's son have anything to say?
I think his mic's broken.
Still a broken mic?
I don't know.
I'd like to know what kind of device is that. Could you type in what type of device has the broken mic into the text? Thanks.
Yeah, because I'll tell you what, this mic I'm using right now is part of a $20 headset, and it's the most it's the most money I've spent on this endeavor so far.
Sounds good.
Yeah,
sounds really good.
It's headphones and a microphone for $20.
Yeah, I had one like that too, but it didn't sound it didn't sound good, and the sound coming out of the headphones was poor. Like it wasn't loud enough for me to hear.
Sorry, I'm laughing at trualities. No, go ahead. Sorry.
You go ahead. No problem.
I was just laughing at what Truality posted in the voice text. That's all. But I can't. Well, I mean, I could say it online, I guess, if I wanted to. But everybody check the voice text. That shit's hilarious. I love it.
The ISS is on the bottom of a pool. What do you think you are, an aquamarine? Scuba assistance? Are you kidding me?
Hey, if temperature, like this, the complicated rock girl, she said that space is millions of degrees, but it's not hot, like you can't feel it. So you know how we measure things on Earth, how we get the temperature, right? So how would we measure something where nothing is propagated? How would one get to the conclusion that space is millions of degrees if you actually can't measure the medium because the medium is empty or something? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
How do they know that?
Exactly.
Math.
They can't. Right. Like, there's no way for them to know most of the things they talk about. That's why they skip right by it. They skip right by the sphericity, first of all. Then they're already up in space and freaking 15 seconds flat.
Yeah, I like this one. Gravity works because Earth is a globe. Earth is a globe because of gravity. Gravity works because Earth is a globe. Oh, boy.
I know. That's funny. That's like a couple of conversations.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, they start, wait a minute. That's what I said the other day. No chanting allowed on the server. We're not, because the guy kept doing it. And he was confused, all right. Yeah. Interesting.
Well, I just want to know, which one is it? Is it the Earth is a globe because of gravity, or is it gravity works because Earth is a globe?
You'll never get an answer to that question either.
Fuck. I need to know. I need to have at least one solid, straight, direct answer to any of these questions before I take another one of them seriously. I have to have at least one answer to one of them, right?
Yeah. And meanwhile, we're waiting. We'll just keep adding to the list of things that they absolutely cannot answer.
Yep.
It's in the hundreds now.
It's more than that. It's every single postulation ever made.
Yeah, it's
by the
probably
globe side.
thousands and thousands ad infinitum, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Globers will think up all kinds of stories. Blah blah blah. Earth is a globe because I fried my pancakes this morning.
See, if we were wrong, guys, you'd be in here telling us about it. Bottom line.
Fairy tale globe stories.
Because they cannot explain gravity. They cannot explain gas pressure without a container. They cannot explain how we see too far.
Yeah, or how no curvature is measured in nature, ever.
Exactly.
Yeah. Just one piece of direct evidence for Earth curvature. It's a big world, right? You'd think that there'd be at least one, like, confirmed, solid measurement.
On the reverse side of that, show us a ball that measures no curvature in any direction. That's all.
Right,
that's all.
right.
Let's show that.
If it's a ball, you know what? Let me beg the question real quick. If it's a really, 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 really big ball, still, where's the fucking curvature? It's got to be a pretty big ball.
I mean, how many degrees of sight do you need to have a picture of before you start seeing the arc of the horizon? Because yes, it's supposed to be arced if it's curved. It's not just curved in the direction that's flowing away from you. Geniuses.
Yep. There's
No curve, no globe.
There's several different axes that we can, be thinking about things. At least
and
three.
Say it's a trapezoid with rounded edges. We'd still at some point get to see those edges somewhere, wouldn't we? Even if we're living on the flat top of the trapezoid.
Especially if we're trying to fly over it.
Right.
Well, the YouTube chat did try to answer the question, and Lethargic's answer is about as good as his name. It's rather lethargic. He says, gravity is a valid reason to think the Earth is a glove, given its effect.
Glove.
The globe does not explain gravity.
It's a glove now.
Wow.
Like a knit glove? Okay.
Well,
If the glove don't fit, you must acquit.
That's right.
Still the definition of gravity. That still doesn't explain what gravity is. Sorry, bud. Lethargic. You lose. Take your L.
He has too many already. His L's are overflowing.
At least he chose his name appropriately, like you said.
Mm-hmm.
Lethargy is a symptom of fluoride poisoning.
He needs to add an L at the end of it.
Lethargal. Lethargal.
Lethargical and Mr. Hyde? I don't know.
It provides a good example, though, because there's many of them that think it's all they need to say gravity. It's over with.
Dr. Lethargy and Mr. Hyde.
There you go. Okay, lethargic. Oh, great. So, do you believe in gravity?
Can't wait to hear the answer.
It's a yes or no question. Yes, I can't wait.
We're on the
That's
edge
like,
of
do you believe in magic?
Bunch of people on the edge of their seats here.
Shh! Don't give them anything, Joshua. Let them fall down the stairs on their own. If you push someone down the stairs, then they didn't do it on their own, did they?
The crowd is in a hush.
They did if nobody witnessed me pushing them.
I can neither confirm nor deny that I am right there with you.
When I'm drunk, you don't notice him. He only comes out when I drink my gin.
Hey, so Lethargic said yes. I will assume that means yes, he or she believes in gravity. Okay. Lethargic, please type into the YouTube chat for all of us to see why you believe in gravity. Please. Thank you.
His science daddy religion told him it was true.
No, because then they'll just flip it and be like, well, you guys believe in a sky magician, a sky guy.
That's why I said it, because they always just try to resort to that.
Yeah.
Their feeble minds.
Not the sky, outside of time and existence. Try again, numpties. I mean, you have to remember these Globers, they're just rocks.
That's very true. You know, you got to give them credit for even knowing a language at all. You start there.
And what do we do with rocks? We walk over them and drive over them, right? That's what pavement's all about.
Hey, yep, I agree. Okay, so an update from Lethargic in the YouTube chat. So I asked you said yes, you believe in gravity, so I asked you why. And then you ask a question about objects falling different densities in a vacuum, this, that, and the other. So a question isn't an answer. Those are two different things, Lethargic. So let's try again. Okay, this time, perhaps, if you want to continue the conversation, provide an answer, because that's what happens after a question is asked. You don't ask another question. And maybe later we can teach you kind of how a conversation works. But if you feel like you understand it, we'll try it one more time. Why do you believe in gravity? Thanks. And if you can't handle it, that's cool too. You know, we get it.
Does anyone remember, did Lethargic get banned? Is that why he's only in the YouTube chat now?
Oh, I don't know. My assumption is that whoever's in the YouTube chat is just too afraid to come defend their beliefs like adult big boys and big girls with big boy and big girl pants on. I mean, you ask them, hey, why don't you guys come in and chat with us a little bit? Oh, the second I express an opinion, I'm banned. Like, I'm pretty sure that that's just not how it works, but yeah. Oh, well, glad you weren't here when I tried. It was they were so mean to me. So I'm just going to stay in the YouTube. They don't deserve my participation. Then I just say, okay, well, if that's the case, just don't be rude. You know, give it a shot, try again. Because, I mean, listen, if it were so obvious, we wouldn't be here. None of us. We wouldn't be here. We'd believe that there are space aliens coming to hang out here pretty soon, and I would believe that somebody had gone 93 million miles to get a direct measurement to the thing in the sky. Quite frankly, it's a lot of work knowing the truth. So if someone can prove to me that the globe is reality, that would free up a lot of time, to be honest. Hey, Lethargic, remember how I asked you why you believe in gravity, and you still haven't answered? I have to go now. I've got something to do, but is there an answer? Do you have a reason why you believe in gravity? Why you believe it, too, not what someone else says or whatever.
Because
he saw a video of two objects falling at the same rate. That's the extent of his understanding, I think.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, but does that occur in nature? Nope.
No, because nature doesn't perform experiments on itself.
Well, two objects of different densities will not fall at the same rate. The only time that happens is in a vacuum where there's an absence of air.
Exactly. So, because man made a vacuum and man picked up and dropped objects, that's why all that stuff happens. It's nothing to do with what happens in the natural world.
He's not manipulating this supposed cause of the effect to prove the cause.
You know, it's a real simple explanation for gravity, yet these fucking globe retards don't know it. It's very sad.
Do you believe in magic?
And I know you do.
Lethargic confirmed he was banned, as usual, for no reason at all whatsoever.
You keep throwing gravity around like it's the air glue.
Wow, doesn't that make now every single glober or anti-flat earther that's been banned, it's been for no reason? Or isn't that some kind of record? No reason at all.
Nah, he's a lying sack of shit. He's never joined.
You know, that seems a little more plausible. I'm going to go with that.
No, Lethargic has been in here. I don't know if he ever joined voice chat. I think he may have.
Well,
I do remember
as if he
him.
never did, because he's now just spouting excuses. So it might as well be that he's never joined.
Oh, he says he has proof he was
He
banned.
has proof, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Where's the proof of gravity?
Yeah, show us the gravity proof. And listen, if you join Discord, you can DM me the proof that you were banned for no reason. I'd love to see it. Come on down, kid.
Yeah, there's a log that goes back from the inception of this server. So,
right. I don't know, Lethargic. Am I sure about that one? You're the one making the claim, partner. That's how it works. You make a claim, then you have to be able to back it up. Years of this, and you guys still haven't picked up on that.
and then they always ask questions. Do you believe? Why do you need to believe in something if it's true? Do I believe in lies? No. What happens to a liar? They get a bloody fucking nose.
Settle down, settle down. We all know what these people deserve.
Don't be mean to the liars. They're just trying to help you by lying to you.
Right.
Well, no, because when you start like showing that they're lying, they get a brain aneurysm and they start leaking blood out of their nose.
I think there might be that might
Why
be an
would they lie?
incentive that might be an incentive for them to stop lying, not getting a bloody nose every time they lie.
Yeah.
Right.
They might figure out that I better stop lying to people.
Or at least, just take it down a notch. Don't lie all the time. Ease into being honest with yourself and others.
Yeah, I'm gonna try honesty from now on.
Cheaters lie. Cheaters lie. Why do you need to know why the cheater lied? You don't. All you know is they lied because they cheated.
Yeah, it's like, hang on a sec. No. I know I'm looking at a murder scene, but hang on. How do we really know there's a murder right in front of us if we don't know why the person murdered the people? Okay? So let's ignore. Hold on. Let's put it on hold. Yeah. Stop what you're doing. No more pictures. Nothing. Listen, guys. We can't even prove that there's a murder right here in front of us because we don't know why someone would do that. Okay? And now we got to start all over. What's that?
Technically, it could be a homicide. So, yeah, I mean, I guess you're right on one inspection.
No, not at all. If there's a dead body with a slit throat, it's all over the place. That's either a suicide or a murder, right?
Well, yes.
Homicide is a murder.
Were murdered. Plus, it could also be like assisted suicide. So, like the person who has a slit throat, when they were alive, they could have had somebody kill them for them. So,
okay.
yes.
This is all presupposition, assumptions. Listen, if there's a dead body on the floor, do I need to know why there's a dead body on the floor to know that the dead body exists in front of me?
Oh, absolutely.
No, it's elementary, dear Watson.
Correct.
The evidence states that there's a dead corpse in front of us that's suffering a gunshot wound to the head with no burn marks from the powder, so it was not self-inflicted. So obviously someone had to have placed the bullet in their skull. And based on the caliber, let's do a dragnet up to 1,000 mile or 1,000 feet circumference and scour for brass.
Self in the head.
Dave, you're robot and bad.
Place. What about them?
You're robot and bad, Dave.
Oh, here we go. You guys ready for the final nail in the coffin for gravity? It's over now. We have to believe in it, guys. Here we go. Lethargic in the YouTube chat says, gravity is the name we give to the phenomenon that objects accelerate towards each other when they are otherwise left to their own devices. This is backed up by objects of different density falling at the same rate in a vacuum. Oh, okay. So let me get this straight. Yeah, exactly.
What are the variables?
He's like, oh, I'm just going to say some stuff in a chat room, and that's going to be proof.
You guys, that's what Wikipedia says.
Come on,
Or
guys, give him some credit. He did put two sentences together there.
He did. That was two sentences, I think. Was it just two? Yep, 2 whole sentences. So, man creates vacuum. Man drops objects inside man-made vacuum and calls that natural. I love it.
Here, let's do another investigation type. You wake up in the morning, you find a puddle of piss on the floor. Now, it's kind of obvious I didn't sleepwalk and urinate on the floor because there would be much more volume. Therefore, it must have been the dog. Right?
Exactly.
Well, how can you check? Well, you physically inspect the dog's private parts and see if there's a yellow stain there that's fresh.
Could have been your wife, though.
I ain't got
Could
no
have been
wife.
you.
Ain't got no wife, and I'm happy as hell.
Point taken.
Point
Ninety-
taken.
Got 99 problems and a globe ain't one.
Right? I mean, do they understand that they have a feminine mindset, all these globers? Yeah, that's right. You have a female mind. Curves, right, is a feminine aspect. Use your masculine brain.
Well, my masculine hormones love to see curvature, if you know what I mean.
Right.
So I'm always looking for it. And I can never find any on the Earth. Boy, I can tell you, I can see curvature walking around on the surface of Earth. Woo-wee. But Earth doesn't have it.
Is that's the way that you feel the force of attraction when you see the curvature?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
That's that's exactly. They're just beating around the bush, guys. They're just talking about, it's a very embarrassing subject to talk about, sexual attraction and romantic stuff. So they're just kind of dancing around it with this whole thing. They're really just trying to tell us that we are all naturally attracted to each other.
Phrasing, you said beating around the bush.
What?
I meant to. I'm glad you caught on that. I try to put like 2 or 3 puns in every joke.
Very punny.
Indeed, but sometimes it just makes it a dad joke, which I guess I'm still okay with. But trying to cut back on those.
Sometimes that force of attraction can go a long ways. I can see a long ways down the street. Whoa.
Right? Listen, I don't know what kind of atmospheric refraction got out of the way for me to see you, honey, but what are your digits? I need to check those measurements.
And you need a direct measurement of her curvature.
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
Only if you need to know for sure. Precisely, my dear Watson.
So, since Lethargic could not substantiate his gravity claim, he now wants a flat Earth map.
Really?
Oh, okay. We're just going to move right on past it. Okay, so
He's like 3 years
doesn't know
ago.
what to say about gravity. That's fine. That's okay. No one does, right? It's magic. So now he wants what? A flat Earth map?
There's an interesting observation. Look at the meme that Breaking Down Wall of Lies posted. You see the hot spot on the ball?
That is interesting. Wow, that's funny. So there's a big. So there's two. Does that mean there's 2 sources of sunlight? One that's lighting the entire. See the curve? It's being lit, and now a hot spot from the sun. How's that working? It's almost like they added the hotspot back in to say, oh shit, yeah, we forgot the sun. Gosh, yeah, I just put a hotspot there.
They always ask for a map. It's like asking us to do a 500-piece puzzle set and only giving us 300 pieces and none of the corner pieces.
Yeah, and even the globe side will admit that there's no accurate maps, so there's no accurate globe map. Globers will admit this when they're honest.
Technically, there's no such thing as a perfectly accurate map of anything.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. When people are honest, they'll admit that.
Right. Well, the one of the saddest things that they do is that they assume that all science has figured everything out, right? Science has literally, down to the smallest molecule to the largest of the macro, figured everything out. So there's nothing left to figure out, guys. And to them, that's the best part. Right? Thank God it was figured out so I don't have to do any work.
Yeah, it's
Do you
like
think
a
that's why they're
teacher saying in the Truman Show, everything, there's nothing left to explore. Go ahead, Josh.
do you
Sorry.
figure that's why they're trying to explore the Planck's constant, the string theory bullshit, and the multiple dimensions, which kind of makes gravity not exist at all? And that's just an artifact of mathematics, monsters. None of that shit is real. There is no string theory. You want to know what the dimensions are? Front and backwards on a plane. That's one dimension. Sideways or left and right, like strafing left and right, that's another dimension. Going up in elevation and down in elevation, that's another dimension. It's called the dimension of travel.
Yeah, Josh, but what about silly string theories that exist?
I mean, in order for all that to exist, that means there must be some magical particle that causes gravity, and they can't find the graviton. Maybe if they build a bigger collider, they might be able to find it. Maybe if they build a bigger one, big enough to split the Earth in two. And furthermore, how come they're not using spheres? How come they're using direct, flat plane lines for these things to occur? Big circle.
They can split the Earth in two and get to the Tootsie Roll core and everything. That would be cool.
Good night, Roger. It's almost like the Mercator projection. You notice the countries that are larger are the first world countries. Australia's landmass is larger than the United States. However, on the Mercator projection, even the globe projection that you see on the globe, Australia is smaller than the United States landmass. Like, what's bigger, Africa or North America? Well, Africa. That's why you cannot navigate with the globe, because you'll be in the wrong time zone, in the wrong country, in the wrong ocean. I mean, it's very deductive reasoning here.
I don't think you can do anything in reality with a globe at all. I challenge anybody to tell me there is something.
Well, you can create what was it? A monetary system. Then you get everybody enslaved. You create a lie about a globe and say it's all global and they're all globalist elite and all that shit. Yeah. Alex Jones is right. It's all the fucking globalists. Just like government breaks down root word wise to mind control, thought control. I think they consider the changing definitions of words metaphor. But I could be mistaken on it. I need to finish reading that book. It's called Metaphor, Myth, and Science. I am not a conspiracy theorist. I am a conspiracy scientist. Thank you very much.
You can't use that word, Joshua.
What is that? If you don't mind expanding on that. A conspiracy scientist.
Yeah, someone who investigates the facts of the matter and somebody that will do experiments based upon the theory that they've put forth. Like a social experiment, for instance. Psychological experiment. It's what I've been doing on Facebook for the past 12 years. The main thing is, everybody on Facebook is a narcissist.
That's correct. I got rid of social media last year. I think I got rid of all my social media. And let me just say, the relief that I experience every day not having to worry about what someone else is saying about me or something I said is so nice. Like, it is the best piece. So I'm in school for psychology. I'm going to be an addiction counselor. And I think the single best piece of self-work that you can do is to get rid of social media. Not kidding.
Yeah. In fact, narcissism is a mental illness. It's a spiritual disease, right? Just like all mental illnesses are spiritual disorders. It is the biggest mental illness in society today, is narcissism.
Right.
Trump was a huge narcissist.
Still is.
So was Biden.
I think, yeah. Oh, I mean, find a president that wasn't. There was one. What was his name? Ike. He was too small to have an ego.
Well, he had polio too.
Poor fella. Yeah. He was. That's why he was a nice guy.
Yeah, that's why he. Yeah. Never mind. That was FDR.
Oh yeah, and then FDR,
who was the grandson of the one president that screened the first, like, what was it, movie in the White House? It was called The Building of a Nation. It's a KKK film.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Theodore. It wasn't the son, he was the grandson.
FYI, as predicted, Lethargic has brought up the praise in a magical sky daddy. I'm no prophet, I just play one on Discord.
Wait a sec. So, Lethargic, when did you meet every single flat earther in the world to be able to make that determination that we all believe in a sky daddy? When did you meet all of us?
He doesn't
I think
have
I would have
to.
remembered.
He doesn't have
Does he
to.
even know?
He just
Does he
has
even
to
know
believe
that
the
the Big
straw
Bang-
man. All he needs is one big straw man for flat Earth. That's all he needs.
Oh, that's all it is. What were you saying? Does he even what?
Yeah, I was going to say, I wonder if he even understands that the Big Bang, his God, created by a fucking Jesuit Catholic priest, which means it's a religion.
Yeah. Has to be a religion. Right? How are you going to go back in time and prove Big Bang happened? You can't, so it's a belief. And what does that make that? A religion.
You got to have a lot of faith to believe in that shit.
No shit.
Just like evolution.
Dude, even well before I started getting into researching this topic, when I was a young kid, I was like, wait a second, how do they know that? About like all of this stuff that they're teaching. I'm like, how do they really know that? Are you sure? I think that's why my natural inquisitive nature brought me here to the truth, because I was just kind of seeing through it from a young age. I just didn't know the arguments. Sorry, go ahead.
That means you were called out to be separate from the rest of these dipshits.
Correct. As were you.
Yep. Well, I've been like that my whole life, even on baseball. I go, you guys do understand that this baseball thing is retarded? Oh, shut up and get into left field. Nah, I refuse. I'll sit on the bench. Fuck you.
Right, exactly. Yep.
You want me to go out into left field because you're trying to punish me? Nah, fuck you. I'm shortstop. Well, we need you out there to catch them pop flies. They don't go to the left field, they go to the right field. Or center. Come on. Unless their stance is odd in the batter box. Oh, and by the way, the Big Bang apparently happened in space, aka the sky. So, yeah, that's your space daddy, monkey boy. It's obvious. These globies are here because they want to believe in the flat earth.
They just can't break the religion of scientism. Because if that's true, then they'd huddle up in a ball and cry. But they want to believe, but then again, they don't. It's called cognitive dissonance. And by the way, dipshits, I can say what I want to, even if I'm not serious. It's a very good Tool song. And here, this album should at least entice the sleepy, lethargic, narcotic guy, because it's named Opiate.
Opiate was the first Tool record, right?
Yes. And Hush was one of their first singles.
Got it. Yeah, good old Maynard Keenan. Have you had his wine yet, Josh?
What was that?
Have you had Maynard's wine yet?
No.
He has a vineyard.
Yeah, I don't know the name. I can't remember the name of it. And every time I go to the store, I never see anything close. I have had Josh Cellars.
Oh yeah, the Josh guys. Yeah, that's really popular right now. What was I going to say? Oh, so my buddy, ex-buddy of mine, I guess now. He and I were in a band together, and we played songs that sounded like Tool. We made a lot of music that sounded kind of like it. But so he was obsessed with Tool and Maynard for a long, long time. And when he first heard about Maynard's vineyard, he bought 100 bottles of the first vintage that he made, and he said it was garbage, and he didn't want to drink the rest of it.
Nah, he should hold on to it for another 15 years or so, and then start letting it go on eBay.
Yeah, no, he saved a box of it. I don't know if he still has it now. This is over a decade ago. And I don't talk to him anymore.
That's because y'all were in a band.
Well, that is why, actually. Here's why. Since you brought it up. No, wait, since I brought it up. Anyway, so he was lead singer in the band that I was in, and he wouldn't write lyrics, so we'd keep writing songs, right? We'd come up with riffs, bridges, choruses, everything. Songs that were ready for lyrics to finalize, right? Because you got to build at least the choruses around the lyrics and such. And so we had like 5 or 6 brand new songs that we were ready for lyrics, and for like a year and a half he wouldn't write lyrics to the songs. He's like, well, that one doesn't motivate me to write to it. Maybe write another one, see if I want to write to that. It's like, dude, are you kidding? And it was a big, and we were best friends, so it was a real big falling out, all because he wouldn't write lyrics to the songs that the band he was in were writing for him to write lyrics for.
Yeah.
Divas, brother.
And see, that's the thing. Everybody lets their fame go to their head.
Well, we weren't even famous. But yeah, he let the whole like, they're my lyrics and these should be my songs kind of deal. But so we were like, okay, well, if they're your lyrics, then how about you write the songs too? Because he's a guitarist. He knows how to write guitar parts and such. Like, where are you when we're doing the songwriting sessions? This guy was just, yeah, anyway.
Also, the bass player gets the most shit out of any other member.
No, I'm a drummer and we get the most shit, but bass player's right there next to us. It's jokes like, how many drummers does it take to screw in a light bulb? And then it's like, well, we don't know, but whenever the bassist shows up to show him how to do it, there's at least one of those or something like that. They try to mix their jokes.
Is that why Slipknot has 3 drummers? So they can screw in a light bulb? No, I'm just kidding.
See, you're already doing it. What do you call the guy that does all the loading in and loading out for free that's part of the team? Drummer. It's like, yeah, we pay these other guys to help load, but you know who does it for free? This ogre we got back here. He also plays the drums.
Yeah, when I saw Korn live, I had backstage passes. Went to get the backstage pass signed. The drummer and the bass player were gone. I was like, hey, where's the best members of your band? They looked at me with like a stink eye, and I was like, fuck, I was a teenager. They looked at me like I had just farted or something, or they just bit into a lemon. And I go, what? I want to talk to Fieldy, goddammit.
Right, Fieldy. And John, what's the drummer's name? John?
David Silvera.
Yeah.
That was back when David was here.
Yeah.
It's like, hey man, without Fieldy's bass, you guys wouldn't have that funky sound. Without David's skill on the drums with that rhythm, you guys would sound completely different. You wouldn't have those drill sounds.
Absolutely, dude. Korn is 75% the rhythm section, and then the rest is, what's his name singing? Jonathan Taylor Thomas? What's his name?
Yeah. And then, the guitars, you don't need 2 7-string Ibanez's. You only need monkey, you don't need head.
Yeah, you don't need 2 7-string Ibanez's. You need 1 6-string regular guitar. But it is bands like that that keep companies like Ibanez in business, which is fine.
Yeah.
They don't make bad products, but it is funny that it's like every new metal band ever, Ibanez. Remember when they were starting to go kind of the PRS route, and then people started not playing PRSs? I don't know why. I love a PRS.
Oh, I found out, like all the 70s and earlier music, if they had reverb, they would play it through a mechanical metal plate with piezoelectric pickups just to get the reverberation, because they couldn't produce it artificially unless they actually did it in a big cathedral and recorded the sound in cathedral or something, or an amphitheater. But to get that reverb, they just sent it through a metal plate. It's interesting.
So they used a real plate reverb?
Yeah, it was a rather large metal plate, like 4 foot by 8 foot.
I would love to have been around when that was going on. That's actual sound engineering to the scientific degree.
Yeah, the first one has been destroyed. Now it's a fucking Chick-fil-A.
Oh, good. Well, at least people can get their homophobic chicken sandwiches.
Yeah, fuck Chick-fil-A.
Yeah.
And fuck any company that says, "Oh, we have a secret ingredient." Oh, you want to know why it's so delicious? Because it's a secret ingredient.
Yeah, and then they what they don't tell you is what they're putting in Gatorade too. The Sonomics, the aborted child kidneys. They're like, this is their secret ingredient. You bet it's secret. Jeez.
Secret ingredient. You won't never ever hear us tell you what it is. It's proprietary. And see, that just lets you know right there that we have more power than the government. The government cannot keep things proprietary forever, but companies, people can. You don't have to tell the government shit. You don't have to tell anyone shit. But the government, they got to tell you because they are our employee. Yeah, that's right. You work for us. Biden, you're fucking fired.
Well, that would assume that he were hired in the first place.
Kamala should be deported back to her home country because she is not even a fucking U.S. citizen.
Well, not to mention that that's not even a human female, but we don't have to go there.
Oh, no, that's why she needs to be deported back to India.
Harry Harris. Big old chin, shoulders, just muscular jaw. I'll bet Mr. Harris could beat me in an arm wrestling match.
What was it? Shit. Oh, yeah, Kamala. Backwards, you have to, like, play with the words. But you spell Kamala backwards, and it's Amalek.
Amalek or Amolek. Molech.
Yeah.
Moloch, whatever, yeah.
Which was a king, not a queen. Truth is stranger than fiction.
Yep.
And truth is never fact. Why is that?
Well,
fact
then no
is
one
like
would be able to control us.
It's something agreed upon.
Right.
So when they say, well, it's a well-known scientific fact, wrong. We don't give a fuck about scientific facts. We want scientific truths. Yeah. Here, take some sodium pentothal so we could get some truth out of you. Here,
does that shit even work?
Drink this water.
Does that even work? Sodium pentothal? It does?
Yeah.
Oh, good. Well, I'd love to take some and just see how much truth I spit, because I'm trying to already always spit truth, so that would really help out, to be honest.
It's almost like, what was it? Like close to blackout levels of alcohol has the same kind of effect where it kills the ego.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and I can vouch for that one. I've seen videos of myself under that state, and I was like, okay, well, now I know that everything comes out if I've had this many drinks. Thank God I didn't admit that I was attracted to any of the people that I'm attracted to. Just kidding. Or am I?
Now you know why Japanese, whenever they do a business deal, they get sauced. Because they want to figure out if the person they're getting into bed with is honorable.
It's a great way to do it.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of like if you can handle me at my worst, right?
Yeah.
If you can't handle me at my worst, then you don't deserve me at my best.
Well, that's actually true, hon. You got a point there.
That's why when I get a lot of money and then women start coming out of the woodwork, it's like, nah, I ain't stupid.
Right. Oh, thank God I'm broke.
Right.
You know? It's so like liberating to walk around dressed just normal, not dressed assuming I have no money or I have a lot. Just being a normal guy and living that kind of life. I would absolutely hate if vapid plastic mannequins were coming up to me because I had money.
The aphid attraction.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of aphids, these little pricks keep eating all the blossoms on my fucking eggplant.
Oh, those are tough to get rid of.
Yeah, and then especially when you have ants that are cultivating the motherfuckers.
Oh boy. Have you tried neem oil and apple cider vinegar?
I've tried everything.
Damn.
The sun's too intense here, it burns it off.
Oh, right, yeah. It burns the neem oil off too?
Yeah.
Fuck. Oh shit, hang on. I'll be right back.
Alright. Oh shit, my phone's dying. Switching to the laptop.
How about Diatomaceous Earth? You need that shot?
Black Swan. Knock knock.
Black Swan.
Oi.
Gas pressure without a container. Can I come in?
Leave your vacuum behind.
That sucks.
No vacuums allowed.
That sucks.
It was just pretty quiet here. You know, I don't know all you guys' names, but look at the profile picture. Some guy's got cars. I'm like, look, this guy's a transformer. But anyways, I'm trying to associate the name with the voice. I'm digging a lot of what's going on. I've been listening for quite a while. I'm kind of new to the Discord, actually. But
it'll come. You'll get to know everybody.
Yeah, and I want to contribute to the conversation, but sometimes, you know, what I might be thinking about is not really contributing to the conversation.
You don't know until you try.
Right on.
Mic check. Okay, there it goes.
You're good.
5 by 5.
Fucking headset was fucked up. I almost took it apart.
I was going to tell you, have you tried the diatomaceous earth on those aphids at all?
Yeah, it doesn't. Unless the kitty litter I have is like not true diatomaceous earth. But it's not clay, it's not the bentonite. They say diatomaceous earth, so.
Yeah, you can go to like a feed store and get actually like a food grade diatomaceous earth. I've got a big bag in my garage.
Store here shut down because the Indians and COVID.
Oh, the feed store?
Yeah.
Bummer.
Like they even had a sale. They were getting rid of all of their expensive hats for like 25% off.
You can probably get it on Amazon.
Stetson, man.
You can probably get it on Amazon too, I'm sure.
Yeah, I don't buy anything on Amazon.
I
Fuck
agree.
Amazon.
Fuck Amazon, indeed.
Kinda
I
like
like Etsy though. Etsy's fun. I'd go on there and look at all the neat stuff people are making. Find some pretty cool stuff there.
It's kind of like Walmart. If I can get it somewhere else, I will.
Yes, sir. So, new guy, how long you been looking into this? I'm sorry, what was your name? Nice to meet you.
Was it Michael Gleason?
Yeah, that was him. Whatever happened to Crypto? I haven't seen him around for ages.
How you doing?
Pretty good.
Okay, I thought you just heard my name.
No, I addressed you. I was asking your name. I was introducing myself, Ryan. Nice to meet you, Michael. Well, how long you been?
Ryan, how you doing?
Good, man. Good. How long you been looking into this?
Oh, I've been into it a while. Back when you could find stuff on YouTube, like Eric Dubay, Mark Sargent, and Trisha and the Hot Potatoes. Yeah, I was looking into it for I've been into it since probably 14.
Right on.
But which is your mode?
Was there any one thing in particular that made you start to think?
Well, you know, in school, and they were explaining a lot of the gravity and rotations and centrifugal force, or I was kind of like, I just don't get it. It doesn't make sense. Can you explain that again? Can you explain that again? And I feel, I guess I'm just not getting it. And, I realized years later, that it doesn't make sense because it doesn't make any sense.
You were right.
And so,
when you were a kid.
When you're a kid, you just, I guess I'm just not getting it. But, you know, logic and deductive reasoning was telling me this doesn't make any sense. And, you know, when it clicked with Flat Earth for me, it clicked fast. It explained so much. And, you know, went into it thinking I was going to disprove this. And it should be pretty easy, just a couple of weeks, right? And, you know, the more I looked, that realization and coming to grips with what the fuck this might be, wait a minute, you know, and the actual realization, then everything fell into place. And, you know, the science is great, the research is great, but for me it was just common sense, deductive reasoning, and logic. And my God-given sense. You know when you're moving. So,
yes, sir.
Like I said, the science and the research helps a lot. But for a lot of people, it's just that common sense thing where they look at you like you're missing something.
Yeah, totally. I used to be a big UFO geek, bigger geek than that Tyler from Secure Team 10, man. And I fought it for a long time. For about a year, I was looking into it, and I knew it was true. I knew in my heart, because I remember as a child thinking, this is bullshit. And then just eventually you just forget about it, and it just is what it is. And, you know, like I said, I fought it for about a year until finally I just had no choice but to, you know, accept reality for what it is.
You know, I would swear, after, you know, looking into it and just listening to the reasoning, it made perfect sense. But as far as that goes, observations, I probably swear I saw Catalina Island from Alpine, California, which is in San Diego County.
That's awesome. Yeah, I'm from Orange County.
108 miles.
Yeah, I'm from Orange County, so I'm familiar with that area.
Right on. I'm in Florida now, so I'm like a West Coast transplant on the East Coast. But seeing Catalina Island, oh, crazy. And knowing the elevation, Catalina is not that tall. You know what I mean? Maybe 200 foot max.
Yeah, it's not at all. Those cliff faces on one side.
I was at, you know, on a clear day, weather permitting, perfect conditions. You know, it doesn't happen all the time. It's like a once in a blue moon. I saw it.
Yeah, that's
and that sealed the deal for me.
Similar to in Orange County, there's this street, Baston Cherry. When you get up to the top of Baston Cherry in Brea, California, it's pretty far away. You're still a good distance away from Los Angeles, but you can see the base of Los Angeles skyline. It's just, you're way too far to see. You know, that kind of did it for me. As far as, other than the fact that, you know, water's always flat, and we just see too far. Period.
That's my go-to, sea level. You can't argue with the natural physics of water. That, you know, just the idea that they can't comprehend mean sea level in London is the same mean sea level in New York. That's what sea level is. I'll go in the mirror and say it 3 times slowly. Anyways. You still there?
Yeah, my bad, dude.
Yeah.
Right on. Pulling a rip. Right on, Ryan. It was nice chatting with you. I'm going to go do some domestic chores. I'm here, but I'll be back.
Sounds good, man. It was nice to meet you.
Same.
Somebody try to talk to the doc. Is my mic working?
I hear you.
I got you.
What about the doc? Does he want to talk? BC verified. Hello, the doc.
Yeah.
Alrighty then.
What's up, Doc?
I knew somebody was going to do it. That wasn't a very good Bugs Bunny, though, Ron. Gotta tell you.
Earlier, there was somebody in here called WhatsApp, and they were directly below the dock. And I kind of giggled inside, not gonna lie.
Yeah, I gotta admit, Bugs Bunny is the best.
Okay, the doc, you have the right to remain silent, and obviously you have the ability. So, back to whatever we were doing. I think Ariel was trying to say something earlier, but she got rumpus. You still there, Ariel?
Yes, hi.
Hey, what was you trying to say that minute
No,
ago?
I was, what was it? I don't know.
Something about crypto, I think.
Yeah, crypto.
Like cryptocurrency?
No, crypto, our crypto.
Oh,
Where's he been?
yeah. Where the hell is crypto? I don't know. Guess he's a busy man.
Yeah, well, if he's listening, we miss him.
Yeah. Come back, crypto. Crypto, come back. Any funny fool could see. Y'all don't want to hear me sing.
We need crypto prices to come back too. They took a tank today.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, they took a beating.
Yeah, Bitcoin is dead.
There's a lot of so-called experts predicting a big stock market crash around 9/11. We'll see.
Yeah, I've heard that too.
Wasn't what South American country was adopting cryptocurrency as their form of currency?
El Salvador.
El Salvador.
Wasn't there a bunch of noise about that?
Yeah, I think that's why.
Something like that. Mm-hmm.
I think they tanked it because something happened with El Salvador today. I think officially rolling it out, so the market's tanked.
Oh,
Seems to me like intentional manipulation to scare people away from it, which means it's probably going to jump through the roof. Not financial advice.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to take it anyway.
Yeah, a lot of people are predicting 100,000 by the end of the year. I don't know if that's possible.
I'm to upload a virus that will completely decimate the computer systems and bring us back to papyrus.
I'm down.
Or salt.
I mean, papyrus is a form of writing thing, you know.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Well, clay tablets.
Form of legal kindling. I mean, tender.
Well, I've seen some reports about cryptocurrency getting stolen. That's very worrying. I mean, the amount. So it's like vast amounts of crypto.
They're lying to us on all fronts. I thought cryptocurrency could not be hacked.
There was one instance where it took place, but to me it looks like a deliberate thing. A lot of things to scare people out of the crypto market right now while certain things fall into place.
Yeah, you can't really hack crypto itself, the protocol, but you can hack like wallets or you can scam people out of stuff like that.
Okay, but if you take away the people will always be stupid and get scammed. How can they hack the wallets? Isn't that supposed to be safer than in a bank?
It's just bad.
Ironically.
It's just bad, like user, user security and all that kind of.
Because I think let's call it a heist. The crypto heist in Turkey was real. And I know for a fact the one in South Africa was real. But I've seen, I think, 2 or 3 besides. And the amounts were always eye-watering. It was like 3 billion or, always in that ballpark figure. It's very worrying.
Yeah, it's happened. Some exchanges have been hacked too. But people say like the owners of the exchanges just, made off with all the Bitcoins and screwed everybody.
Here's the thing. It's websites like CNN and Fox News and the lying media that's putting this out. It did not happen.
Yeah, well, the latest one I saw, I had some doubt because there was just not enough information to go along with it.
Right.
The World Economic Forum has been talking about and kind of wargaming cyber attacks, and they call it Cyber Polygon. And the big crypto that was allegedly stolen was out of the Polygon network.
Yep.
Coincidence? Theorists' ears perk up.
Uh-huh. No, I mean, Klaus.
Just observe, create an interesting question. If this happens, what would happen to the system? And then go through it. And you wouldn't necessarily have to do an experiment, but just rather get the consensus on the user of that money network. Just to prove that,
well,
I work too hard for the little bit that I get, and I ain't just going to give it away to no fucking company to get a make-believe token that you cannot possess or physically own.
I just think the world is so unstable. You've got all these world leaders who were assassinated, outright killed, very suspicious when they were in office. I mean, the chances of that happening, And then there was a coup the other day in not Burkina Faso. It was Guyana. Was it the French? Yes. French Guyana, I think, was a military coup took place.
Kind of like they did in Myanmar.
No, but I mean, Myanmar is unstable as well. And if you look at the Far East in Bangkok and other places, there's so much going on. People are in the streets. There's so much going on. I mean, Europe.
The writing's on the wall.
Yeah, Europe's not a stable place. And if you think of the situation that is really causing it is the injectables. And I just think there are people who stand on, this side of the fence. They are not going to be swayed. There is no way these people are going to change their minds and fall in line. There's just no way. And it's become even more apparent now that the children are, the children have been brought into the equation. I don't know. I mean, we know ultimately the plan is for everybody to get stripped of private property ownership. Everybody should be on universal basic income and have a meaningless job.
That's the plan.
Yeah. So
and this is the writing that's on the wall that I'm talking about.
Yeah. So if you're looking at the things that are happening, I always draw conclusions that bring me to the point where I think, okay, this is to forward that objective, which is
it's tied into it.
Yeah, we must all become serfs.
Yeah, I think the injections are tied into. It's going to be tied into the new world currency, so that it's kind of biometrically tied into it. So you can't buy or sell like with the mark of the beast type stuff.
For me, absolutely everything is tied into that. And can you imagine that there are people that have no clue? They have absolutely no clue about all of that. They want to put medical treatment out of the reach of most people. Not that that is really, really a bad thing. Come to think of it. But everything, I think, is just geared to, march that whole agenda forward. So I think that is everything at the moment. And still, there are people that are going about their lives as if, the only extraordinary thing that is going on is this invisible thing that is such a threat to us. That we have over a 99% chance of surviving it. It's incredible. And here you have the internet at your fingertips, the library of the world. And most people don't know what it means.
They don't know how to use it.
No, they don't.
They don't know how to use it to research.
No, they don't.
They go to factcheck.org and they get their information from there, and that's it. They call it a day.
I guess it's because people sense what's coming down the pipeline. I'd call it the rapture. And I think they take their anxiety over something like that and just channel it into this Myshron Osiris, this fake outbreak. I think it's a nice way to channel their energy, which would otherwise be directed towards some other impending doom, as it were.
Mm-hmm.
I think on an instinctual level, we can sense something is coming down the pipeline, but we don't quite know what it is. This, pandemic, that, whatever it is.
Yeah, people can feel something is coming.
Yeah.
Yeah, but did you see that latest funny cat video? I can send it to you.
What?
Cat video.
Good point.
I mean, people walking on crates.
Yeah, the Masonic challenge. Crate Masonic challenge.
Well, I did a funny thing today. I watched people getting those glasses that help them to see in color when they're colorblind. And I was sitting here crying like I don't know what. I was just having a good old cry.
Those get me too, not gonna lie. You're not alone.
So that's what I did today. And I don't know, it was by chance, but then I watched more and more of them, so I cried a bit more and a bit more. It was just like an emotional release. Yes, and then at one point I did come to the realization that I'm not crying about that. I'm crying about, the stress that I'm feeling. The absurdity, the threat that I feel, the uncertainty and everything. Everything. A friend of mine said today, don't you think we would have been happier right now if we didn't see what was going on? Because he was telling me his sister has blocked him, won't speak to him. His brother has done the same. So there's a big family reunion coming up this weekend, and I said to him, why don't you just go there and spoil it all, just throw it in their face? I don't know. Because
normies want to drink, be merry, move about their lives.
No, but the thing is, Meadow, if it's like me, I've just had a fallout with so many people in my family, my dear mother included. Not to even mention my elder brother. I raked him over the coals so hard because he's in that cult. And so we are in a situation where going to a family reunion, there are all these things that you cannot speak about because it will ruffle the feathers, you know.
Eat,
Yeah, my
drink,
family's
be merry, for tomorrow we shall be vaccinated and die.
my extended family has never been there for me. I always have to go over there and slave away for those idiots. So why should I listen to anything they say, or when they're getting together, be included in that troop?
I can't quite reconcile myself to, how this position has now become so entrenched that I want to scream at them in anger, and at the same time I just want to draw them towards me and say, we must do something, because they've all been stabbed.
Well, the jab appears to have all sorts of wonderful stuff in it. According to Dr. Robert Young, it has graphene oxide in it. They say they can find, traces of this nanotech particle in there. And so graphene oxide is used in nanotech tubules and stuff like that. It basically looks like they're going to turn us into walkie-talkies.
Yeah, somebody told me that graphene oxide is not influenced by magnets. And I said, did you know that carbon is ferromagnetic? What are you talking about? And then I put up the fact sheet and I go, yeah, it's strongly attracted to a magnet, but it should not be.
Yeah,
and the oxygen
used in
the oxygen makes it easier.
Technology.
Yeah.
How
the the oxide layer makes it more attractive to the magnet.
So we've just had how many years now of that autistic savant little witch from Sweden, Greta Thunberg, telling us that we're killing and stealing her childhood at the same time.
Greta's a terrorist. She's responsible for all those murders that happened in India.
And we stand accused of being useless eaters, killing the planet basically. And so how is turning us into as Meadow says, walkie-talkies? How does this benefit anyone or anything?
It's called listening devices. Zombie
Turning up
devices.
listening devices is good. They could turn on the kill switch in the right, magnetic field or whatever with this stuff inside of us. What's her name? Another person who was interviewed, she was a Pfizer whistleblower. She says it's definitely in the vaccines. It's just not listed. And these things are proprietary technologies that are under trade secret. So they're really under no compulsion to list what, if any, ingredients are in there anyway. With this designer, gene editing nanotech that they're pushing down the pipeline. But she says if this thing gets in the presence of a positive electromagnetic field or whatever to get a positive charge, it'll obliterate any cell that it's in contact with inside of the body. So it looks like the kill grid might be sterilizing us. They're going to be listening in on us, to bring us into this great hive mind collective. We're all just going to be one with the nanotech machine.
Won't it be predominantly to subdue us, or to the opposite of subdue, to excite us?
Yeah, I personally think it's going to be something like that's the same way, like the same way we're controlled by like things like the Schumann resonance, and I think those affect us, and the combination of these things that they're putting inside of us and the technology going up all over the place, they might just be able to manipulate the way you feel,
Well, what was his name? Eric Dollard, the great electricity dude, talked about how they discovered in their electrical experiments that systems that were in resonance with one another were able to transfer energy much more easily between one another and seemingly over, I guess, distance. And so if we're all, in graphene oxide sync, I guess we'll just be one big, energetic oneness or something. I don't know.
Crazy shit, man. It's like the beginning of the Hive.
I said to my friend, just go to the big family reunion and just observe them and see if you could see anything weird going on.
Yeah.
Because I'm being sympathetic towards him because he's finding this time really rough, and I am too. You know, I think, no, why is this happening? Why am I being gentle towards these people? I just want to go and smack some sense into them. I'm so angry with them. I'm disappointed.
You gotta love
I
them
hear-
through. You gotta
I hear
let the
you.
love through. Underneath all this is love, you know? If they decide to take the jab and become a graphene oxide transmitter antenna, okay. But, you know, Sister Carrie Burner, they just attacked her with designer nanotech. And she says she took a 6-month protocol, a 6-month detox. And crystals were coming out of her hair. But she was finally able to rid herself of the nanotech. And she had the lab reports. She said the lab report said subject has been, injected with designer nanotech tubules. She's got the pictures. She had the lab reports and everything. So it does look like there's hope even in this, new transhuman agenda that they're pushing potentially.
I have been reading about protocols and antidotes. Yes. Also, so today I bought everything that I need to make grounding mats and ground my bedroom, and I can fixate on things like that until I resolve. So
Yeah.
now I'm thinking, yeah. So I'm gonna get that done by the weekend.
That's great. Yeah, I'm a big proponent of grounding.
Yeah, I've been doing that sort of casually, but now I'm concentrating on inside my house, so that I can just not
Hey, did you-
concentrate on it.
Did you guys see the video about that doctor that came out recently who worked on the vaccinations? You guys hear about that?
The doc that wouldn't.
One of the top doctors, supposedly, that's what he's saying, he worked on the vaccinations. And so he's going around now telling everybody that they should stop the vaccination program because he knows what's going to happen. And so what he said,
they made a huge mistake, he said.
That's Michael Yeadon from Pfizer.
I'm saying J.
Right.
Still saying that J word, man. Say J.
the antibodies, we're not going to have any real antibodies, that part.
Yeah, that as well.
Yeah, that's horrible.
Well, I can
But,
I can quote something else, but it's not a vitamin because a vitamin is supposed to have a specific ingredient in it, so therefore it's not technically a vitamin. All right, I mean that's like if you're sitting there saying, "Oh, this is vitamin C," right? Then you check it and it's just ascorbic acid, and there's no actual real organic vitamin C in it, so therefore it's not a vitamin.
I thought vitamins had to be made
Exactly.
by some sort of organic living, organism. As far as we can tell, the synthetic stuff that they give us isn't made in that synthetic form inside of organisms.
Well, not just that, but it's not even
qualified as a vaccination. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, that's what he said too. That it's not
No,
really
we
a
can't.
vaccination.
don't say that word. That's why it's a vitamin.
Does anybody else think
We
it's
use
really weird
jab
that
or something like that.
Does anybody else think it's really weird that all this is playing out like that show Utopia? Like, I'm really thinking about going out and trying to find Jessica Hyde so we can kill Mr. Rabbit. Like,
Yeah.
Anyone? Yeah?
I think so. I think that people are gonna have
What about
a real
the
tough choice.
the 100 series?
I just started watching that.
They're
It
gonna
starts
be
getting
going
interesting.
unjabbed pure bloods pretty soon, trying to get blood transfusions in the unjabbed, pure blood.
Starts getting interesting when they start talking about the City of Light.
Not there yet. I think I'm still in season 1.
Oh, season one. Season one's kind of slow, but it builds like the mythology of the whole thing. Now, like the Mountain Men and all that. Yeah, wait till season 2, then you'll be like, oh my god.
Well,
Yeah, I heard somebody mention it on here, so I decided to start watching. I typically don't watch anything at all on television, but my wife gets mad if I sit outside just chatting on the server all night, so figured I'd start that series with her.
Watch it with her, and she'd be like, ah, this is nice.
Yeah, she's into it, so.
Get her a bottle of wine and be like, come on, babe, let's go watch this shit. If she drinks wine.
She does, but we don't drink that often.
I want to show you guys the spot that I was at on a bridge in the UK on the morning when I was driving to work, when I finally allowed myself to say, God damn it, it is flat. If you just click on that link, you'll see where I was.
Hey, are there any mods in here? I have a question. I'm trying to link some videos in the EMF channel. One of them was about 5G and wireless radiation. Is 5G a blocked word? A bad word?
Yes.
Well, that sucks. Okay, I'll have to rename some of these.
Yeah, that link I posted is of the biggest suspension bridge, I think, in the UK, the QE2.
That let's go about the EMF channel.
Mike, it usually sounds like you're talking into a fan, but I don't even, like I heard send EMF channel.
Yeah, Mike, you're not really coming through at all. And that was Dolan that made that comment.
Yeah, I was just curious. I didn't know it was blocked, so I got.
I was asking.
It must be a lightning storm.
Yeah. Early day for rain. You pegged it, bro.
Like, see, right then and there, I heard that part, but you keep cutting in and out, like, worse than usual. Maybe one of the towers near you went down.
Yeah, it's storming like a motherfucker right now.
Well, stay safe, stay dry. Get to a high ground. Get to the treehouse. Please tell me you got a tree fort, like a big-ass treehouse. Those things are bitching.
It's one thing we don't have here in Oklahoma is much high ground.
Same in Florida.
Plenty of water, though. I can imagine this place flooding like a mother.
No shortage of water.
Yeah, but you can't collect it and use it for your own, needs. Stupid.
Chester Reservoir is almost bone dry.
Got a river nearby.
So far, none of the levels in Havasu have been affected, but all the levels above, like the dams above Havasu, have been affected. And it's always a steady flow of trillions of hectares of water per hour here.
Yeah, I'm from California, man. I'm not used to this crazy storms and stuff like that when they come through. My God, lightning just nonstop, thunder constantly. You don't see that in California.
Lightning capital of the world, where I'm at. In Ariel, you would be amazed at one of the suspension bridges that we have here that goes across the southern part of Tampa Bay. Talk about seeing a flat plane from that vantage point.
You know, I was in such a confused state on the day I was sitting on this bridge here. This bridge is notorious for getting shut. If there's high winds, then the thing starts swaying. And then we go in a tunnel underneath the Thames River. So then it backs up the traffic quite considerably.
Yeah, same with ours here. It gets shut down in high winds.
Yeah, I was sitting in my car that morning, and there was very heavy traffic. So I had time to look around me, and you know, I had all this going on in my head, and I had absolutely nobody to talk to.
So the bridge I'm talking about, I've made observations 3 feet off the water from a place called Picnic Island, which is 17.09 miles away, seeing the whole entire bottom of that bridge. It does vary due to atmospheric conditions. But in order for the cruise ships to fit underneath it, a cruise ship 180 feet tall can fit underneath that bridge. So that shows you that the bridge is about 200 feet tall to the bottom, the underneath part where a cruise ship can fit through. So plug those into the Earth curve calculator and tell me how I can see it.
You see, Napalm, what you were seeing there was a mirage.
Right? Extreme refraction. I could see my own butt as I was looking all the way around.
Yeah, it's like the guy that spoke earlier, the new guy, when he was saying that his logic and his deductive reasoning led him, you know, to the right conclusion. And I think for me it was the same, because I had already in my head, you know, I was holding on to this. I just didn't have anyone to talk to confirm anything. And the science part of it, that hadn't even occurred to me. The size, the distance to the horizon. I mean, axial rotation. I'd never given it a thought, and why would I? Because I can't feel it. I did think one day when I was really stoned, I was lying under a tree looking at the sky, and I thought, wow, look, we're moving. But it was the sky.
You ever been on shrooms and looked at trees? They start looking like treadmills.
I've taken
patterns and shape.
You know what? I've taken a lot of hallucinogenics, but I've never seen color or experienced things morphing into other things. I just I have such a vivid memory of the very first time I took acid, and it was in the outdoors next to a massive river in Africa, and it was as the sun was setting, and suddenly I just became aware of my environment. Wow. I just had this huge stupid grin on my face. It was like I have happy memories of doing that. Just say no, kids. Don't make your mothers cry.
I always get a flood of color when I do mushrooms, but I've never, psilocybin mushroom. Blue ringers are a little bit different because the portions are different. I've never done LSD, and the most profound visuals I've ever seen is off DMT.
Yeah, I was taking DMT. I had a conversation with God.
Yeah.
Some next level stuff.
Yeah, I saw the firmament. I was above the firmament.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Yeah, they call it a God Moloch.
Yeah. No, there's a shortcut. You look up. That doesn't mean like lay on your back and look up. That means look at the top of your head, like roll your eyes back, and then you see an angel.
Huh. I've never tried that.
But your eyes have to be closed to see like the fractals. Otherwise, it's just kind of, you see eyeballs everywhere on all surfaces. But when you close your eyes, it's different.
Yeah, all I remember was like everything just started vibrating and blasted off into space. You know?
Dude,
and
like
just see colors and shit.
First time I did it, I smoked some changa, which is it's like smokable ayahuasca. Lasts for like 30 minutes instead of 15. And it's I know, you're supposed to hit it and hit it and hit it, but I took one hit, and as soon as I blew it out, all these lights left my body, and I'm like, whoa, and I just started drifting backwards, and I was out, blasted off, another dimension.
Crazy experience.
Yeah. It's sorcery.
Yeah, we naturally produce DMT.
Yeah.
Pineal gland or something.
I think I need to start getting some stronger weed because I'm starting to remember my dreams.
How do you mean remember?
Hmm?
Oh, like when you wake up.
Yeah. Like I could still remember the dream I had last night and the night before. It's not
Okay,
good.
well, they say if you ground your bed, you sleep that much better. And if you've
My
had,
bed's on the ground.
so maybe you are grounded, and you start dreaming vividly.
Yeah, that's why I like smoking high levels of THC because it kind of prevents you from going into that dream state.
Why would you try and prevent that?
Because I see visions. And they come true.
Yeah, I've been having some weird dreams lately, and I smoke weed. That's really odd. Usually when you don't, you dream when you don't smoke. When you do smoke, you don't dream.
I just have to say before I go to bed, I was in a cult for a long time, coming out of my teens into my early 20s and till I was almost 30. a religious cult called the Jehovah's Witnesses. They watched the Bible and Tract Society, and I think I felt a kinship with those people, a strong bond. But then I drifted away from that. And for the very longest time, it feels like I really didn't like people. I was drifting myself. I was disconnected. I didn't really give much thought to, things happening around me. But wow, I almost want to believe now that there are no coincidences and that I was meant to find out, the truth, the reality. I was meant to see it. And I just appreciate knowing all you guys, being able to listen to your thoughts, your voices, and your arguments, and all the work that you did for me. In figuring stuff out. It really helps a lot in this time. I can't imagine where I would have been if for this Discord, where I know the people here know what I know. So on that level, we are dealing with the same shit. Not that it's much of a consolation, but for me it means a lot. There you go. See you later, guys.
Ariel just has comfort in the fact that you got out of the biggest cult, the heliocentric one.
Oh God, yes. yes. That's the biggest liberating thing. I mean, is there anything that's more liberating? Yes, I was freed. Yeah. Brilliant. Night, guys.
Take care, Ariel.
See ya, Dave.
Have you guys talked to Blitzed Echo yet? Blitzed Echo. Do you live on a ball? Is my mic working?
Yeah, your mic's working.
I guess Blitzed Echo does not wish to talk then.
He might have been turned into a pickle.
And he's bounced out of the server. He heard Joshua's main voice. He said, I ain't talking to that guy.
I don't know if he was Morty or Rick. I clicked on his profile. I was like, oh, it's a Rick and Morty guy.
Yeah, it's a pretty wild show. I've seen a few of those.
Yeah. Hey, Indio.
What's up?
Not a whole hell of a lot.
Watching Rick and Morty automatically raises your IQ, right?
It was a full report from Boston, Indio.
Full report from Boston. Sun is going down, blue skies, pretty flat.
Going to be a dark night tonight, no moon.
Well,
should be able to see the first light of it tomorrow. So this would be a good night for me to go out there and look at the, try to take a picture of the Milky Way.
Still waiting for the lunar Eratosthenes test.
That's a good point. I'm surprised somebody hadn't done that yet.
I can't do it because there's too much light pollution.
Yeah.
So trying to recruit battle mod, but
Well, thankfully, there's no streetlights out here.
Trying to what? Damn, now it's up too high.
Moonlit Eratosthenes.
Eratosthenes experiment by moonlight.
Yeah, he was kind of cutting out for me. I don't know if it's my net or his.
It's
no,
mine.
I was getting the same. Is that what you're saying? Using the moonlight to find the shadow?
Right. It's possible out here. Sure.
I did do a little experiment with a magnifying glass and my thermometer with the full moonlight. And like after holding it there for about 5 minutes, it did decrease the temperature by 3 degrees. Holding the focal point of the light caught by the moon.
Am I coming in better now?
Yep.
All right. It was connecting to like
Clear for me.
random Wi-Fi. So you should get a different result for the moonlit Eratosthenes because the rays should be divergent, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm so glad I don't have a daughter, man.
Oh, I bet.
God damn, you should see like the way the girls dress around here. They're like 14, 15, 16 years old. They're dressed worse than like Skid Row hoes.
Well, I'm glad I don't have to worry about that. I got daughters, but they don't do that.
And their mom is dressed the same way, like a thought, man. They're all like walking together. It's like,
My daughters are scared if we go out in public and guys keep staring at them, Dad will go to jail.
only for a little while, because you always got bail money.
That's what I tell them, because they know what's up. Might be, what the fuck you looking at? What you looking at? What you look? We wouldn't even be able to go nowhere. I'd be too busy asking questions. Let's talk about this, young man. What the fuck you feel like you got to eye fuck my women? What is your major malfunction?
I was just thinking, we should be able to triangulate the moon from the shadows. Right? They say that there's parallax to the moon. We should be able to triangulate the moon from the shadows. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a thought. In the wintertime, be the best time because a moonlit night is bright in the winter. You stick a stick in the snow, you'll get an obvious shadow, you know?
Yeah, true. And you also get low humidity a lot of times.
Yeah.
It'll be freezing cold, so you get nice, clean air.
Yep. We get a better view of the stars in the winter and the moon. There's nights I can just go ninja through the woods just by the moonlight. City folk are like, where'd he go? And I can see them like it's daytime. What are you talking about?
I'm already thinking of the Glover excuses. Oh, the sticks weren't perfectly vertical. Dude, I'm telling you. Well, were Eratosthenes perfectly vertical?
Yeah, your dumb ass can't get them plumb, Mike. You're too dumb. I can imagine.
Somehow, when I was thinking of that, I heard Xanix's voice.
Yeah, Xanax begging for the possibility that I might have put him in there crooked. Come on, Mike, admit it, you know. Oh, yeah, I can build a $25,000 motor, bro, but I can't put a stick in the ground plumb. How do I get my main bearings within a fucking 100,000 variance then? What the fuck? I wonder if Lou on band XO. He didn't promo ban him, did he?
Hey guys, I have a friend that's gonna come into VC check-in too, like within like 5 minutes. His name is Shikaruba. He's a flat earther. Somebody can check him in a little bit. I'm gonna tell him to come into the VC check-in too.
And Battle Mod, yeah, no, I banned him. I left it up there for somebody else. If in 24 hours they want to, that's on them. But I'm not unbanning him, no.
Okay, I'm usually his Huckleberry, so I gave him his free on-band from me. Cool. That doesn't mean you can't do what you want at will from here. You know, it's all good.
He saw Temptana semi-grotto.
Who here ever seen a fawn up close? So close they could take a picture that almost touched the fawn.
Are you kidding? I petted one.
Yeah, I have too. This one here I got pictures of.
But I think that was at a petting zoo.
This was in the wild.
One with my car, I think it was a fawn, but it was pretty close.
This one was in the wild. It's mine got tangled up in a fence, and we were tangling around, and the fawn just sat there.
Oh, speaking of, Bambi is a suspect name. It was a male deer, right?
Yeah, Bambi was a male. This is true.
I'm trying to get as small as possible. You don't see me. You don't see me. Oh, did you see the Ted Nugent live stream yesterday?
No.
He was getting a lot of shit off his chest.
No, I have to find that and watch it.
Yeah, I'm looking for the channel right now. Probably not going to find it because my computer's retarded.
Motor City Madman. He has some good music back in the day.
Yeah, I used to jam him.
You got me in a stranglehold, baby.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite songs. Here I come again now, baby. I'm like a dog in the heat. Tell me it's by the clamor now, baby. I like to tear up the street. Now I've been smoking for so long.
Fuck up, you boomer.
You know I'm here to stay. I'll ban you without a whim now, baby. Best get out of my way. Boomer these nuts. You must have thought you was talking to somebody else, huh? Where you at?
Nigger.
Oh, what's up?
Yo, you cannot say the nigger word in here. You cannot say that in here. You gotta leave, bro. You gotta leave.
You just said it. Look, 2 to go. Hey, Ice Watch, you want to say anything else dumb before I ban you?
Who the fuck was that guy?
Oops. Did I do that?
So I'm wondering how these idiots are getting in here with no listening past no rules.
Fuck, I don't know. What's up, Nick? Are you with them? No, I know you're not. You've been here for a minute.
I think it's GE Platypus.
Who, Nick?
No, I think maybe Platypus is giving out the direct link to the chat, to the VC.
Oh, they still wouldn't be able to just talk. That dude had VC. That dude had VC verified. Wonder what Indio fell off. Hold up, let me see. Pill Monster. Yep. Kokio Banglaget updated roles for Pill Monster. Added BC verified. Man, Coco.
You know what I hate? I hate race, especially those races that hate other races.
I don't believe in other races. There's only one race, the human race.
So I'm talking like, you know, how everybody's sitting there saying, oh, well, the Rolex race is more supreme than those stupid American NASCAR races.
Life's not a race.
If it's not F1, it ain't shit, man.
Light cigar and dig it. Go eat some pot, man. It'll be all right, man.
It's just like your opinion, man.
You just gotta plant the seed and give it some love, brother.
That's true. That's very true.
Hey, Globies, keep eating your McDonald's French fries, you retards.
Hey, I like McDonald's French fries too. When I'm feeling really, really bad and I just don't care about my body or the rest of my life, I will have some French fries from McDonald's as well.
Oh, speaking of French fries, I got potato wedges.
Why do they call them French fries? Does it have anything to do with France?
French cut potatoes.
I like tater steaks. I'm a country boy. You cut them bitches up in big fat round circles and deep fry the shit out of them.
Ooh. That sounds good.
We call them there tater steaks, by God. You have a real steak and a tater steak all on one plate. Mm-hmm.
Ellie style potato wedges seasoned.
Wedges are good too, though.
Otherwise known as JoJo's.
Yeah. I like wedges, but they gotta be thick.
Throw these things in the air fryer. And... Oh, yeah.
My grandma, when she used to make potatoes, mashed potatoes, she'd keep all the peelings. She'd peel them real thick, and then she'd make fried potato peelings for breakfast the next morning. That shit was good. But don't forget the skin has a lot of nutrient in it too.
Yeah.
It's got more than a lot of the white, the heart.
And more minerals too.
Yeah.
When you don't wash it.
Yep, my gram said you never throw that shit away. My grandma used to tell me everything, what you are, what you eat. You should know what everything does for your body that you put into it.
Attention, YouTube. The thoughts and opinions expressed here is not the same thoughts and opinions as the holder of the YouTube channel or the owner. Thank you. This is your PSA. Fuck off and stay flat.
There we go. It's a subconscious unwillingness to question authority.
And authority. Tune in, drop out.
Mm-hmm. And the other part, well, there's a lot of parts to it, but another part is psychological. Is, you know, God forbid I don't fit in with the popular kids, the popular crowd, right? If I'm not part of the consensus every day and I can't walk around and point fingers at people who do question the official narrative, what am I going to do with my whole life? I'm worthless if I can't make the whole accept me, or if I can't fit in.
Now, see, about that, you know, that's high school like behavior. I've never been a part of the people popularity contest. In fact, anytime like I started gaining like people knowing who the hell I am when I've never seen their face before, I'm just like, nope, I'm going to subtract myself from this situation. Just one of those things to where, I don't know, I'm not a people pleaser.
It's tough to be a people pleaser because in this place it can get you far, right? If you kiss butt cheeks, you can go quote unquote far, right? But that's only all that's happening is you're climbing. It's not like you're climbing up a ladder. You're just climbing sideways. And that's at best, if not taking steps backwards.
The last
I have a lot of money and a job that everybody respects me for, and this, that, and the other. Really? Are you happy? Well, I'm successful. Yeah, but are you happy?
The last time that happened to me is when my grandfather was still alive and he went down to the American Legion for Veterans Day, and they were doing some kind of a banquet. So he asked me to come down, and I went down because he wished me to come down. As soon as I got in there, everybody's like, "Oh, hey, Josh, how's it going?" I was like, "Who are you?" And I only stayed there for like 5 minutes, made an appearance, and said, "Okay, you know, I'm sorry, Grandpa, but I got to go. I'm very uncomfortable here, you know?"
Yeah. Yeah. crazy. Like
But hey, I showed
veterans. Yeah, well, yeah. Veterans. I've worked with a few veterans. When I was working at the long-term care facility, there's a couple veterans there. Vietnam vets. And there was one Korean vet. He was still around. And yeah, I mean, just salt of the earth people who got completely screwed over in life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is one of the reasons why I never enlisted. They gave me the opportunity to. And I'm like, nah, I think I'll just take my get out of jail card and leave.
Yeah, I mean, I admire those who, are in the military for a number of years and, they do what they wanted to do and they get out and they're still relatively normal, good people. I admire that. I mean, I admire anybody who's willing to do something like that with their lives, right? To stand up, to give up, hopes and dreams so that they can, support their family or help their country or something. That's noble, right? There's no two ways around it.
That's why I always shake hands with veterans and tell them thank you for your sacrifice. I've had a couple of them that say, well, I didn't do shit. It's like, still, you enlisted. Unless you're talking about, your stolen valor. In that case, I'll rip the uniform off your body. Yeah, I was going to have a thing to where, this little shop that I have, if there is enough clientele to keep the damn business open, and offer free LOFs for veterans.
What's an LOF?
Oil change.
Oh, cool.
Lube oil filter. It's
Lube oil, got it.
Greasing the Zerk fittings, checking the bearings, all that kind of stuff.
You got to be a gearhead to know what that means, or a grease monkey.
I know. I was gonna say, man, that ain't me. I'm an ex-rock star. You think I know about that stuff?
I think you should throw a coolant flush in there too.
I think Battlemont, if you and Billy Bob Thornton got together and started talking like that to each other, we couldn't pull you away from each other. You guys would just do it forever. It's so funny.
You got any French fried taters?
We can make some, I reckon.
How about some biscuits and mustard?
No, I'll not be fucking with that mustard, I think. It gives me that gas.
Yeah, I reckon it do.
He was trying to have his way with my mother, so I killed him. Some people call it a sling blade. I call it a Kaiser.
Well, that's your problem. Ain't got no gas in it.
Who's the dummy here? I thought that was one of the funniest parts of the fucking movie. He said, no gas. Like, gee, the dumbass had to tell you he was out of gas. It's really, you gotta wonder how many vaccines did that boy get?
You gonna use Wesley pipes? Or Billy Bong Thornton.
Oh, you're talking about the Sling Blade guy?
Yeah.
Yeah,
many vaccines
I
did he
reckon.
get?
I reckon he had about 50. Yeah, 50 or all. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yep. And don't think I didn't hear that half-baked reference.
Yep.
Josh.
Whoa, man! I just fed your horse, man. What? Jail.
Yeah, jail. Yeah. And then the part that makes me feel so sad, especially like when I run out of medicine. He's in the jail cell. He goes, the weed is wearing off, and then they do the pan backwards. You know.
You know the funny thing is, you actually can give horses sugary treats. They need sugar. That's why we give them sugar cubes.
Yeah, for sure.
My horse likes gummy worms and gummy bears.
I think the horse was diabetic in the movie. I think that's why.
Oh.
Hey, Mr. Horse?
Yeah.
You like popcorn?
Yeah.
When you chew it, it goes pop, pop, pop.
Yeah, was it Dave Chappelle in that movie too?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
That's what started his career off. Yeah. Oh, Bob. And Jon Stewart. You ever seen the back of a $20 bill on weed?
Yeah, man. What the fuck?
I want to talk to Samson.
His girlfriend was Mary Jane.
Yeah.
Mr. Smiley.
Let's see what kind of fans of that movie you guys are. Who was the guy on the couch?
Oh shit.
Tell him the movie. The guy on the couch in what movie?
In Half-Baked.
Yeah, I don't know, and I'm not going to look it up either.
I can't remember his name.
Nobody knows. Stephen Wright, the comedian.
Oh yeah, Stephen Wright, the very first dry comedy guy that really took it far.
I got some powdered water, but I didn't know what to add.
Hey, is it January? No, man, you've been asleep for a minute. You got that 70s couch and shit, dude. That shit's funny as hell.
So, if I were to act like a Glober, become an anti-flat earther, guys in the YouTube chat, who do I contact to start the shill process? I don't know who to go to. If you could.
Yeah, we'd like to get a fake paycheck for being fake. What's up?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I thought it was Stephen Wright joke for the anti-flat earthers. If I'm in a spaceship going the speed of light and I turn on the headlights, does anything happen?
Is that a real Stephen Wright joke too? It sounds like it is.
That's a real Stephen Wright joke, yeah.
Hell yeah. He knew it was up. Oh, I guess is he still alive? Hang on a sec.
On the other hand, you have different fingers.
That's great.
I went into a restaurant and said breakfast anytime, so I ordered French toast during the Renaissance.
Hey, I like his my theory evolution joke. My theory evolution is that Darwin was adopted.
My favorite one is, when I was a kid, we had a quicksand box. I was the only child, eventually.
Right now, I'm having amnesia and deja vu at the same time.
Yeah, him and Mitch Hedberg, man. my two favorite dry humor guys. Deadpan, that's what it's called, Deadpan.
I had amnesia once or twice. I can't remember.
Yep.
Tried to go in a convenience store. It said open 24 hours, and the guy was locking the door, and he said, "What the hell? It says open 24 hours." Yeah, but not in a row.
Yeah.
So we're 4 days away from the big 20th anniversary of 911. Are y'all ready to celebrate?
This is the first year that I will be sober for that. So, no, I'm not excited. But it will be good to remember whatever horse shit goes on. I mean, think about it. Even though it would be really blatant and obvious and sloppy to do something, right? To have some big world thing go on coming up in 4 days. That doesn't mean they won't do it. Right?
Sure. Wouldn't put it past them, sure.
Right.
I know it's on a Saturday, so we could do a good little alien invasion or something on Saturday. You know, whatever.
Oh, dude. Please bring the aliens in, this Saturday, because I'm behind on some bills and some other stuff. So, like, if society kind of just collapses, that'd be great.
No worries. '20th anniversary, and all the real perpetrators for that event have been arrested and they're paying the price. Oh, whoops! No, they're not. Oops.
I don't think anybody's been arrested. They didn't even arrest. I keep wanting to say Barack Obama. Osama bin Laden.
All they did was shoot him in his apartment and where he was hiding by the military base, and then dump him in the ocean.
Right.
So
I wonder how much dialysis equipment they had to try to maneuver over before they got to his body. So fucking retarded. Sorry, I curse a lot.
Tough guy to find, man. He's 2 blocks away from the military base.
Right, yeah, it's hard. It's a tough one. And you'd think, a guy trained by the CIA would be findable the rest of his life. Some slippery guys, though, they can just slip right through her, can't they?
And naturally, you'd bury him in the ocean like all the Muslims want to do, right? Which I've never heard of before, them doing that. But anyway.
Yep.
Their official excuse, they didn't want his graveside to be a shrine for people to go to or whatever. Come on, man.
Come on, indeed.
Come on, man.
Come on, man. I got a jet for a bit, but I'm gonna find the newest Come On Man video I saw recently for you.
Yeah, I couldn't be more proud of America. We've got the most articulate president that's leading us to victory just now. I mean, I'm swelling with pride. I can't express it. I'll have to shut up.
Yeah, it's exciting. He's a very motivating, attractive, intelligent, humorous skin bag.
Why is he throwing up the Nazi salute?
It's kind of like whatever. It's like, hey guys, okay, we're about to reveal it all to them anyway. So if you want to do all the like crazy hand signals and just kind of let it go at this point, yeah, even Joe Rogan's gonna admit it's flat again. Yeah, so whatever you want to do. Joe, just stop touching kids though. At least when the cameras are on, okay, man? You gotta quit it.
See, sometimes the kids, they come up and they rub my hairy legs. You know,
God, I get nauseous. Bro, I get nauseous when people start talking about that story. It makes me sick. Ugh.
Yeah, but who's better at delivering speeches, him or Bush?
Bush all day.
If you fool me once,
because you
won't get fooled again.
Fool me, can't get fooled again.
Basically, I'm saying you can't get fooled twice.
Yeah, but see, that's the thing. Biden's one-upping that. You know the thing.
Yeah.
A couple weeks ago, he said 380 million people had the jab already. Most people in the country. So.
Next thing you know, his second term, that's how many people will vote for him, 380 million. It's like, wait a minute, how?
It's like Barack drone bomber visited all 51 states, or whatever he said.
Didn't he say there was like 3 billion women or something at one time that did something? I can't even keep it straight.
You know why why he said 51 states? Because they're about ready to make DC another state, or a state in itself, which would kind of nullify their whole position of power.
52 states, 52 weeks in a year. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know.
So, Haiti. What do you guys know about the Clintons in Haiti?
What do you want to tell us?
I know about the Clintons and some of their friends committed suicide by shooting herself in the head twice.
Just trying to show you this rabbit hole. The ones that assassinated the president of Haiti were trained by the anti-FARC guerrillas, which was headed up and founded by William Clinton.
You're one of them coincidence theorists, ain't you?
No. There's no such thing as coincidence.
A duplicitous theorist? What's the one they call sheeple? They call them what? Complicity theorists? Is that what they call them?
I'd rather call them ostriches.
Yeah, there you go. Complicity theorist. A person who accepts the political narrative of the day, unquestionably consumes mainstream media like it was 1980, is prone to submissiveness, outbursts of irrational fear, and public shaming of freethinkers.
Yep, that sounds like YouTube chat.
It sounds like Gamma Panda's server to me.
Yep.
I wonder how many Quantico graduates are in the YouTube chat.
Have you guys read about that dead internet theory? How most people we're arguing with online now are just bots paid by some corporation.
Yep,
no.
I really wonder.
With some of these trolls.
Like some of these people I talk to in modern day debate server, like I have a really hard time imagining that they're real people. I know they exist. I know they're out there. It's just this many of them.
I mean, I get some fishy responses from some of these people, especially a few years ago when I was in the acid chats when I was allowed to get in there before I got banned. Like bot responses.
I'm trying to figure out how to like catch them, make them glitch, you know?
Yeah.
Because like I can tell when I'm working, because like I'm really good at getting under people's skin, so I can tell when I'm getting under somebody's skin. And yeah, a lot of times I don't understand some certain responses, so it's kind of like, oh, well, they're not responding like a human, but maybe I'm losing my, my skills, or maybe it's a robot, or both. I don't know.
Yeah, see, one of my friends was doing a live stream on Facebook one time, and they were ragging on her hard. So I'm just sitting there saying, don't worry about these trolls. They're not even real people. They're just robots, bad robot. And then like they all stopped typing. And then one account said, addressed me, basically said, hey, F you. I was like, no, F you. You're sitting in a cubicle, you loser piece of shit. How does it feel to know that I'm fucking your wife? Right. And then like the whole thing just kind of stopped. And she's like, what just happened? And I go, you were getting attacked by one of these bot farms.
Is that the way to be though? Yeah, we shouldn't rise to those, lower ourselves to those levels. We don't need to, guys.
Well, he actually called my phone a couple of times, and I'm sitting there like sending them text messages like, I know your location, here's where you're at. You have no clue who you're fucking with. You need to pull my FBI file.
Guys, you want to see the state of me right now? Look at this photo. Don't ignore the disgusting Versace shoe. The only reason I'm wearing it is because of the height of it in comparison to the thing that I have to wear on my leg. So it was meant to be a nice relaxing day yesterday for myself, going to the spa, right? And then the anti-slip mats on the spa, guess what they're really good for? Slipping. So I went ass over tit, right?
Oof.
This is funny, a funny argument about vectors. And I was like, don't fucking argue with me about vectors to the first aider. He goes, you slipped over. And then I said, yeah, my foot went vertically up. And he goes, how can your foot go vertically up if you slip? And I go, what? What do you mean, how can it go vertically up? He goes, well, it would be horizontal, wouldn't it? And I'm like, no. If you slip, goes from the floor, and then your foot ends up at the same height as your shoulders, fall, it must have gone vertically up in order for it to be horizontal to the shoulder, right? This just makes common sense. But yeah, if you look in the live stream,
damn, dude. That's when you ask him, are you familiar with what a pendulum is? Then say, you went to school for how many years and you can't even tie your own shoes, bruv? What the hell?
I think I've broken my coccyx.
Crack, dude. That other shoe, though? Is that your... What is that?
It's a Versace. It's a Versace chain. What is it? A Versace chain link. Or is wait there. The Versace chain. Versace chain.
Looks like a moon boot.
Versace chain reaction, it's called.
Yeah, crazy. It looks like... Looks like you could... What?
Looks like you could slam dunk with those.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're disgusting, dude. They make me.
So that's not your foot?
That is my foot.
Oh, okay.
But the thing next to it's also my leg and my foot. You see what I mean?
Right.
And I think he has to wear that shoe so he doesn't feel like he was born on a hill.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Oh, okay. Now I get it.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, dude, Crack, you don't wear those shoes. Out
No. I am at the minute.
Man, I really like this Crack villain guy, but have you seen the fucking shoes he wears, dude?
The guy's rich.
Yeah. Look, it looks like a skater shoe with like moon stuff, so you can, so you can hop around on the moon.
Climbing. That'd be good for rock climbing.
Yeah.
Let me show you.
Looks like a Star Trooper from Star Wars. What they were.
Well, my friend gave me these yesterday, right? And it just so happened yesterday was when I twisted my I've torn the ligament that goes down your down like your ankle. There's like a certain ligament called it's not the ACU, it's not that, or the MCU, it's something else. But I fully tore it, and I think I broke my coccyx as well.
You broke your ass.
She broke her coccyx.
Can you sue anybody? Was it your fault?
Yeah, sue the shit out of them.
Then I'm gonna sue them. It was their fault. Yeah, the anti-slip mat was. I stepped back onto the anti-slip mat, and there was no wet floor sign in there either. So I've got all the video footage. Trust me.
There was no anti-slip mats, or there was
No,
anti-slip?
there was anti-slip mats, and I stood on it, and it slipped. The mat slipped. So
That's
the
why they don't
anti-slip mat.
Tell them don't buy shit from China. Buy it from the UK. There is a mat company in the UK that makes a pretty good non-slip surface.
Yeah, dude. Like, look at the bottom of them.
Rubber just ain't rubber no more.
Oh, they're like chains. It's like a gold
Well,
chain.
and it's funny. It's like, how do you have a non-slip surface if it gets wet? I don't care who you are. If a surface has some wetness to it, it's going to be slick at some degree.
So there was no this is a wet surface, and this is in the changing room before you go into another room, and then you go into the spa, right? And it wasn't wet. It didn't look wet. There was no, and there's a wet sign that says it's wet, like 2 rooms after, but there's 2 doors blocking my vision from that. All right, I've got it all on video. Like, they were so shooken because they were like, shit, like there's supposed to be a sign in there, like to say like, I'm gonna sue the fuck out of them, and they're a country club as well, a golf club.
Oh, dude! Hell yeah,
big money.
This place is worth like 70 million, mate. Literally, no joke. It's good. It's a good like.
Take them for 80 million.
Yeah, man.
Oh, start with a really, really high number and then work them down. They'll work you down, but yeah.
$200 billion.
$100 billion.
$1 million.
Sir, $1 million isn't that much anymore. Oh, really?
Yeah, that's for the chain gang.
$2 million. No, higher.
But yeah, dudes, like, oh man, like I had to fight the A&E people to get them to give me a support. They were refusing to give me anything, right? And then, like, eventually when they did, like, I've got that on video as well, them treating me like shit, right? Do you know what the first woman said that I saw, the first doctor? She's like, do yoga. I'm like, what? Do yoga with what you've just described as a completely torn ligament? I was like, okay, yoga program. Is that prescribed by the NHS? Like, how do I sign up? She goes, oh, no, I mean, my friend does it. Yeah, so your friend does it. So she does it for free, right? Well, no, it's £25 a session. So you're here with your own agenda, you Satanist, telling me to do yoga. Start talking about Kundalini spirit. I'm like, shut your fucking mouth, get out of me. Get away from me, you Satanist.
So should have asked her what her commission is.
Yeah, so I was sort of saying, like, I said, how much do you get out of that then? Because you keep offering me this. And she, like, went red on that. And I said, you ain't going to get one over on me. I said, like, you're an idiot. I said, you're offering me your friend's number who does yoga for £25 a session in a National Health Service Institute. I said, like, how could I even do yoga with my leg like this? What the fuck are you talking about? Sorry for swearing. ABBA, not you guys, ABBA. I'm speaking to Yar.
Probably gets £12.50.
Exactly, half of it.
So, Craig, did they make you do a test before they gave you treatment, or do you want to say?
I had X-rays done. They refused to let me look at the X-rays. The guy, when I sat down, I was like, "You got any protection for like my junk, right? It's quite close to it. The position you have me bent. No, we don't need to because it's so small." I said, "What do you mean so small?" I said, "Because this is a milliamps, correct? Milliamps, correct?" He goes, "Yeah, just 1.4 milliamps." I said, "Yeah, but that's 1.4 milliamps per what? Per second?" He goes, "Yeah, per second." I said, "Per second?" I said, "Don't you mean per millisecond?" He goes, Yeah, per millisecond." I was like, "So how many seconds?" He was like, "Well, we're going to be doing it for roughly 10 seconds." I said, "So how many milliseconds are in 10 seconds?" I said, "So it's 1.4 times 10, right? 10 seconds, right? So there's 1.4 milliamps per millisecond." I said, "So how many milliseconds are there in 10 seconds?" I said, "So we need to do 1.4 times the amount of milliseconds and then times that by 10. And his face is like, I'm like, "I want it on paper, mate." Like, you know what I mean? And then they wouldn't let me look at my X-rays at all. I said, which is weird. Refused to. And you're not allowed to look at your own X-rays. So how? I said I could look at my own X-ray and clearly see that my leg was broken or something, right? Like it could just be obvious to me, and they could hide that from me. They just wanted to get me out of there, bro. It was a 9-hour waiting time, right?
Holy fuck!
Yeah, I ended up becoming like the A&E doctor. Like there was a kid there who couldn't go for a piss, so I helped that kid like go for a piss. Sounds a bit weird, but just like help calm him down and everything. And then I was just sort of being the clown for everyone, speaking to everyone like out loud, you know what I mean? Like telling jokes. A woman wheels someone in with like, someone wheels someone in like all cautiously in this wheelchair. There's no one in the wheelchair yet. And I'm like to the kid, I'm like, "Whoa, we've got to think it's bad for us, bro." I said, "What's happened to him?" He said, "What do you mean?" I said, look. I said, "He's fully fucking disappeared, bro." I was like, "He ain't even," and he was like, and I was like, "He's gone. Like he's fully disappeared." And then the woman's like there, like I'm like, "What's happened to him then?" He's like, "I don't know," like, because she's going along with it now. She's like, "I don't know, he just disappeared earlier." And like, ever since then, we've just been trying to figure out what's going on. It was good fun for him. And then obviously that calmed him down and eventually he went for a pee. But the kid hadn't gone for a pee for 27 hours.
Last time I was in the hospital, doctor's trying to talk to me and I'm schooling him.
I schooled them. It's like, they don't like it.
Yeah. And the doctor's sitting there going, "So do you got medical background? Because you're pretty knowledgeable." And I go, "No, I don't know a fucking thing about human anatomy." That's why I said I think you guys call it a hematoma, but it's just a bruise.
Yeah, the thing is, they're all speaking in their priest language, right? They all like to talk to you in Latin. That way you're not clear on what the diagnosis is. So they say, "Oh, you got sinusitis." Sinusitis? Oh, that sounds bad. What is sinusitis? And you're like, "Oh, it's just swollen sinuses?" Like, "Oh, salt. Yeah, I bet I could treat that with salt water."
The funny thing is when this happened, I was at the spa, so like, I had my friends, like, I put my arms around their shoulders, yeah, and they just like put me through to the like jacuzzi, yeah, and there's all these like nurses in the jacuzzi, because so I just like got it like in the jacuzzi, and they supported it, and I had them give me a look over, and they're like, "Yeah, bro, that's fucked." So yeah, I left. Yeah, guys, it's Yom Torah today, so. What's the time now? In 15 minutes, roughly, I'm going to be blowing the trumpet, all right? What I mean by trumpet is... the shofar. That was just a little bit, obviously.
So that's an actual shofar? Ram or...
well, no, a shofar is an entrance and an exit. That's all it is. One, no other difference. This is actually, because obviously, I'm a weaponologist. This is the closest thing I own to a shofar, but it's made out of copper and brass. It's quite pretty, actually. But it's not a horn one, but it will do. The Bible doesn't specify in which it should be made of. Looked into this greatly. I couldn't get one in time.
That sounded like a couple octaves higher than the stuff we've been hearing all around the world. Those big horns in the sky.
I'm not very good at it either.
Speaking
sounds like them angels up in the sky tooting them horns.
I got a pretty good video of sounds from the sky, but these are like screams, not trumpets.
Shoot that animal, put it out of its misery. Oh my god.
Yeah, sorry guys, but
get the rifle. That elk is bugling.
Yeah, that stuff's hard to play. Hard to make, you know what I mean? Hard to make the right kind of noise with it.
There you go.
Well, unlucky Royal, it will happen again on the hour, and I don't really care what you got to say about it.
That's fine. Hell yeah, dude.
Yeah. It's going to happen.
See, the thing is
on the hour,
you didn't hear, in this video, you didn't hear any of the thunder, but you saw the lightning. But instead of the thunder, you heard screams from the sky.
Yo, Crack, you can go fuck yourself with that if you think you're going to keep doing that.
Who said that?
Bullshit. That's Lou. I'm just.
I'm only gonna listen. I'm gonna do it once at 1 o'clock my time, and that's it. All right, mate.
Can you do that without like opening your mic?
Yeah. No. That's the whole point.
Oh, that's really annoying, and you know it is.
I'm not doing it to be annoying, for fuck's sake.
I don't know, man. I kind of took it personal. I got gaming headphones on, so.
I got Turtle Beaches on too, but it doesn't bother me.
What I'll do is I'll do it, but I'll remove my headset when I do it. But I am gonna do it at 1 o'clock my time once, and that's it.
Yeah, be on the lookout for first visible light. Correct.
Go down the street and do it at 1 o'clock in the morning.
Oh yeah, that's what I am doing. I'm doing it out my window at 1 a.m.
In honor of the National Health Service, yeah, no, not in honor of the NHS.
Well, I'm in pain and I'm in agony and fucking I need to shout out, so you know. And it's from 2 arcs, so.
When I got stabbed in the leg, my leg swelled up because I tourniqueted it, and I had to tourniquet it for like an hour and a half until like the ambulance even came. So, sitting there in the ER, and they're like, "Okay, we're going to take the tourniquet off." And I go, "You take that tourniquet off. If any blood comes out, it might not be the blood that's there, but the blood that's ballooned up. And as soon as you do that, my leg's going to swell. No narcotics, no antihistamines, none of your bullshit drugs."
Yeah, they didn't give me any drugs either or anything like that. I refused.
So they said, "So, well, what do you mean?" I said, "I don't want nothing you have to offer. Besides, you can't even do anything. What are you going to do? Stitch up something that needs internal surgery? Nah, I think I'll heal on my own." Right, and this is right before the Coco virus thing. And they go, "Okay, doctor prescribed some stuff." And I said, "What are you doing? Why are you prescribing me shit?" I said, "None of your bullshit." "Well, you need this." And I go, "Are you fucking retarded? You prescribed me ibuprofen. Do you have any idea what would happen with a swollen leg like this if I were to take this?" No. "Well, I could tell you this much. It's going to relieve the swelling, and the pressure's going to increase. Because the swelling is what's keeping the pressure down." "That's interesting. Do you have any medical background?" "No, I don't need no medical background to know what drugs do to the human body."
They're just used to everybody coming in there like, "Doc, there's something wrong with me. I don't know what's wrong with it." And the doctor go, "Oh, it's idiosyncratic." And they're like, "Oh man, I'm sure glad the doctor knows what's going on." Idiosyncratic means they don't know the cause.
Yeah, Royal, I know it's a podcast, right, on different apps and stuff like that. Like, I feel like many of the hours of speech in this place, yeah. Yeah. I do know that. I happen to be a moderator. Just saying. If you have a problem with me, then go to DMs. Thank you very much. Don't hear any more about it.
Oh, shit. Hey, at least it's under 100 degrees right now.
Yeah, same here, I think.
It's like 98.3. Now, for the rest of the world that's not in the United States, 41. Or, excuse me, 35. 35.
Lou. What, Mike? I didn't even recognize you. I didn't recognize you a second ago, Lou, for some reason.
Because I'm on my phone and earbuds.
Oh, that makes sense now. You're right, yeah. I didn't get an update on your head. Set you fire.
Oh yeah, no. I didn't take another selfie in the dark of my head for you. Thinking of wet dreams, picturing the back of my head.
I was trying to send you something yesterday, but it wouldn't let me send it because of the size of it. It was a video. We got ways that I could send you a video. Someone tried to set my house on fire yesterday, right? So they poured petrol all over a log that's used to prop open my door. So it's against the plastic of the back of my door, right? Effectively used, like I said, a log that we roll in. Yeah. And it was propped up against plastic. Someone poured petrol all over it. Praise Abba that nothing happened. But it was on fire all day. I woke up in my house full of smoke because the window. So yeah, someone tried to fucking fire my house.
You've been having problems over there at your place for a while. Like I remember one night, somebody was messing with your handle trying to get into your house, and there was another time you're.
I told you before, didn't I? I told you before I had a gang war, right? Where I was on my own in a gang war. I asked none of my friends to get involved. We've got 2 Osmo warnings, right? So, if someone's going to assassinate you, you get an Osmo warning. In the UK, I've got 2 official Osmo warnings. The first one I got was when I was 16, when people with masks and balaclavas come into my school and tried to stab me. They ended up stabbing the deputy headmaster. I got a phone call to tell me, and I managed to get, at the time, one of my best friends. He's a forensic scientist and a ninjutsu instructor. He's a lot older than me. I used to hang around with older people, obviously. You guys could obviously tell why, right? I was 16 years old. I was able to hold my own against adults in terms of conversation and stuff like that. Yeah. But ever since then, I've had problems with people since they can beat me face to face. They would either throw petrol bombs at my house or, I try and do other things like that. Not that someone did it well.
People throw Molotov cocktails at people's doors? Or?
Yeah, dude.
Hey, I might ship to you this cannabis stock. Just say it's like balsa wood or something. You would have to treat it with some sort of cactus juice or some shit like that, so it doesn't separate and break apart. But it's real light, real dense, and you can swing it fast and crack skulls like a shillelagh.
Oh, dude, look, this is what I have. Yeah, I'll show you. This is literally what I use to get around the legality of that. I either carry around a roll of tin foil, right? Yeah, or I carry this around. This is actually my one. This is what I carry around with me, or I carry a roll of tinfoil around with me. It was taped up, obviously, with a lanyard. going through the middle of it, because a roll of tinfoil really is just a. So the idea of it is that it's essentially is a shillelagh. If you break down the Hebrew of what shillelagh means as well, it's pretty interesting. But yeah, I've got cubitons. I've got like.
Okay, it says Irish. I was gonna say, what does that say? Trash remover.
Wait there, I'll post a better image of it. Wait there, one where you can actually see the knot. A monkey's fist, yeah, I've got a monkey's fist as well. I've got one that I made myself. But yeah, that's what it is there, and it has a lanyard on it.
Yeah.
I also have a legal carry knife as well, which is exact to the exact specifications that's illegal in the United Kingdom. One that I made myself. People are like, "Why do you love weapons?" I'm like, I don't know. Maybe because I've had a few of them turn on me. But yeah, the monkey.
Why do the Queen's Guard have sabers if we don't have equal?
Yeah. Exactly, brother.
How come they have automatic black rifles when we can't even have a pellet gun?
You're allowed to legally own crossbows in the United Kingdom, but not walk around with them, so it makes it pointless. But the thing you can own, which you can get up to similar velocities to a handgun, but obviously nowhere near as useful in terms of the shape of the actual projectile, which is you can carry legally, but don't ever use a stone inside of in the United Kingdom. Never use a stone to fire out a slingshot. Why? Because then you stone people to death. If you use a ball bearing, then it's not classed as stoning them to death. It's classed as real ammunition. So I need to get myself a new slingshot. I managed to clock well over 450 feet per second. Nice Gladius there, bro. It's pretty cool.
Thanks. It was from my brother-in-law.
Well, Hank knows this, and without going into specifics, Hank, I am safe, aren't I?
Yeah, I've spoke with him off air before, and he's told me some things and showed me some things. Yeah, I wouldn't send him my Gladius. He's got it figured out.
What's the limit on energy for like crossbows? Isn't it like 6 joules or something?
No, it's not 6 joules. We do it by foot-pound over here, but with crossbows, there's not really much of a limit. No, there's not much of a limit. It's more to do with the speed in which that you could reload it. That's more what they're worried about.
Well, what about the what the heck is it?
Because it's England, the crossbows and stuff like that are very much part of our culture. So, but when it comes to like a slingshot, right? When we're talking about feet per second, if you've got very, very good medical grade elastic and you have 3 or 4 bands, and you can get up to 500, 550 feet per second. We're talking, faster than a lot of muskets, and sometimes you can get speed similar to that of 45 caliber pistols as well with low grain counts. So I can show videos for that if people don't believe me. Yeah, so the best and most effective weapon for short range, close quarters combat, and to be able to use in fact quickly if you've got magnetic glove and you've got steel ball bearings, would be a slingshot. Would be the thing that I would say is best for self-defense in the United Kingdom, because you can legally carry it and you can fire it in public.
Because I know there's a limit.
Right, unlucky guys.
Yeah, you should make one of these.
Craft
one
trying
of these.
to blow your nose really hard. Like, you just can't get something out of there.
I know, right? Yes, exactly what I thought, Joshua. Exactly what I thought. Yes, Joshua. Exactly what I thought.
Or an auto Legolas, which is like an automatic It's got a magazine and it's just a bow.
Look at what I wrote. Like, I don't know when you wrote that, but I'll send you a screenshot of what I wrote to someone else, right? Just to show that we were on the same wavelength.
Yeah.
This is what I wrote to him. Yeah, you read that afterwards. After I read that, see? I read that. I read that exactly 5 minutes before you read what you read.
Oh, yeah. Holy crap. Same wavelength, bruh.
You know that, brother. To be fair, that
But yeah,
gave me a
man.
headache.
This George Sprov, or George Sprov, he likes making crossbows, right? He likes making all sorts of borderline legal in Germany weapons. Like he made this one that
Yes, Jorg is brilliant. Yeah, the German guy, Jorg. I've met him in real life. He's a good guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jorg's great, man. Carry on.
So my wife just told me that Ghislaine or Ghislaine Maxwell was ordered by the court to basically tell everything she knew about all the co-conspirators. And this is supposed to be when? In October? November. Oh, so they're postponing it that way in case she needs to die or go retire in Israel or something.
Yeah, do you think she might be Epstein?
You mean broke out of prison? Yeah. Because, you know, the diet woke stuff is he died in prison. There's no evidence of that. The only evidence of that is that there was a body, and Epstein's brother, I'm sure you can trust him, said it was him. So that
Right,
sounds
well,
legit, right? That checks out.
That's why I said Epstein.
Yeah, he's definitely in Israel.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I said there's suspicious video of a guy on his ranch in New Mexico that looks exactly like him.
Has anyone seen the video by Sean Atwood where he talks to the handler of actually talks to Epstein's handler and talks to John Murdoch's handler. So he knew Murdoch's handler, yeah, right, the guy who owned the Sun and everything, right? And he basically says that Epstein, he's not Mossad, but the guy that was Murdoch's was Mossad, his handler. He's not. He's in Central Intelligence, Israeli intelligence agency, right? And he says that Epstein's plug got pulled, and he was the one that put the green light on him to be killed. That's literally what he says in the video. He admits it straight. He said, "I know that you can't kill yourself in that prison because he was in that prison during the Iran-Contra deal himself, and he was let go obviously due to the fact of his position in the intelligence agency of Israel." If anyone wants the video, let me know. I can get it to them.
You mean Israeli State Intelligence Services, ISIS?
Basically, yeah.
That's why they call it Mossad.
But yeah, he's not Mossad, the guy that pulled the plug on Epstein. But the guy who pulled the plug on Murdoch is, but he's part of the civilian wing of Mossad, basically. So basically the same thing. And he said that he was positioned in order to go through. This is why he dealt with money so much, because their scientific inventions or anything to do with weapons, weaponology, was that Epstein was the guy that would say yes to the money, because the reason for the Americans was so that he could run the information to them, just in case it was something that was contrary to, let's say if it was contrary to the interests of Israel first, they needed someone to bounce it to them before they said yes on the money from the American side, and Epstein served as that middleman. This video outlines it all perfectly. The guy's got the credentials. We know who he is because, like I said, he was arrested on the Iran-Contra deal and let out. We know who he is. He was let out for that reason, and it's a full admittance to it all. And Sean Atwood, he was someone that spent over 20 years in American jail because he was running a massive ring. He was against Sammy the Bull Gravano.
Yeah.
In terms of the ecstasy wars that those two had, he became a millionaire in the stock market. He made a book called Fear and Raving in Arizona, and then he made another one. And him and his friend Wildman were out there just running a massive drug ring as Englishmen. And they would talk. There's stories about them meeting with the New Mexican Mafia, and they've got no guns, and New Mexican Mafia are there with AKs, and they ain't got nothing. And his enforcer, Wildman, this big burly northerner, is just talking shit to these New Mexican Mafia types with guns. And this guy's fucking crazy. And he goes, "Do you think I'd come in here talking to you like this unless we had a backup plan? You don't know what's looking through the windows, lad." So they were completely faking it all, and they managed to make the cartels afraid of them. Two English guys. It's fucking brilliant, just by sheer balls, Very interesting. Sean Atwood's page, it's a truther page. He's been on the case to do with Epstein since the beginning. He's been anti-Holocaust. He's been all of that, and he's been researching it. Pedophiles, all of that stuff. Really shining a light on it in a big way, better than most.
Yeah, Sean Atwood's a legend.
Let's plug Sean Atwood right now. Sean Atwood, if you ever want to come here and have a chat with us guys, that would be brilliant. We could do with the exposure. I'm going to send you an email in the next week, Sean. So if anyone hears this and knows Sean, then let him know to look out for an email from someone called Crack Villain. I'm going to be emailing you in a case to try and get you in here to have a conversation with us guys, not necessarily on the flat earth subject, but on a multitude of subjects, hopefully. We might not do it in this server. We could do it in a different server as so that we don't affect this server by the subject matter, right? But at least I want the people in here with the minds that we have talking to this guy, right?
Yeah, you should check out Ryan Dawson too. He has a video, the Epstein crime map, that's really good.
Yeah,
Crack. It just as an outside opinion, I would definitely say that's a conversation you should not have on this server if you care about
I know
the
that.
server.
Oh no, I know that. That's why I said what I said. Don't you worry. Me and Lou have spoken on that before in the past about if we were to get certain individuals in here, we would create a separate server up and running quickly, and Lou can help me with that as well. Lou's very savvy when it comes to that stuff. I think, in fact, he's brilliant at doing that. I would say building servers.
Talking up a temporary server for a conversation take minutes. That's easy.
Exactly, bro. I just don't have a PC.
There's also Google Hangouts too, or chat they call it.
Yeah, or Google Meets or Skype even we could use. But it would be good if it was on a Discord, though, because we could have lots of people ask their questions. Maybe we could have a couple of us, have everyone on mute. We could have priority speaker. Let's say it was me and Lou, for instance, or me and Battlemod and Lou, whoever it is, right, who wants to do it. We could have priority speaker when we could unmute people as and when, and really structure it so that it's a proper interview, because he's an interviewer himself. So so that it flows correctly. It'd be nice to have you guys know as well some of the English side of stuff, right? Because people often think, when I talk about things like what I said then about petrol bombs being thrown at houses, if I get Atwood on here, he's going to be like, what he's talking about is not bullshit, all right? Because people can try and call me out on this stuff, right? But I can say names to him about certain individuals that are a bit involved in some of these things that we can maybe mute out. But then he can maybe tell you, well, look, Crack does know what he's on about. Do you know what I mean? Because I've had dealings with those people.
I know Sean now knows that things are not what they seem.
He does.
He's been dealing with the SRA stuff too.
Well, really, when it comes to him going to schools to try and educate the youth about certain things that are going on and how the resistance he got, and then he started to really see it for what it was, right? Yeah, it's someone that I've followed I followed him when I was a kid. My dad was following him when he was in jail in Arizona. You know, my dad was writing letters to him and to I think it was T-Bone as well, the black guy that's on death row out there. Yeah, man. But yeah, I think my dad used to have dealings with Sean and stuff like that. Like, you know, I think it's no secret.
That's one thing when you're in those kind of places, you have nothing to do but talk about things, right?
Exactly. So some of these people have the best information out there, you know. But I'd like to speak to Sean myself and talk about like the use of drugs like Narcacnol and you know, people being robbed using those drugs going back to like the late 90s and the early 2000s in the United Kingdom and the prevalence of it. That's how my dad was killed. Robbed basically for money, using these drugs. He didn't die there and then, but he definitely died from the after effects of it, you know, because you're never the same if someone gives you a couple of grams of heroin and some Narcacnol at the same time. You're never the same. I watched that happen with my dad. I saw that occur, you know. So these are like real things, guys, you know. And my dad happens to be the person that was involved in my dad's ex-military, and he was involved in every single telephone installment in the United Kingdom in terms of the new telephones, right? The new telegraph poles that were being put in. And it just happened to be that it had to be my dad and my dad's commanding officer in the military had to be the ones to do every single one. Like, they compartmentalized it to fuck, right? And then years later, you know, my dad starts to think about it more, and there's like, you know, he wasn't in such a conspiratorial mind when he was getting good money, but once the money dried up and he realized, like, you know, the illnesses that people around him were getting, and then my dad started to talk about it a little bit, and yeah, before you knew it, he was someone tried to kill him. So yeah, guys, there's a reason why this truther movement's quite close to my heart, because it's directly affected me. It's directly been something that I've had to deal with.
Yeah, I got a rhetorical question. It's not really rhetorical, but it's a situational type, legal type question. Say your country was at war with a certain faction from another country, and you invaded that country. Your country invaded that country to eliminate this faction that you're enemies with.
Right.
And then along comes a president who was not elected, or a prime minister who was not properly elected, not properly vetted. And they turn over millions of cold hard cash, millions of pounds, and arm them. Would that be treason?
Yes. Or it could be seen as all is fair in love and war. Under the GOV, like, there's certain stipulations that state that, you know, while there are these situations going on and all the moving parts aren't necessarily in your vernacular or under your control, there's plausible deniability. All is fair in love and war.
Sorry to interrupt. Can somebody verify my friend Shakaraba in
Is he in here now?
Too? He's in BC Check-in too.
Is he your friend, and is he cool?
He's very cool in real life. So.
Right. Right, I'll just VC verify him straight up, alright? Because you're about to. On your head, be it. Do you want me to move him down?
Yeah.
On your head, be it. I'm joking. I just VC verified you, Sakuruba. You have permission to speak in the channel. You can unmute yourself. I don't know if you're on push to talk or something. If you are, then you might want to change it to voice activity, unless you prefer push to talk. But yeah, you do have the ability to speak in the room now. All right, dude.
Welcome. You have your headphone. You have your voice speaker or headphone.
Problem with the phone if you're on the phone.
But again, treason, yeah. But again, who swore allegiance to who? So treason always denotes the idea of against your own people. So just because, to outline it a little bit again, so like let's put the framework again out, and then let's establish the sort of chain of command, right, of that, and then let's establish whether it's treason based on that chain of command. So you don't have to be hyper specific, but just outline it again so we can think about the steps, Joshua.
Mm-hmm. Well, I know months leading up to that event, there was a deadline given by the other people. And it shows weak leadership to bow down to them and say, okay, you know, we'll leave by this time. And then the fact that new arms were brought in a month prior.
Right.
All the ammunition was restocked. And like right now, there's no flights over that country whatsoever for good reason. They got weapons that'll take out aircraft.
Well, of course, because they've taken control of the weaponry that.
Yeah, they have our Raytheon equipment.
Do that.
Yeah. But the main thing is we're not supposed to negotiate with terrorists.
But when it comes to the Raytheon, I can't see how they would. There's no plausible deniability unless the codes were written down on the fucking wall, unencrypted, because you can't just start using these systems. Like people start saying, "Well, you leave this system in a country." It's like, yeah, I could leave a nuke somewhere, right, in China. Doesn't mean the Chinese are going to be able to use it, right? They have redundant system. They have redundancy systems built into them, as in like they're parts of the nuke, for instance. And I don't care about what people think about them. I'm just saying that would mean if you start to play around with the actual what's it called, manual, the manual parts of it that you need to move. So, like for instance, the insertion of a plutonium tube, right, into the high explosive nest. For that, for instance, to do so, they have redundancy systems that would destroy the capability of doing so pretty quickly, right? If you try to do it analog, right, it has to be done via a chain link, right? So, isn't that this part here says, yeah, that does this moves this arm, and it allows for this bit to happen. They would need the codes, and they would need, even with like, you know, intermediate systems that have got nothing to do with nukes, you know, just for, you know, just for, just for, even for like things like ICBMs or, you know, anything of that nature, right? The issue is with the automated systems. So with the automated systems, it should be and it should follow that the country that created them has the capability of turning them off, and they shouldn't be able to be turned back on. People could talk about jerry-rigging it and like reinstalling parts of the wire, you know, the framework or circuitry, in order that you could use it and bypass it. But the issue is the moment you put energy into it with a bypass system, the code isn't the same. Like you have a frequency crystal, right? You have a crystal that goes into like an RC controller, for instance. Yeah, it doesn't work because it's not the same crystal. It's not, you know, it's not the same frequency. So it won't work like a key, right? Like it's been encrypted. But the moment you do put a type of energy in that would allow for it to work, right? That would allow for the circuitry to work, because it doesn't recognize the exact frequency or the exact, it's not exactly the same, but it is enough to use. Like usually the redundant system comes in there and then, right? Which would stop it from working. But that's not what we're seeing. So
electronic and physical gates.
But we're not seeing that, are we?
No.
We're seeing they have full access to use of these machines. One could argue that their full access was given over to the previous administrations, right? But then that talks, what does that say though? Well, they know that the administration's changed, and why haven't they executed the redundant protocols so that these things don't work? To me, it would then hint toward treason. But then treason at the same time is like, well, it would be treason. It's our money spent on systems, yes, to kill other people not from this country, but it's treason to give over forms of weaponry to other countries to use against their own people when we've sanctioned it. So it effectively, by association, becomes a form of treason. So unless we see like the misfiring or like, you know, demilitarization via redundancy systems, unless we see that, which we're not seeing, then it would hint toward a form of treason, yeah.
Well, you would think that military equipment would have some sort of a disabling kill switch mechanism on it if it was captured by the enemy.
Oh no, they're supposed to.
Yeah.
Obviously ARs and armor lights and, you know.
Yeah, rifles and pistols is one thing.
Well, but
like the SAMs and all that,
exactly.
those are all computer controlled.
Even the AT4s and AT5s, right? You know,
yeah.
Even those are supposed to have a system of redundancy that ends up in the wrong hands. That's why they're in those boxes that have like beeping lights on the front of them, right? You ever notice that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Blinking lights on an AT4 case. That is supposed to be their way of like disabling it. Like, you can't make explosives not explosive, but you can if you know what you're talking about. All you need is a chemical vial that sits next to it that effectively is something that neutralizes. So, unless they have a way of jamming the signal, making a stasis zone around it, you know, so that signals can't get to it, they can then enact it, remove any sort of redundancy system that would make it ineffective, then take it away from the signal zone. There would be no way of doing it then. But then, that's what I would do. But who's to say they aren't doing it? It's really hard to tell, is my point.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Battleman, I didn't see any of your, No, that's a cool karambit. I like that karambit. Ryan. The fold-out karambit. It's very nice. It really is. I do like those straight line karambits as well. Is that a jackknife there? That is a jackknife.
Yeah, the Columbia River tool.
The Polecraft one.
That's just an out the front.
Yeah, I know it's not the front blade, but is it a jackknife? Meaning, does it every time you flick it out, every time you flick it back, like does it flick in and out each time?
Yeah, it's double action.
Right.
That karambit though, the
Okay. I do like that karambit. Oh, it's just the RKT. Uh-huh.
I think I paid just under $300 for that fucking knife.
If you have a point to make, feel free to interject. Talk over our daily mundane lives if you would like. We actually encourage that people take it back to flat Earth. So you're just running away at this point. Biatch.
Yeah, are there any men who have feminine brains because they like balls that want to debate the ball?
They like space balls.
They're all left-brained, guys.
Oh my god, Crackman, are you English? Jenny, are you having a joke, I hope.
I was just thinking with that one girl from Twitch when she first heard
oh yeah, sorry. I was a bit slow on the uptake. Bit slow on the uptake there, wasn't I, Jenny?
And
You're trying to make a fool of me, girl.
It was equally funny how all the little mini me trolls or whatever they were all calling you crack ass and shit.
Yeah, I screenshotted that actually.
Yeah.
If anyone would like to relook at it,
Yeah, I would. I want it.
Yeah, I screenshotted that. Wait there.
They're just like a bunch of little minions. It was so cute.
Really, indeed, it was, right? Mm-hmm.
I take it we didn't get a bunch of her people over here.
I imagine she asked people not to raid us. I don't know why she would do so. Code Miko. Fuck you for not doing that.
Your mic is all wonky.
There's some white noise coming through.
Yeah, your mic is rubbing up against something. Hopefully not your crack.
How about now?
You seem to be good.
5x5.
Is it right now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's going to happen intermittently, guys. I had to solder the wire back together yesterday and then glue it. I'm getting a new headset. I was supposed to get one today, but like I said yesterday, with me twisting, basically breaking my ankle as far as I'm concerned.
Good job.
Yeah, great job. Yeah.
Yesterday was Yesterday was fucked, huh?
Yeah, someone tried to set my house on fire.
Get out! Oh my god!
And then I went to the spa and really fucked my ankle completely. Do you want to see the picture, Jenny?
Sure.
Not of the ankle, but just like how it is now. And ignore the shoe. Ignore the shoe.
Okay.
The shoe I'm wearing in terms of so that this one is the same height, because obviously it's the only shoe I could get that was the same height. Just so happened that my friend gave me these shoes yesterday. I took them because they're Versace, so I was like, whatever, they're worth money, so I'll take it. But they're ugly as shit, right? They're they're special edition ones called Chain Reactions.
The shoes in this picture do not reflect the direct taste of the person we're going to. Okay. Dude. WTF. Wow.
Yeah, I think I demonstrated some pretty good self-control the other day. I got woken up. I went to bed early because I've been working on my friend's car. And there's no air conditioning, so you can only work on it in the wee hours, right? I got woken up at midnight by like 3 bombs going off.
Oh, really?
And I knew who
that
it
would
was.
make me a little testy.
I was about ready to hunt him down and pistol whip him.
Oh, snap.
And then lo and behold, he comes over to the house like the next day.
That kind of happened to me at the hospital. Wow. Okay.
I'm like, no, I'm just going to talk to him. Went up there and asked him, hey, was that you or your son last night? And he goes, oh, what, the bombs? And I go, yeah, dude. Oh, no, that was me. And I go, please don't do that shit again. Not cool, man. I could have handled it a lot differently, but I tried the nice technique.
Right.
And he says, okay, I won't do it anymore.
So, like,
bombs.
Similar thing happened to me yesterday, I guess. this dog keeps barking time and time again, and I'm like about ready to go over there and wring this dog's neck. So when I go to A&E, my neighbour's in A&E, and I'm like, what the what's going on with your dog, right? She's like, oh, sorry, I'm really sorry, I got rid of it today. Like, I'm like, yeah, I'm glad you did. Like, because I was about to go off on it, right? Like, for real, I'm in pain. Like, my ankle's killing me. I'm like, oh, man. I'm like, you've been keeping me up for, like, the last week with this dog, right? It's a terrier. And, like, they're just leaving it in the garden to just bark, like, 24/7, literally. And I'm like, I know I'm a part of a server called that, but, like, that doesn't mean I'm involved in the 24/7-ism of life. Just everything can be 24/7. No. Like, if your dog was chatting out Flat Earth proofs 24/7, I might allow it, right?
Yeah. So what are you supposed to do with a noisy neighbor with their dog? What are you supposed to do?
Well, like I said, well, you don't. I'm not going to answer that.
Oh, well, what can you legally do? Answer that.
Legally, you could break a hole in your fence.
You can leave a bucket of antifreeze next to the garage.
Okay, legal and moral.
That's legal. So, like, you could break a hole in your own fence that's a good enough size for the dog to get through.
Aww.
And you know what dogs are like. They will come into your garden, and once it does, all hats are off. Right, it's on your property.
I guess. I suppose so.
You know, as far as I can tell, it is not illegal to kill a dog, but it is illegal to abuse them and hurt them.
Exactly.
I just lost 2 chickens yesterday because these fucking dogs over here.
Oh, do you want to see my other shillelagh? Who was it who mentioned the shillelagh?
That was me, Joel.
Yeah, I'll show you my other shillelagh, which is doubles as a walking stick right there.
You got yourself a pimp stick or what?
You have to excuse them. You have to excuse the mess, but. But this is a proper one because the end of it is so tough because it is a proper knot.
Hello, decent people. How's life?
Decent.
Told you we were decent.
Exactly. We are decent.
A vagabond through and through.
So this is like my like what you would call, I guess, my shillelagh of doom, as opposed to the smaller one. It's got like a melt.
I've seen this one guy that was making thumb walking sticks.
Alright. Thumb walking stick.
Yeah, it's got like a Y at the top or a V at the top. You stick your thumb in.
Mm-hmm. Is this some sort of fucking joke?
I know. I'm like, what's the purpose of that? And he goes, because you could really get a purchase on it and pull yourself out of a hole. Well, why would you be walking around in a marsh?
A thumbstick. I'm so confused, dude. Sorry.
Yeah. Let me see if I could find one.
I'm so confused.
Enough of that.
You're cracking me up. You're cracking me up.
Anyone who tries to take the piss out of me from here on now, yeah, I'm just letting you know I've become a snowflake of recent. So, do so at your own peril, right?
Up.
You know, I'm reacting.
You hurt your little foot and you become a fucking Karen. Look at you.
Yeah. Right. So like I'm reacting to like small piss takes with death threats or above from now on. So I've got a menu actually that I'm willing to provide you guys of like the level of veracity of insult versus my reaction to that level of veracity of insult. I'm yet to finish the spreadsheet. Once I do those, that's when the new sort of me will be enacted. To be honest, the spreadsheet, the way it's laid out, is sort of offending me as it is, so that's why I'm struggling to finish it.
I'm going to put a spreadsheet of all the things that tick me off. And every time I look at it, I get pissed.
Grinds your gears.
Yeah.
Grinding gears just sounds wrong.
It does.
But I posted a video about this guy that makes these thumbsticks.
Yeah, those seem more like very what do you call it?
They're
Very,
tall.
very they seem like very simplistic. Oh, is it long, right? Oh, thumbstick isn't a walking stick. It's just a walking stick, right?
Yeah.
And you could like purchase the end of your barrow in that, right, as well, and then
possibly.
But you could also have that detached from the rest of the stick to be used as a as I want to make one like that is effectively one you can stab into the ground, and then you can use it as a slingshot by having the bands attached to it.
That's what I was thinking. That or a sling bow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man.
I used to make slingshots by hand.
Yeah, I've done a few. You can get a phone case that's a slingshot. So it's a case for your phone that holds in the medical flat band elastic. And because your phone's in your hand all the time, right? And then it has a slot on the side of it to hold 3, 50 caliber or a couple of 40 caliber and a 9mm ball bearing, making it very quick. If you see a wood pigeon, you're out there, boom, you just do it.
Yeah, we used to like smash windows. We used to go bananas in New York, if you can imagine. 14 knuckleheads, like 5 of us got slingshots.
I'm telling you right now, a slingshot is the most effective illegal weapon that I know of in the United Kingdom.
And super accurate too.
Very, very accurate. You can get a 9mm ball bearing on a slingshot to far supersede that of the speed of a musket round. You can actually get a 9mm ball bearing to go faster than some of the shorter barreled 9mm pistols. And people can call me out on that, but look it up before you do so.
Now, are you? You're talking about like a child's catapult, not a sling.
I want about a catapult, not a sling, but we call a catapult a slingshot in the United Kingdom.
Yeah. I was just making sure we were talking about the same thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, we have wrist rockets here, which they're like round surgical tubing instead of the flat bands.
Yeah.
And just got a brace on your arm.
You can use a mix. Right? So the Black Widow, right? You have that. The Black Widow is not really. The shape of the actual fork is neither here nor there. You don't even need a fork, actually, to be honest, because it doesn't always pass through the middle of the forks. It's just that when you shoot, it's just that you want to, tilt your wrist forward at the last second, sort of thing, so it doesn't smash you in the hand.
I used to walk around just staring at the trees, just trying to find like the perfectly shaped Y, like perfectly equidistant. So people used to think I was bananas. I was like, no. There's a reason. It has a certain thickness, perfect line. And I'd get up there with the knife and I'd chop it down every time. Once I found a perfect one, I'm definitely not walking past it.
But yeah, slingshots, guys, are just extremely accurate. Like close range. You know when you get caught unassumed, like a squirrel or a rabbit, something like that. The slingshot's quite quicker, especially if you have a magnetic glove with like about 4 or 5 ball bearings around the cuff, right, of the glove, magnetic strip, and you have your slingshot sort of, attached to your waist. It's very quick to pull out.
I could like potentially make my own, right?
Very easily, yes.
That would be like a fun, like fucking free activity to do.
Yeah, get some beer bottles, shake them up.
Don't use
never ever shoot anyone with a stone. Always use balled ammunition, because if you shoot someone with a stone, it will be classed as stoning them to death.
Oh, And I could
Same
get
with animals.
executed for that, or what? I mean,
It's the same with animals. You're not allowed to shoot animals with stones out of slingshots.
That would
Like in,
badass if I could just use a fucking slingshot. Mm.
Besides
you
that,
could.
stones don't fly so well. Nuts work better.
Exactly. But using nuts as well, they're not made as ammunition. Ball bearings are the sort of ones to avoid any legality. I'm just letting you know.
Huh.
Bro, you just need to come over here to Arizona. I'll get you a holster.
Dude,
just walk around with a 9mm on your hip.
Dude,
Oh,
I'm actually in the process of moving to America. So
nice.
Nice.
It's AZ or to Georgia.
Okay.
Probably gonna have to land.
Can you handle the heat?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I've lost.
If I had to choose, I think I'd rather pick Arizona.
Arizona's got terrible laws, though. I don't want to go to prison for a long time.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you do you, dude.
Just don't be selling no ecstasy, man.
Yeah, I think
That's my trade gone.
I do agree with him on that point. I think Florida and Georgia are probably the most, well, and Texas, obviously. Those are the most,
Texas as well, Atlanta.
Didn't they get rid of attempted murder in Georgia?
I'm not sure.
Yes.
Now it's just assault.
Yes.
What I would like to learn is actually how to shoot a bow and arrow.
You want to just go with a crossbow. Bow and arrows are redundant now compared to, like, they're quicker, don't get me wrong, but like as a woman, like you're not going to be able to fire it. Like I would say that if you the highest foot-pound bow and arrow that you could effectively shoot me with, right? Sometimes getting a more powerful foot-pound bow and arrow would mean that actually you're going to be able to fire an arrow at me less accurately and less powerful than one that was less foot-pound, because of the timing of you being able to pull it back, draw it back, and all that sort of stuff. Like you're going to be less effective.
Yeah, it takes a lot of upper body
I
strength.
mean, it would just be for like hunting a deer or something.
You would never be able to hunt a deer with a bow and arrow.
It's way harder than that.
Okay, what about this? Okay, scratch that then. What about if I needed to kill zombies? What if I needed to kill zombies? Would that be? I'm being dead ass serious.
Yeah, we should always say zombie anyway. We should always use zombie as the interchange, because zombie could mean anything. So that's why that is why the prepper movement says zombie, so that they don't have to specify shooting humans or anything. So if you were to shoot a zombie, yeah, cool. At very close range, you would be able to do so. But like again, you would be more likely to kill a deer or a zombie with a slingshot. You've got multiple shots.
Oh, really? Oh.
Yeah, multiple shots at a fast pace. Obviously, if you had a broadhead or a toxic bow or a toxic head, right, then yeah, you're going to destroy anything that's in front of you with a crossbow with a toxic arrowhead or a broadhead. When I say toxic, I mean the toxic symbol. But
a microwave is still the best zombie device killer.
Oh.
The microwave?
Yeah. Oh, you don't know about the the zombie listening devices?
Yeah.
Your refrigerator is one.
I don't understand.
Well,
what do you mean by listening devices?
You mean with the smart appliances?
Yep. It's the only thing that will make sure that the New World Order happens, are these zombie devices.
Oh, okay. Oh, we're the zombies, you mean?
No, we're not. It's the computer. It's the devices that you have.
I was referring to, you just have to stab them in the brains to kill them. Stab them in the head. That's right.
Same thing you have to do to a computer, right?
Yep.
Well, I guess. I would never want one of those.
That chip.
So, Jen,
baseball bat.
You're going to be like getting over this guy with the knees on his shoulder, stabbing him in the head. You ready for all
baseball bats with gutter spikes sticking out of it?
I guess I'd have to be.
Exactly.
Gutter spikes on a baseball bat.
Sometimes I wonder if spikes on a baseball bat. That's a great idea.
Not really. Sorry, one of the worst ideas. No, it's one of the worst ideas. Yeah, Go for one swing, and then it's gonna get stuck in the victim, and then you're not gonna. Yeah. Sorry, but I would never advise anyone to put spikes for a baseball bat. Like, sorry, I would never advise it. You're better off swinging at something, hitting it bouncing off, and then being able to swing again, than it hit, stick in, and then it effectively become part of the thing that you're attacking.
Yeah, but then you have a handle you can control it with.
Of course, if you're a strong person, but Jenny's a woman, so I'm not going to advise her to do so.
Yeah, probably not a good idea for me. No.
At least you can admit that.
Perch.
Sure.
I hate it when women are like, "I'm so strong, I could lift up a man with one hand." Like at the bottom. Like imagine trying to control someone at the end of a handle of a baseball bat, right? Do you know how difficult that actually is? Yeah. Like to control someone's weight.
Very difficult. It's also really difficult to strangle someone to death, unlike what they show in the movies.
Depends. Well, debatable. Yeah, debatable.
I mean, you're talking like 4 minutes.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
All you have to do is crush larynx.
They'll lose consciousness as long as
they'll lose if you're crushing.
Real naked, so cold. Give it, I don't know, 10, 15 seconds. The dude's all cold. Give it another 15 seconds. You kill them.
Yeah.
Listen to this, right? I've put people to sleep within 3 seconds with a sleeper hold, because you're not trying to cut off the windpipe. You're trying to cut off the artery that runs on each side. Yeah. So like this whole thing of crushing the larynx, like you do that once they're unconscious, right? And like when people put sleeper holds in, they're always trying to put all the pressure they can against their arms, right, and against the back of the head by pushing. No. Use your chest. What's strong on you? Your shoulders are strong. Your chest is so raise up the shoulders, right? Tense up the trap, makes the gap smaller. Then breathe in, makes your chest bigger, tightens the gap. I mean, this is something we teach in BJJ all the time to people, because they're trying to use their arms and strength to do so. No. Use your breath and use your shoulders. Use more than just your arms. Use everything to tighten that gap.
Yeah, and what they also say is like you're supposed to take the skinny part of your arm on the inside towards your thumb, and then when you clasp your hands together, you rotate them out. So you want to bring that bone right into the part you cut off the circulation.
It depends what you want to do. If you want to cut off the circulation, you can either use it so that the flat of your bone is what's sticking in, so the flat of your arm, which is why we do if you don't want to kill them. But you can always turn your hand in order. So like a lot of the time with the sleeper hold, people think they face their palm forward on the back of the head. No, don't do that. Make the gap smaller and put the back of your hand against the back of their head, not the palm. Right? It makes if you do it right now, put your arms in a sleeper hold position, right, where your right hand, you have your left hand, you have your left arm, you go round, okay, then you go round like that, you brace your left hand against your right bicep, yeah. If you put your hand facing forward, right, with your palm on the back of their head, yeah, there's still a lot of space there. If you turn your hand around, right, and then so that the palm is facing you, you instantly make the gap so much smaller. And then from there, you don't even need to put pressure with your arms at all. Like I said, just raise your shoulder blades up, then breathe in. And you make that gap so small so quickly, and no one can overcome how strong your lungs are. In tandem. I don't care who they are. I've taught this to women against men that are like 6'5", who weigh 350, and they choke them out. This is like the Gracie certified method of doing this. This is the proper method. The same method GSP uses is the same method that anyone that knows their salt uses. Is worth their salt, sorry.
Denny, I think you should, if you're worried about like a zombie apocalypse or something, get yourself one of these and get proficient at loading it. KSG 12 gauge from Caltech.
No, incorrect.
Remington 870 pump.
Yeah,
No,
a
we
Ruger
better
10.
not be talking about guns and zombies in the same sentence.
A Ruger 1022, man.
Mossberg 500.
Ruger 1022.
Yeah, the 1022 is great.
The reason for the 870, I'm saying, is if you're going to have one weapon and one weapon only, it's very versatile. You can, change different types of ammunition or the barrel, and it's super versatile. Good for home defense. Good for anything.
Sure.
Look, just
The
because
Ruger
you shoot
1022
cans,
is better,
platypus.
Check out.
No.
Losing folks.
Yo.
Earbuds died.
Lou, how you been, bro?
People keep messaging me about fucking Bitcoins. Sorry, Abba. Alright, I might go down to the chill VC in a minute. There is oh sorry, Kakoi is up there and Creation Bear's up there and VC check-in. All good in the hood, baby.
Didn't Santo lose his father last month?
Who?
Santos Bonacci.
Oh, I wouldn't know.
I think his father passed away last month.
I'm gonna go down to the chill VC for a moment because I need to speak to Jason quickly.
Cool.
My dudes.
Yeah, I think Santos has lost a lot of weight. That's been concerning me as well.
Man, I've been doing a lot of freaking the deep cleaning around my house that I've put off for too long, especially smoking cigarettes in the house. And fucking scrubbing the walls and took down all the vertical blinds and washed every one of those slats individually, and freaking that's what I was actually doing earlier on here.
You're doing a deep clean.
Yeah, getting it all real good.
If you want to know my personal opinion, Platypus, about the sun, from what I can observe, it looks like a hole in the sky. That's how it maintains altitude, because it's a hole in the sky. But that's just my opinion.
So by that definition,
My opinion
you would
cannot
say,
be proven.
Oh, I know, but by your definition, you would say no, it does not change altitude. Then,
yeah,
got it. Trying to put together something that I've never talked about for once. It's probably been talked about here, but
well, the reason how I came to that conclusion, I stare at the sun. Sometimes I sun gaze, and
it's not good for you.
It doesn't look like a ball; it looks like a hole in the sky.
Damn.
Like, say you shoot a hole in something, and you look at it, it like matches the same kind of a thing.
Okay, so then you must, operating on that assumption, you must then believe the only reason that it appears to be a luminary is because on the other side of that hole is some kind of luminous object.
Yeah, light. Yeah,
got it.
Kind of like the same. Yeah. See, here's the thing.
Like a darker ball that moves around within it, and then slows down the more that you center your vision on it, or you just see something that perpetually moves.
Me?
Who was saying that they start sun gaze? I sun gaze as well.
Yeah, I never saw a dark object on it.
Well, not really dark. It just looked like, I guess if you focused on it long enough and you so I used to meditate and smoke weed while I did it. So I don't know if it's a good combination, but I used to see like something that looked like it was moving inside the circle of the sun, and then it would slow down and just be like.
If you ever get your hands on the equipment, Josh, I would. It is possible to. I don't know if you've ever heard of sunspots. We can argue about what they are.
Yeah.
But most people here would at least agree that the sun appears to have spots.
Yeah.
So I don't know what that would. Although, let me try to read your mind here. Sunspots for you then would have to also be objects that traverse that hole with the luminary on the other side of it. Like that's the only way that you would get those.
Or a dark object on the other side of the sky. Because just hear me out, right? When the sun is visible in the sky, everywhere, not just where the sun is, but everywhere there's light. Even in the shadow, there's light. So it would make sense that outside the sky is light instead of darkness.
Yeah, but then you have to. Then you're going off on a tangent that I've never heard discussed before, because typically the argument is either that the Earth moves or the sun moves. Technically, for you, there would have to be a third thing that is moving now.
Yeah, the sky.
Related to this, like, I think it's interesting. I don't know enough about it, but have you guys heard, like, the theories out there about it being kind of like a reality itself being like a projection?
A shadow, yeah.
Like it's something, and I don't know enough about it, but even in the mainstream, like Neil deGrasse Tyson was talking with that theoretical physicist that about finding the code, like how everything is in a certain type of code, and like it's kind of relates towards like simulated reality and stuff like that. But like something along the lines of like there's really only two actual dimensions. Everything's actually only two-dimensional, but then it's like almost projected out onto something else, giving us this three-dimensional kind of like way of looking at things. And I don't know enough about it. I was wondering if maybe you guys have heard something about it, but it just, that type of stuff, it fits in a few places. Like when you talk about, like what is reality around us, and how vision works. And
I hate the simulated reality one.
I could tell you what one of my hallucinations from DMT had shown me. That everything's made of pixels that are both light and shadow, and it's just different intensities between the shadow and the light that gives the actual properties of whatever is being manifested.
Turned on or turned off pixels.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
They were like yin yang type thing, spiraled into each other to where no matter what, it would be equal. It was a strange vision, guys.
Yeah, DMT can really show you stuff just out of this world. Crazy trip.
The only time I ever kind of hallucinated in my entire life was when I went to Norway and we broke open a bottle of actual wormwood absinthe.
Yeah.
Like that's the closest I've ever gotten to being like really high in my entire life, because I don't do drugs or smoke pot. Like caffeine and nicotine are the only two drugs I really partake in. And alcohol.
You ever drinking strong mint tea?
I detest mint in all its forms. I like the way it smells, like as a plant. Like I've got mint growing out in my backyard. Because it's kind of a weed in certain spots up here in the Midwest.
So you just kind of crush it with the lawnmower and it smells good.
Yes, actually.
Yeah, I know.
It's really strong. And my girlfriend once was like, "Hey, why don't we make a tea out of it?" I'm like, "You can't do that with wild mint. It's not a good idea."
Why not? I'm sure you could.
Because it's different. It's not the same kind of mint that you would get like at the store.
But I've heard stories of I can't remember exactly what kind of mint it's made out of, but it's a type of mint that's indigenous to a certain region, and that's not here in the States. That will, if you drink it
for
concentrated
making
enough,
tea leaves. Yeah.
it'll induce visions.
For those of you guys who are talking about DMT, like, I mean, I've tripped, it's been a long time, but I've tripped on mushrooms and acid, never done DMT, but like every time you guys that have tried DMT or do DMT, like you talk about talking to God and shit like that. Do any of you really think you're talking to God? Because it sounds pretty demonic and satanic. And this is coming from somebody who's like not even religious. Like, there's no way that you're seeing.
I had a
like,
conversation. I had a conversation with God. I felt like it was God. I felt like I was talking to him.
Yeah, but wouldn't.
okay.
Yeah, the devil would probably reveal himself the same way.
I was in this temple, and I don't know. I don't think it was God. I think it was the avatar of Brahma that I saw, because it was coming out of the statue of a Buddha, out of the navel, and it was like this huge lotus blossom. No leaves, just a lotus blossom coming out of the navel, and inside there's this individual with dreadlocks, very dirty.
Just to
person.
clarify, you were high when this happened, right?
Yes, yes. And like I saw his face, right? And it was a person. And I'm just like, what the fuck is this about? And then one of those these dazzlers, I call them, some people call them clockwork elves, come along and just started showing like fractals, and I got lost in the fractal.
Yeah, I never want to have an experience like that again.
I mean, when it comes to the DMT, like you get almost everybody, they act like it's the finally reality was shown to them. They finally understand it. They have clairvoyance or something, right? But if that's the case, then how come so many DMT trips contradict each other? I know a lot of them seem to be similar, but a lot of them tend to contradict. And I've also heard plenty of people on DMT claim to have gone to outer space and seeing the planet Earth. So if you're going to believe these DMT trips, you might as well take somebody's, testimony about taking one and use it as proof for the globe Earth.
No, you have to remember they're hallucinations.
And they should be taken as such. Like some people can have good experiences and Jim answer, I was talking over you because I couldn't even tell that you were talking barely. You're like really quiet.
Lou, you're in Canada, right?
No, I'm in Wisconsin.
Oh. I was going to say, if you're up in Canada, you
close enough. That's the common answer. Yeah,
you can get the 5-methoxyl.
You're a northerner, not a real American.
You can get the 5-methoxyl through one of those research chemical companies up there, but not in the States. You used to be able to until like 97? Or no, 2006.
Wow. Dude, either one is quite a while ago now.
Yeah.
When we drank that wormwood, I didn't think I was hallucinating until I focused on an object, and I got the same sensation that I had when I had vertigo once. Like my vision felt like it was kind of rotating, like counterclockwise, and I would blink and it would go back to normal, and then I think this is the moment where I was ever the highest I was in my life. I just thought to myself, what happens if I don't blink? So I focused on this bottle of Bacardi 151, which will tell you how old this experience was because they don't make that anymore, on the shelf behind the bar. And without blinking, I waited until the entire world around me had rotated like almost 90 degrees. Like the way I was viewing the world, everything was just turning and turning and turning and turning. And then I blinked and it was back to normal, and it threw me off so bad that I fell over. And that's why I never want to be that high again. Well, it was Toby Dog. I'm trying to remember. I think wormwood is an opiate, Am I remembering that correctly?
No, it's an antagonist.
What drug is that closest to?
Entheogen. Basically, there's certain properties that it has, and it help. I can't remember exactly what it helps with, but they still prescribe wormwood for like ailments in some countries. But I can't remember which ailment it's for. I think it's for your blood. It helps clean your blood out, I think. But
I know you can get it as a supplement here in the States, like some kind of powdered form, but it doesn't do anything to you.
No, because it's not the right species. There's like 6 different species. And the species that's supposed to do it is the absinthe species.
Hence the name of the alcohol.
Yeah.
Which was really cool. The guy, when the guy brought us over our shot glasses of it, he actually brought over the, I'd only seen it in movies, but he actually had the sugar cube stands that you pour it over. It's super good.
Did you guys end up like lighting the cubes and then melting it in, or?
Yes. Yeah,
I had one bottle of absinthe when I was maybe 10 years ago or so. It's been maybe 15. I don't know.
Yeah, it was my 2012 deployment when we pulled into Norway. So I'm going on 9 years now.
What did it taste like?
It tastes like licorice.
It tasted like caramel. It tasted like kind of burnt sugar, and it had a really strange alcohol aftertaste.
Well, you did burn the sugar cube. That's probably where the caramel flavor came from.
Well, yeah, it didn't help that I'm not a particularly big fan of caramel, but it tasted sweet, and it was definitely a unique flavor.
Oh, okay. I see where we're differentiating there. So you're talking about the shot that you took, what that tasted like. I'm talking about just the absinthe by itself. Shot.
Oh, no, we didn't drink straight absinthe. We each did one shot of this stuff.
Oh yeah, we polished the bottle off.
Oh fuck no. There's a reason I don't do any kind of drugs. It's because I have it in my head that I would be overly sensitive to them, because I know that I'm sensitive to alcohol and caffeine. And that one shot of the absinthe absolutely proved my my hypothesis.
I see.
You know what?
Well,
actually, I would argue that you're the perfect candidate for light alcohol and drug use. Because of that, you would probably not take it to the extreme and become like addicted. You would moderate yourself.
Cut the shit.
A lot of things you do, I think you can go into some kind of a manual mode. So like if I drink too much, like I can actually just go outside, start to do my meditative breaths, and like I can sober myself up if I wanted to. You know, I think sometimes people go down too far down the rabbit hole and they think they've lost complete control over their body. I'm like, well, you could go for a run, sweat it out. You could breathe deeply, get some, blood flow, some oxygen in your blood again. You can do some things.
That is my favorite place to I wouldn't call it meditating, so to speak, but my favorite thing to do when I was in the military, on base, there's a gym. Obviously the gym has a shower, but in the back of the shower, there's actually a big ass sauna. And I loved going in there and just sitting in there for like 2 hours and just sweating with my eyes closed and just focusing on my thoughts.
No, that's a really good practice, actually. They said how, like, obviously you're sweating out tons of heavy metals and toxins when you sweat, but they said, like, if you can stay in there a little bit longer. I think it was just Dr. Rhonda Patrick. She talks about how the body is affected by saunas, like long-term use, so 45-minute sessions and hour sessions. And I've done it as well. I've done an hour and a half sessions. I've done it for maybe 3-4 months straight. Not every day, maybe 3 times a week, something like that. And I definitely felt more livelier, definitely less lethargic. But obviously it's not. I didn't do any tests or anything, so I don't have any data to back it up. But I felt pretty good doing it.
Well, when you get the reason you feel that way, And first of all, I had to take a big ass cup of water in there with me, or a bottle of water, because you could actually kill yourself doing that real quick. But what happens is when you raise your body temperature, not because there's a difference between your body triggering a fever and your body temperature just increasing. When you increase your body temperature that much, like your core temperature, your body starts to shut certain things down, like your metabolism. And so when you remove yourself from that heated situation and you start cooling back down again, there's about a 15-minute period where everything starts kicking back on, and all the sugar starts moving again, and the fucking insulin starts flowing back into your blood, and you feel like this sort of kind of like, it feels like you just woke up, or you just drank a whole bunch of caffeine or something.
You know what I used to do, which was really risky? I used to just have like have my phone on me. I like lay my phone like on my stomach or on my chest, or I'll have like my iWatch on, just still vibrate, and I'll actually take like a 15-minute nap, and like I'll be completely relaxed. Right now, I was like, Jerry, don't fall asleep in here, fucking die.
That's
I know, but like I always set a trigger or alarm for myself, So I'll chug some water, but like I'm telling you, you feel super relaxed after you take a 15-minute nap in there. It's still dangerous, I know, but it'd be empty, like nobody'd be coming in there, so no one could really tell me not to.
Oh, Mike, yes, sage, yes. I grow sage in my backyard. It was already growing there when we bought the house, and I told my girlfriend, like, we're gonna rip all of this other nonsense that this dude planted in these flower beds out, but we are not touching this fucking sage. God, I love burning sage.
You ever? What color was the flower? Red or purple?
Purple.
Ooh, you might just have Salvia divinorum.
Is that like a sage imitation?
No, it's a true sage, but it's a mild hallucinogen, and the feeling you get from it is the same kind of feeling you get from DMT. The salvia.
We're getting close to the time of the year where it flowers, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'll take some pictures of it tomorrow.
Like it originates from like the Oaxaca region in the mountains. Well, I got a bunch of fucking Democrats that are over here right now. Hi, donks. It's okay. Eat up all them beans. That way I don't have to clean them up.
I don't think we're supposed to be hearing this conversation.
No, there's a bunch of donkeys. They're eating the mesquite beans.
Oh my God, that's why you said Democrats.
Yeah.
I was trying to think, what the fuck could this guy be talking to? Cut the shit.
Hey, buddy, why the long face? Is this a donkey? Yeah. Let me get my cell phone and take a picture of him.
Donkeys are one of the sweetest animals.
And if, like, they're one of the best animals to keep if you're raising sheep, because they don't like dogs, coyotes, wolves, and they'll kill them. They'll protect the herd.
Yep.
A couple pictures of these stupid things. Oh, and cut the shit. Caramel is sometimes called caramel.
Ugh. What kind of a fucking top hat wearing, monocle looking through motherfucker do you have to be to pronounce that as caramel? It's like only people with wooden teeth say it that way.
How do you say it?
Caramel.
Caramel? I say caramel. Sorry.
People say caramel. I say caramel.
Are caramel and caramel two different things?
No,
That's
same
the same
thing. I just listen. You're just challenged with the English language. You're massacring the King's English. We don't mind. It's okay. You can still stick around.
That would be the Queen's English.
We call it the King's English because we are men and stuff. We don't really follow women's leads.
Can't believe how old Queen Elizabeth is, man.
Son of a bitch, a 1-minute video is too big. I gotta upload it.
You know what's funny about Josh, what's funny about your hole in the sky thing is that literally like the thing that I was trying to do by asking that question, I actually cannot use that logic with yours.
Well, that's why I said it's just my personal opinion on it from
Right.
what I had seen in it from when I was a young child. So, yeah.
Now, I take that back. This would all depend on any assertion that you would make about what the... So this is a hole in something in the sky, something really large. What is the shape of that thing in the sky that has the hole in it? Is it flat, or is it a dome, or is it...
It was flat. Like a plateau. And it looked like, a little wavy surface on top. Hey, finally, just first video I can post up that was actually made for children. Really? You can't upload 125 megabytes?
I think with maximum Nitro Boost, I think it's 100 megabytes limit. I could be wrong. It might be. It's around there. It's around 100 megabyte limit.
Yeah, I thought it was based off of time, but apparently not. I mean, I could probably go through.
No, it's the size of the file. It's size of the file. So you gotta when you're sharing videos, you definitely want to find the low resolution one or downsize it or whatever.
Yeah, I don't know how to do that when I'm taking raw video on my phone. So I'll just upload it to YouTube.
Well, then if you're doing raw video on your phone, now here's the thing: if you're doing like trying to take pictures of the stars or something like that, it's gonna have to be a big file.
Yeah.
But if you're you can always go into your phone settings on the camera, and you can make it just automatically have it take it at 720 instead of 1080 or something like that. Or instead of taking it at ultra high def, because like 720 honestly is good enough for just about everything. It might not be perfect on a big screen TV, but on a small screen like a phone, that's gonna get you there, and it's gonna get it uploaded.
Yeah, but dude, this is a freaking track phone. Like, I don't even think it has that kind of settings on it.
Well, then what you do is you upload it to like YouTube and then make it
That's what I'm
as
doing.
upload it to YouTube.
That's what I'm doing. I'm just waiting for it to finish. Got about 6 megabytes left. 5. Hey, look at that. 1 megabyte. Cool.
You're complaining about the 100 megabyte limit. Most servers have an 8 megabyte limit.
Yeah, I know. Like, I could probably, like, compress it AVI, but it's MKV right now. Or MP4. See, did it post? Yay, it posted! Yeah, I got no thumbnail. It'll render eventually. Oh shit, I got bread to give him. Nope. Apparently somebody already gave him the bread.
Yeah, mic check, mic check.
Loud and clear.
All right, why is everybody so quiet? Holy shit.
I don't know. I'm just watching my donkey video.
You got Tobik here, man. Hey, Tobik. Toby K.
Nigga.
So yeah, I don't know if that will help you or not help you in your TOE there, Platypus. On what I had said about the sun, from what I had seen when I was a child. The bottom of clouds are flat.
Most fucking Americans don't really like flat earthers. They like planets and spaceships and stuff like gravity too. Most fucking Americans believe they're NASA and they're JAXA and ESA and some dude named Musk. Most fucking Americans don't like to worry about the spinning because they say does it so slow. Most fucking Americans have an education and think the globe's real because they took science and got a B. Most fucking Americans love their sticks and their shadows and their well holes and their gyros. No. Most fucking Americans don't like to launch rockets without using fisheye lenses to make the flat earth round. Cause don't it make a flat line curve? And that's all I got, man. How do you like it? Hey, far out, man. Yeah, that's a good song, man. Well, I wrote my own one while I was listening to you sing yours. You want to hear it? Oh, yeah, man. That sounds pretty awesome, man. Let's hear it. Yeah, man. It's kind of like a protest tune. All right, man. Here we go. Globers! Globers! Hey, you like that, man? Oh, yeah, man. That's pretty far out, man.
I demand to
If
know
you
who
are
did
2
cheat.
millimeters above this beach ball, you just don't. That stuff is flat.
Yo, check it out. Did you know that the earth is flat? It's flat. Think it's a ball, and you know that's a proven fact. What if I told you pics of Earth were made in Photoshop? And astronauts are actors acting in a movie plot? What would you say?
Okay. Objectively, the Cheech and Chong one is hilarious.
You're right about that. That's correct.
And whoever
Yes, I
did that-
agree with you.
Whoever did that, whoever the voice actor was that did Cheech in that, I would like to buy them a beer.
It's MacGyver. He's a silver in the server. MacGyver and his son did that together.
Oh my god. That that Cheech impression is like a B plus.
Oh, dude,
at worst. Like that.
It sounds like it's really Cheech and Chong doing it. Like,
Okay,
they
the
did a great
Chong,
job.
that was not Tommy Chong, but that Cheech impression was fucking
Well, that's the important one.
amazing.
Too. And even the Chong, I think, was pretty decent. Honestly,
It was all right, but next to the Cheech one, if that person is of drinking age, Platypus owes them a beer because that was a treat.
MacGyver Institute of Ninja Technology. Yeah. But MacGyver is the member that's a silver here. So it's his channel, and him and his son did that, yeah. It's my favorite one.
played it for Jose the first time, and he was laughing his ass off. He's like, "Who wrote that? Is he Mexican?" I'm like, "No, I'm pretty sure he's white." Like he was talking about just how good the accent was and everything.
Dude, that's
yeah.
Well, I wasn't keyed up, but I was sipping on 1800, laughing my ass off for that whole thing.
They don't like to launch rockets without using fisheye lenses to make the flat Earth round. Because don't it make it flat like curves?
Love their sticks and their shadows.
And their well holes and their gyros. Nanu ni nanu.
Objectively hilarious parody. The impression is great. And he sings that exactly how the original how Mexican Americans goes.
Yeah.
Like perfectly. But like within 10 seconds of listening to that song out loud, I said, Tommy Chong's just going to say Globers. Like I already
knew the punchline at the end.
I already knew what Tommy Chong's part was going to be. Ten out of 10.
There was one that MacGyver's son made by himself that I heard them play, I think maybe on Ladies' Night, and I thought it was pretty good. I'd like to have the link for that one because it's not on MacGyver's channel.
I need to write a parody of that now too. From the other side.
No. Come on, you think you can make that a Globe song? Are you kidding? And how are you going to freaking parody the parody? Come up with your own parody. Seriously. Now, this is why you're not a musician.
Oh, I'm not a musician.
Nano ni nano.
That made me laugh so hard. Fuck.
If it's gonna be quiet, I might as well just do it again.
Do it one more time. So now I'm gonna laugh, and I was scared to key the microphone.
Most fucking Americans don't really like flat earthers. They like planets and spaceships and stuff like gravity too. Most fucking Americans believe they're NASA and they're JAXA and ESA and some dude named Musk. Most fucking Americans don't like to worry about the spinning because they say does it so slow. Most fucking Americans have an education and think the globe's real because they took science and got a B. Most fucking Americans love their sticks and their shadows and their well holes and their gyros. No, no. Most fucking Americans don't like to launch rockets without using fisheye lenses to make the flat earth round. Cause don't it make a fly like curves? And that's all I got, man. How do you like it? Hey, far out, man. Yeah, that's a good song, man. Well, I wrote my own one while I was listening to you sing yours. You want to hear it? Oh, yeah, man. That sounds pretty awesome, man. Let's hear it. Yeah, man, it's kind of like a protest tune. All right, man. Here we go. Globers! Globers! Hey, you like that, man? Oh, yeah, man, that's pretty far out, man.
Yeah, I stand by my statement.
If you are 2 millimeters above this beach ball, you just don't. That stuff is flat.
Yo, check it out. Did you know that?
Yeah, I gotta figure out how I grabbed the entire playlist when I grabbed that song. I'm not sure how this bot works.
Gotcha. So that Tommy Chong impression sounds like what Tommy Chong would sound like if he had spent his entire life smoking pot. Like that sounds like a clean and sober for 40 years Tommy Chong.
So you're saying you didn't sound fucked up enough?
No, way too coherent.
You got some roots, man?
Far out, man. Nah, I can't. I shouldn't have done that. Oh yeah, Toby, the song is fucking funny. It is absolutely hilarious, and again, not to lick this dude's asshole, but the dude that does Cheech absolutely crushes it.
What, did he miss it after I just played it twice in a row?
I don't know.
No, he got it. Funny as fuck. Yeah. You'd almost like to send that to Cheech and just see if he says anything about it.
Hey man, was that a deep fake?
Wow, man, I thought that was me.
Wow, man, I thought that was pretty neat.
Okay, that one was way better than Lou.
I tried. Now my throat hurts.
Lou sounded kind of like Sebastian Bach or something. Not really.
I'll take that, I guess.
No, mine was bad too, and it fucked my throat up.
Wow, man. Fucking donkeys are gone.
Wow, man.
Because we're on the radio. What's that, Lardass? Hard hat. Okay, Lardass.
Okay, Lourdes. Okay.
Okay, I'm not gonna do that again.
Glad that shit would be really good. But you need to make it sound a little less goofy. And I don't mean goofy as in I mean goofy as in literally Disney character goofy.
I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to figure out what about doing that hurts your voice. Like
I don't know, man. It just fucking hurts.
Because I mean, I know I'm not doing it the same exactly as you, but I mean that it's similar and there's no strain anywhere. I'm trying to figure out where you're straining. Wow, man. Wow.
Lay off, man.
Your wow's got way too much of that wow.
Wow.
Yeah, you gotta. You're little too. You gotta tame it. It's just. It would be more like wow.
Hey, man.
There you go.
If I practice it, I'll get it.
Whoops.
Yeah, you keep doing your parody, Platypus, because I will laugh just as hard as the other one when you come out with yours. Most flat Earth Americans don't like to think much, but they have to, so they do it real slow.
No, it's not funny. I have to think of this.
According to gravity, what is the rate that an object falls, GE Platypus?
Totally free of any air resistance whatsoever, all objects fall at 9.8 meters per second squared.
Oh yeah, I forgot you're a Navy boy, so you got to convert everything to the metric. I would have taken 32 feet per second as terminal velocity, but yeah.
But does that mean it goes faster and faster? What stops it from? What slows it down later on?
Per second.
Well,
hang on.
You're right. It does get faster and faster. It will get faster and faster in a what's the word I'm looking for? If the object were able to fall completely divorced from any atmosphere whatsoever, it would continue to speed up until it suddenly stops when it hits the surface. The reason you have a terminal velocity, normally,
Because they cannot go faster. Because of wind resistance.
Correct. You reach a certain point where you can't overpower the resistance of the stuff that's in your way. And unfortunately, as you get closer to the surface of the Earth, the atmosphere gets thicker. So the further, the longer you're traveling, the thicker and thicker the atmosphere is going to be.
So how long is that? How fast is that? Like on Earth, like falling, like if your parachute doesn't open.
Terminal velocity? I don't think it's a set number. I think it's different depending on how high you jumped. Because the higher you jump, the more speed you'll build up, and at a different altitude, you'll reach a different maximum speed before you kind of start slowing down again, like a little bit.
Is it more than 190 miles per hour? Because I think the Halo jumpers reach terminal velocity at 190.
Well, when Madison Baumgartner did the Red Bull one, he apparently broke the sound barrier, which I think you're talking like, what is that, like 6 or 7 or 800 miles an hour?
660 miles an hour.
720.
Yeah.
720. But wasn't he wearing a suit that added more weight and he was more aerodynamic?
Well, yes, but it doesn't change the fact that he still reached that speed.
Are you saying he went faster because?
Whoa. Yeah, we're gonna talk about facts for a minute here.
Yep.
We're gonna talk.
I was just about to do that.
How come he didn't break apart from the shockwave?
No. Look, dude, Felix Baumgartner, like, guaranteed, like, there's pretty good evidence to say that even that was completely faked, hoaxed, fucking done on done with camera tricks, basically.
Oh, well, it was done multiple times, Lou.
Copperfield disappearing an elephant type shit.
Yeah, it was done multiple times, Lou, too, because there were stickers on there that was moved.
Okay, hang on. Well, hang on. 767 miles per hour, or 1234 kilometers per hour. That's the speed of sound. 343 meters per second, but that's in dry air at 68 degrees Fahrenheit. So there you go.
But yeah, I believe the only reason he was able to reach the speed that he did was because of how high he was when he did it.
He didn't go that high. He didn't go that fast. Like, he didn't pass out.
Dude, they can put a meter there just clocking up. Platypus, they can put a CGI meter on the screen and make you think he's going that fast with a CGI meter. Stop.
No, according to their story, he passed out. Not almost passed out. He passed out and, like, tumbled for, I don't know, a few miles.
Well, at the very beginning, at like 30 seconds after he jumped, he started spinning, and he was talking all through it.
No. I've watched the entire thing. They lose contact with him. He stops talking. And yeah, the spinning supposedly was so fast and violent that it made him black out. But he luckily regained consciousness in time to touch down with tiptoes, just little ding, 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 like a ballerina. Fucking, but no, the entire thing was fucking faked. If you want to know my opinion of how they would have done it, which is not important, but I think they dropped him out of a plane at a relatively high altitude, right? To make the actual landing. But the footage that you saw was done in was just done in a studio. Like, that's why the Zenith thing moves. That's why.
No, okay. First of all, the Zenith thing moves because, and Justin's probably not smart enough to go do enough research on this. Those two shots.
Sticker can move.
Hey, dickhead. The two frames. That you're
dickhead.
Showing,
now, I'm not listening to your acting out. That's fucked up of you to do that, to attack me like that. First of all, that's a sticker. Okay, how is it moving? I'm not going to listen to your telling me that. Different jumps. You're a fucking moron. They said they only jumped once.
It comes from the same video, dude. Like,
you're a fucking moron.
Like the original video that they released of it being a live
This
jump.
is unreal talking to this guy. Post the video. I will post the fucking video.
Like one was a practice jump and one was a
fucking
real jump.
Moron, dude. You're talking to people that do research every fucking day, bitch. You fucking cocksucker. Coming in here lying about the jump. You didn't watch the fucking jump at all.
Get rid of the cocksucker shit. You can get angry. Go ahead, get angry, but no reason.
Yeah, no, man.
Well, how did he fucking... He just went off on me. What the hell? Just for posting a video.
You do have
there you go. Two different shots, too. Platypus.
Just punch him in the throat, Jason. Just punch him in the throat, Jason.
He'll be able to do a good Chong impression after that shit.
Unbelievable, man.
Anyhow, to continue on, like,
and Platypus, I didn't attack you at the beginning, man. I attacked the information that you're bringing.
Justin, don't make it about a personal thing now. Like, we get it. Like,
oh, he made it personal.
You're right. He started it. He did.
He always does.
Finish it, bro.
Anyhow, so and obviously they're using a fisheye lens. Obviously, okay. Obviously, would be what I would say it is. Except for I don't think he's really even up there. I don't think they're really filming him. That was like, this is all done with a studio, and that entire Earth in the background is completely CGI'd in. But yeah, they may have dropped a mannequin out at like 80,000 feet or something like that, and that's why it was tumbling, and that's why they said that he was fainted out, that he was passed out. But then he magically comes to, and luckily, thank God, right when he's down at like heights where he could breathe. And yeah, no, they just dropped him out of a high altitude plane that a halo jump that he's done many times. He did one of those, and the rest was completely faked with CGI and studios and shit like that. I watched this a lot, long before I even came to Flat Earth. Like,
Okay.
I watched it even.
that's what I was gonna say.
Like, I was into that whole like extreme sports and fucking.
I
Red Bull
fucking love
shit
the
and,
jump.
like,
Yes.
all this stuff. I watched this thing a lot, like before I even got to Flat Earth, and like the full thing. And when you really do put like a good, critical thought and look into it, like a good. Whatever. I'm not using the right word, but when you examine it pretty thoroughly, like, I'm not saying I know for sure how they faked it, but I can tell you they faked it. It's faked.
Can we talk about how high he was supposed to be and where he
go ahead
jumped and where he landed? I don't actually know. He claimed to be a certain height, and he claimed to jump from one area, and he landed
you wanted to know? Yeah, he claimed to have jumped from 128,000 feet over New Mexico. I don't know. I forget exactly where in New Mexico, but over New Mexico, he jumped from 128,000 feet.
Okay, that's just above the dog cam we have, 120,000 feet. Now, was he in some kind of a helium balloon?
Yeah, he was dangling from a helium balloon, supposedly in like this metal capsule, which, by the way, even the height they went to with that capsule, I don't know how big their balloon was or if they had some special kind of helium that's more pure or something, but they went like as high as you can go with like pretty much just a balloon, carrying the weight of that big ass aluminum capsule and the guy sitting in it. No, I don't. I call bullshit even that they could get that high with a balloon.
What if they use hydrogen?
Yo, Justin.
They use the yellow submarine.
Yes. Hello.
So it's not an excuse, but it's a reason. I am drinking tonight.
No, yeah.
And reflecting on it, I don't know why I immediately jumped to the insult. So for doing that, I apologize.
I will accept. I know how it can be because I was in your shoes.
No. Come on. Don't. No.
No. At the very beginning, I'm telling you, the very beginning of my research, like I said, I was there in your shoes, but I pushed it so hard. I never did the research.
Hold on. The insult did not come from a place of some sort of cognitive dissonance.
It just came out of nowhere. I know. I know.
I don't know why, but there's something about it. No, it's just you personally. There's something about you that puts me off a little bit.
It happens. Like I said, to me personally, like to me, I get it all the time. I don't know why.
It doesn't just happen, bro. No, it doesn't just happen.
Y'all are human beings, man. It's all good.
Pushing the right buttons. That's all.
My simple request,
I just don't want to be lied to.
But I'm not trying to lie to you. In fact, I'm trying to ask. All I want to see is this, because you made two statements. One is that the sticker moves, and two, you said that was even in the
two different jumps. That's what I believe, and I can't factually prove that picture.
Well, you did, and I'll go back and check.
I can't factually prove it. No, I didn't say I factually prove it, but that's 2 different shots right there of the same jump, but the stickers moved.
And you can see
that's literally what they said. These are the same shot, but it's not.
But you can see different. Yeah.
That's all I'm saying, Platypus. You don't get what I just said because you just snapped. It's okay. Like I said, what is shown to you right now, they said was real, only 1 jump, but this states there was 2. That's all I'm saying.
It's really insidious how they used.
That's all I'm using it for too.
Red Bull sponsored that jump. Clearly, right? You see their logo everywhere. But so did GoPro, and of course GoPro with their fisheye lenses. Yes, that's what they would be using. But it was really sly the way that they snuck in using GoPro, which obviously would then lead your mind to say they're using a fisheye lens. Like I said, they're not using a fisheye lens. I mean, they are for his actual jump out of like a plane that's much lower, but anything that you saw on the edge of space, that's all 100% CGI'd the same way that they do it with the ISS.
I'm trying to reconcile where this "it must be fake" is like I get saying that the ISS is fake. I get that. The ISS is purported to be
it's
hundreds of miles away in space.
It's fucking fake. Like I would have never said it, but dude, they gave it away. They have to tell you somehow. The shit, it's fucking fake. Look, we've looked at enough video to know fakes, and we're seeing it all throughout this.
Can I say something quickly?
People can't go that fucking high. Like they just can't. Go ahead.
Lou, sorry, bro. Just quickly, he can have a look. Platypus can have a look at the new planes that hit, like, what is it, Mark IV? When they take footage, it's on just YouTube. Just Google it. The Russian planes, they can go into the supposed.
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.